favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Oh, what you beg for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing, I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? How was everyone's Easter? Happy belated Easter, I suppose, to those that celebrate. And then to the rest of us that don't. The shooter was identified with red hair and glasses. Be warned, chat. What glasses? Or what glasses? What shooter? What are you talking about? What Sennheisers are those? Fuck if I know. Because I got them as a gift years ago. Are you gonna do the new H3 lawsuit? See, I would, but lobotomies aren't allowed to be live streamed on Twitch, which is what would happen if I were to go over that, because I was watching Queeman go over parts of it earlier, and I was on the brink of doing that. So we're not gonna be doing that. We're not gonna be wasting time. I am happy to see it happen, if for no other reason than people will go back and watch Noah Samsen's video, which has aged like a fine fucking wine. And I think before people even get into the actual legal complaint, they will be stunned to see that this is the video that Mr. Klein has decided to use to argue that Noah Samsen has engaged in defamation against Ethan Klein's character or his personhood, however this fucking works. All right. Southern Cali and Charlotte viewers. Maybe this is the most pro-Palestine thing Ethan has done. He's going to drive traffic to Noah's video. I mean, that's how I see it. I'm sorry that Noah has to fucking do this, but Noah's taking it like a champ. Like when Ethan was flirting with it last time, what Noah decided to do was raise money for Palestine. And raise he did, because he literally raised like over 100K. It was like an insane amount of money. So who knows, positive things can come out of these things sometimes, But in other news, obviously I did not stream because I was, working day and night for a ceasefire that unfortunately has already collapsed. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have fallen for it again? Between this country, Israel, and Iran. Crazy. So let's do a little rewind for everybody. Just so we can get like a good timeline going. Also, wait, really quick. Does everybody see this massive fishing? Thank you to Lycan for getting it for me on Easter. I found one on Facebook Marketplace. I couldn't believe it. And that's what we did on Easter besides going to like a carnival thing. All right. Okay. So this is the Truth Social post heard around the world. This was posted on April 7th at 8:06 in the morning. This man woke up and started his day this way. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, definitely not true, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Yikes, terrifying. We don't love to see it. So by the evening, it starts there. Then by the evening, we've gotten to this position. So this was April 7th at 6:32 p.m. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We need like a narrator voice that's going to be like, spoiler, that's not going to happen. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. How gracious of our head of state. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives. What military objectives? I'm sure I don't know, because they never were articulated, and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. If anybody has actually read this 10-point with Iran, this is a stunning admission. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated, like a marriage. On behalf of the United States of America, as president, also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem closed to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. He uses so many fluff words that add nothing. Yeah, I know. It's like me trying to hit the word count with any one of these fucking Truth Social posts. Just a little bit. Let me pull up that 10-point plan. Iran 10 points plan. So this is the workable basis, right? Iran publicly released on Wednesday what it said was the 10-point framework for talks that President Trump described as a workable basis on which to negotiate an end to the war. Much of it consisted of maximalist demands that looked difficult, if not impossible, to reconcile with U.S. aims. This is a stunning understatement. A White House official said the points do not match what Mr. Trump was referring to. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal White House discussions. What do we want to bet that this is fucking JD Vance? Iran released its version of the proposal the morning after the United States and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire and calls for American troops to leave the region, reasserts Iran's control over the strategic Strait of Hormuz, and maintains Iran's right to nuclear enrichment. Does this sound like something that we would agree to? But I wouldn't even be surprised, like, again, if those actually were the basis that, like, we started from as far as negotiation, because Trump wants this to end in some ways at different points in time, it has been said. Many of these demands are likely to conflict with the 15-point proposal U.S. mediators laid out last month. That proposal was never made public, but officials briefed on the plan who spoke to the New York Times on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive details said that it addressed Iran's ballistic missile nuclear programs as well as maritime trade. U.S. mediators had pushed in previous negotiations for limiting the range of Iran's ballistic missiles and halting all of Iran's nuclear enrichment. Mr. Trump on Wednesday appeared to refer to that U.S. plan, writing on social media that, quote, many of the 15 points have already been agreed to, and repeating his insistence on no enrichment of uranium. You know, that deal that was like, could have been on the fucking table pretty much, or like not zero enrichment, but pretty close, like low levels of it before we did any of this shit. Here are the 10 points of Iran's proposals, according to Iran's official news agency, IRNA, and where these demands might conflict with Washington's aims. 1. An American guarantee of non-aggression with Iran. In the earlier 15-point proposal offered by U.S. mediators, only a ceasefire was on offer. Iranian officials want to ensure a formalized end to hostilities that is more permanent. This is one of the main demands, according to interviews with regional security figures and a former Iranian diplomat, that Iran will focus on. 2. Iran maintains control of the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, Trump said that this is a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate. I have no reason to doubt that this wasn't like the starting point from Iran, honestly, given how far away Trump has let the situation get out of his hands and the U.S.'s hands and just everybody who has, you know, an interest in maintaining life on this earth's hands. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, like, that this is where they had to start so he could secure the ceasefire or whatever. Otherwise, like Trump is I just know we're going to invade. I just know there's going to be troops on the ground. I just know that Trump will not be able to just hold this L. Like, they will commit troops to that region before we do that. He would fire off a nuclear missile before we do that. This is likely to become a major sticking point. Iran's ability to strangle traffic through the strait, through which a fifth of the world's oil passes, has wreaked havoc on the global economy. It's very unlikely that Washington or Iran's Gulf Arab neighbors would accept this. I mean, like, even like whatever, but even like the Gulf neighbors, like China doesn't want to accept this either. And China has been involved in this. 3. Ending the regional war on all fronts, including against Iran's ally, Hezbollah, in Lebanon. This could become an eventual point of alignment. The United States and Israel want Iran to curb an alliance of militias it has fostered across the region, which it calls the Axis of Resistance. Many of those militias have come to Iran's defense in the current war, launching drone and missile attacks on U.S. targets, Gulf countries, and Israel. Among them was the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah, to which Israel responded with a major offensive. Israel then announced plans to occupy parts of southern Lebanon. Israel says the current ceasefire does not apply to its operations in Lebanon. Whether the Lebanon front can be brought into a longer-term deal is an open question. Put a pin in this. It's going to become really important really soon. 4. Withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from all bases and positions in the region. This is not happening. U.S. forces maintain bases across Gulf Arab states, Israel, and Iraq. It is difficult to conceive of a scenario in which the U.S. would accept this. And to be clear, when I say, oh, that's not happening, I'm not saying it from the position of like, Iran's fucking crazy if they think we're going to do this. I'm just telling you, I know that's not going to fucking happen. But like, holy shit, like the idea that, like, again, they're in a position of leverage, that this can be the starting point for negotiations, and it's not an immediate, like, no. 5. reparations to Iran for war damages, definitely not happening. Iran has sustained a devastating level of destruction, not only to its military, like, it's also just like, again, how far it has gotten away from the United States, that this was like the starting point for negotiations. Yeah, Trump's FIFA Peace Prize probably should be rescinded, right, guys? Iran has sustained a devastating level of destruction, not only to its military sites, but to critical infrastructure, including pharmaceutical and steel plants, bridges, university, and energy facilities. There's been no indication that U.S. officials would consider offering compensation. I mean, Barack Obama was raked over the coals just for giving Iran money that we owed them from like decades ago during his tenure as presidency. How do we think that this current admin feels about offering reparations to Iran for this war of choice? Probably not so hot. 6, acceptance of Iran's right to nuclear enrichment. This is diametrically opposed to Mr. Trump's most recent statements, in which he has again called for zero enrichment of uranium. I don't really give a fuck about this because, according to sources close to the White House, like last year, in the spring of last year, leaked to Axios, we were considering, we were going to allow them to continue enriching uranium. Some regional diplomats have aimed to soften U.S. demands, suggesting Tehran could instead agree not to actively conduct enrichment or to limit enrichment to a symbolic amount at the lowest threshold for civilian purposes. It remains unclear whether Washington would accept that. 7, lifting all primary sanctions on Iran. Washington has imposed on Iran different forms of primary sanctions or direct restrictions on financial transactions since the founding of the Islamic Republic after the 1979 revolution. In previous negotiations, mediators aimed for U.S. officials to lift some sanctions in exchange for concessions on Iran's nuclear program. Mr. Trump's own statement on Wednesday touched on the idea of offering tariff and sanctions relief, and we have already lifted sanctions during the last couple of weeks since this war started. So maybe. 8, lifting all secondary sanctions on Iran. In addition to its directly blocking trade with Iran, the United States also imposes sanctions that penalize other countries or non-American companies that do business with Iran. Like the point on primary sanctions, this part of the proposal would likely be negotiable depending on what Iran offers. 9, termination of all resolutions against Iran by the Board of Governors of the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA. Last June, the UN nuclear watchdog passed a resolution against Iran for the first time in 20 years, saying that Iran was not complying with its nuclear non-proliferation obligations, a move Iran condemned as political. Washington cannot force the IAEA to repeal its resolutions, but it could perhaps pressure allied countries to do this as part of a comprehensive deal with Iran. Wouldn't it be nice if we had already had like a joint plan of action where Iran agreed to extremely low levels of uranium enrichment in exchange for sanctions relief? Wouldn't it be nice if we had a deal like that? Oh, wait, we fucking had that and Trump tore it up in his first term. And now we're trying to extract better conditions, and Obama was miraculously able to extract from Iran. And with what leverage this time? How are we going to do that? So, like, the fact that they, like, the New York Times, like, leaves out that, like, they were doing this because they were not complying with the obligations because we ripped up the deal where we were monitoring if they were complying with it, where they wouldn't have it, like, how do they leave that out? It's insane. 10, termination of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran. There have been several UN resolutions against Iran, particularly on the issue of nuclear proliferation. Last October, the UN reimposed sanctions on Iran, saying Iran was in breach of a 2015 deal to limit Iran's nuclear enrichment. Washington could try to influence its allies to do this, but again, it would likely require a comprehensive agreement with Iran. So, this is the starting point, 10-point proposal that, according to Trump, the workable basis on which to negotiate. Wow, art of the deal, baby. That's the starting position that they have been able to, finagle themselves into. That's awesome. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated, you guys. Finalized and consummated. Okay. And this is also like, we're going to read an article that, basically says Bibi was almost literally at the head of the table and on like how Trump took this country to war. But this is an interesting read that I saw from Axios that came out yesterday or like 2 days ago. Trump's tipping point: destroy Iran's infrastructure or give talks a chance. So President Trump faces a momentous decision on a tight timeline: carry out his threat to obliterate Iran's infrastructure beginning at 8 p.m. ET, or push his own deadline again to give negotiations a chance. Why it matters: Trump has threatened to destroy every bridge and power plant in Iran by midnight, among other options that would have devastating consequences for ordinary Iranians and spark dangerous retaliation across the region. Mediators from Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey are working to avert that outcome by brokering a deal or at least putting time back on the clock. If the president sees a deal is coming together, he'll probably hold off, but only he and he alone makes that decision. Terrifying. A senior admin official told Axios. A defense official said they were quote-unquote skeptical there would be any extension this time around. This account is based on interviews with 6 officials and sources with direct knowledge of the ongoing diplomacy or Trump's thinking. Literally nobody close to Trump knows Trump's thinking except an expert in Alzheimer's or dementia. That's it. That's the only person who could give you a sort of map to Trump's mind palace, because he is literally just a senile, old, doddering idiot. Behind the scenes, Trump might be the most hawkish person in the top echelons of his admin on Iran, according to a U.S. source who spoke to him several times in recent days. Again, this could also be Vance. Again, Trump might be the most hawkish person in the top echelons of his admin on Iran. This admin includes Pete Hegseth, and this person is saying that. The president is the most bloodthirsty, like a mad dog, another U.S. official said, downplaying stories that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth or Secretary of State Marco Rubio were egging him on. Those guys sound like doves compared to the president. Trump has started sounding out advisors and confidants about the plan to strike power plants and bridges by asking them, what do you think of Infrastructure Day? Breaking it down, Trump's negotiating team, Vice President J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, special envoy, and Jared Kushner, son-in-law, thinks he should try to get a deal now if possible. Really? Does anybody care what these three stooges think? His son, who's not part of the admin in any official capacity, he's unelected, nobody gives a fuck what he thinks, but we have to care for some reason. Steve Witkoff, one of Trump's cronies and friends who has gotten ridiculously rich due to the chips deal with the UAE that they brokered. Also a moron who got us into this because he literally didn't even realize that Iran was never just to preserve their own fucking dignity, is not going to give up their right to enrich uranium, and opened up negotiations with that offer in exchange for free gas and oil. And VP J.D. Vance, who is nowhere to be found except, Hungary, campaigning for Victor Orban, who is literally a Putin stooge. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, the leaders of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and political allies like Senator Lindsey Graham are urging Trump not to agree to a ceasefire unless Iran makes concessions that currently appear unlikely, like reopening the Strait of Hormuz or relinquishing all highly enriched uranium. Like, do you think Senator like Lindsey Graham was doing this from Disney World, where he was alone for whatever reason? I realize they're on Congress is on recess, but why are you there alone, dude? You're confirmed bachelor in your fucking 80s or whatever. Why are you there? The other side, Iran gave a 10-point response to the current peace proposals on Monday. A U.S. official described it as maximalist, but the White House saw it as a negotiating gambit, not a rejection. The mediators told the White House they're working with the Iranians on amendments and redrafting. They also cautioned the Iranian decision-making is very slow, so an extension of the deadline might be needed. Yeah, it's definitely, I'm sure it's that. Between the lines, Trump suggested the phlegmatic pace of Iranian deliberations was holding back the talks during his press conference on Monday, noting that Iranian leaders can't communicate efficiently due to security concerns. He said Iranian leaders had to use children to pass notes back and forth. I don't know what that fucking means. One source said Trump was alluding to the means by which Supreme Leader Khamenei has been communicating with the outside world and giving orders to subordinates. This is, again, using children to pass notes back and forth. Trump's advisors told the mediators the president needs to see positive indications from the Iranians to consider an extension. We are knee-deep in negotiations. Anything can happen, one said. What he's saying, Trump laid out a dire vision of Iran's near future during his press conference while adding that a deal was still possible. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and it might be tomorrow night, Trump said. We have a plan where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock, and it will happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to, Trump said. We don't want that to happen. On the other hand, Trump said negotiations were going fine, and stressed the U.S. is an active, willing participant on the other side that is negotiating in good faith, whatever that means. What to watch? Two sources said a plan for massive U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign against Iran's energy facilities is ready to go if Trump gives the order. Again, put a pin in this. It's going to be relevant a little bit. Trump would take a deal if he got one, but it's unclear if the Iranians are ready. It will be extremely tense until Tuesday at 8 p.m., a U.S. source close to Trump said. So, Taco Tuesday came. Thank God. Trump didn't actually fucking do it. like, you know, whatever it was going to be. I'm sure, I don't fucking know. It seemed genocidal, seemed like it could have been alluding to nukes. Then there were other people insisting, no, he's just talking about like the bridges or their infrastructure or, you know, the leader again or whatever. Like when he said the whole civilization, he didn't actually mean the things that he was fucking saying. Of course not, right? So like while all of this is going on, you know, this dumpster fire is like blaring in the background. Vance tries to boost ailing MAGA ally ahead of Hungary election. This was the only thing that was keeping me like, okay, I don't think he's going to do it, because if the US were to use any sort of like nuclear missiles or do something like that, JD Vance would probably be in the United States. But then again, do we really put it past Trump to not bomb the shit out of another country while his own VP is like, you know, not within the interior of the United States? Do we really? I mean, like, just look at Mike Pence. So no reason to put that past him. Trump not picking up his call on stage was the funniest shit. Dude, that's insane that they're even communicating that way. That there's no guy to like come up with like a private line or anything like that. Wait. What does it say?
Next moves in the war against Iran. Welcome back. As the administration scrambles to define its next moves in the war against Iran, Vice President J.D. Vance spent the day in Hungary. He's there to show support for Prime Minister Victor Orban, just days ahead of Hungary's national elections, where Orban's party is trailing in most polls. Vance and Orban held a rally in a packed sports arena, which started with the vice president calling President Trump and putting him on speakerphone. Take a listen to this.
I'm a big fan of Victor. I'm with him all the way. The United States is with him all the way. And you don't have problems with all of the problems that so many other countries have because they let their countries be invaded. And you don't have that problem because of Victor Orban. That's the only reason you don't have that problem.
Joining me now from Budapest is NBC News senior digital reporter Alexander Smith. Thank you so much for being with us. I know you were there today. You were able to take some of this in person. So talk to us about the significance of this. The U.S. Vice President openly stumping for a strongman authoritarian leader.
Well, yeah, as I've been out here in Budapest, I've been trying to find other examples of US or indeed any other Western...
Holy leftist audio. We're not going to be continuing that. Just was interested in what he had to say, but I literally can't get past how bad his audio is. So, but, you know, on the 11th hour, what do you know? What do I see come across my feed? I see U.S., Iran, and Israel agreed to a ceasefire that, spoiler, held for all of 5 minutes. But let's, again, we're going through the timeline here, so we don't want to get ahead. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. So this was published yesterday, April 7th, okay? Man. Yes, here's the latest. But the United States and Iran reached an 11th hour ceasefire deal on Tuesday evening, hours after President Trump threatened to start wiping out Iran's whole civilization if it did not allow commercial shipping to pass safely through the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. Trump announced the agreement in a post on social media hours after Pakistan, a mediator in the dispute, urged him to stand down from the 8 p.m. Eastern Time deadline he had set for Iran to accede to his demands. Pakistan proposed that each side observe a 2-week ceasefire and that during that time, Iran allow oil, gas, and other vessels to proceed unmolested through the economically vital waterway. Wow, colorful language from the United States, from the paper record. Shortly after the ceasefire announcement, a U.S. official said American military strikes against Iran had stopped. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas I can never say his name, Arghachi, had said in a statement that the Iranians would, quote, cease their defensive operation and that for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible if coordinated with Iran's military. Israel supports President Trump's decision to stop attacking Iran for 2 weeks, subject to the immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and the cessation of Iran attacks against the United States, Israel, and other countries in the region, the office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in the statement. But the statement said the ceasefire did not include Lebanon, contradicting an earlier statement from Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. The ceasefire buys both sides time to reach a longer-term end to the war, which began at the end of February with the United States and Israel subjecting Iran to a withering military assault. That's one way to say, openly, flagrantly engaging in war criminality. Iran accepted Pakistan's ceasefire proposal after frantic diplomatic efforts by Pakistan and last-minute intervention by China, a key ally, according to 3 Iranian officials. Iran's National Security Council officially confirmed the agreement, casting it as a victory in which the United States accepted Iran's terms. And we will get to their statement It is stunning. The ceasefire announcement sent Brent crude, the international benchmark for oil prices, down to $93 a barrel. Asian stocks opened higher on Wednesday morning, with Japan's Nikkei 225 gaining 4% and South Korea's Kospi up more than 5%. Futures on the S&P 500 stock index, which give investors the chance to bet on the market before exchanges open on Wednesday, rose over 2%. Nothing says market competence like, 2% increase. I said competence, I meant confidence. It's late, you guys. Earlier as the day wore on, it was not clear whether an off-ramp would emerge from the talks. It was not even clear if there were talks. At one point, with Mr. Trump threatening devastating strikes on power plants, bridges, and other critical infrastructure, a possible war crime under international law, possible war crime. Iran stopped engaging in the indirect negotiations. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, Mr. Trump warned earlier in the day, though he said he hoped maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. In the hours before the 8 p.m. deadline, the United States and Israel stepped up their attacks on Iran. All the while, the Pakistanis were reported to be redoubling their efforts to get a ceasefire. Even so, countries around the Persian Gulf, including Kuwait, the UAE, Qatar, and Israel, reported missile and drone strikes in the immediate hours after the deal. It was not clear whether they'd been launched in violation of the ceasefire or whether it might be taking time for new orders to filter down to Iranian forces. Here's what we're covering. 1, railways struck. The Israeli military said it had launched airstrikes on 8 bridges across Iran and warned Iranians not to ride railroads until 9 p.m. local time. Iranian state media reported that at least 3 people were killed when a railway bridge was hit in the central city of Kashan. 2, condemnation of Trump's threat. Some commentators on the right are splitting from Mr. Trump. What the fuck does this hyperlink to? Appalls some on the right? Marjorie Taylor Greene, so somebody who's not in office, Tucker Carlson, a commentator, and Senator Ron Johnson, so one senator, were among those pushing back against Trump's threats towards Iran. So cool. One person with power, then people not in the government. Awesome. So he's posting that, and just nobody in his party gives a shit. So there's that. Where were we? That the threat could cause the president to lose public support. He's never cared about that. Democrats forcefully condemn Mr. Trump, with a growing number calling for him to be removed from office. Death tolls. The human rights activists news agency said at least 1,665 civilians, including 244 children, had been killed in Iran as of Monday. Lebanon's health ministry on Monday said that more than 1,500 people had been killed in the latest fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. In attacks blamed on Iran, at least 32 people have been killed in Gulf nations. In Israel, at least 20 people had been killed as of Monday. The American death toll stands at 13 service members, with hundreds of others wounded. So, okay. So that's just like the overview. But this is what they were reporting as of, let's see. President Trump said on social media that the United States would be, quote, helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, it's traffic buildup, you guys. The thing that was reopened completely is just a little bit of traffic. The strategic waterway that Iran had agreed to reopen under threat of devastating U.S. attacks will be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. Yeah, we're just going to be hanging around. Trump wrote on Truth Social. He also said Iran could start the reconstruction process, a stark contrast to earlier threats to wipe out Iranian civilization. Duality of man, truly. This was April 8th at 12:13 Eastern Time. It will take months for global jet fuel supplies to return to normal even after the Strait of Hormuz reopens because of the disruptions to refineries in the Middle East, said Willie Walsh, Director General of the International Air Transport Association, which represents more than 360 airlines. He told reporters in Singapore on Wednesday that because of the refinery issues, he expected crude oil prices to fall, but jet fuel costs to remain elevated. How they will fall, but it's a question of how long. Oil prices plunged and stocks surge after ceasefire deal. Oil prices plummeted and stocks surged on Wednesday as investors cheered a last-minute ceasefire agreement between Iran and the U.S. and largely shrugged off Iran's claims that the deal had already been broken on Wednesday. This is total cope, total market faith, total just crossing your fingers and hoping that that's Iran not lying, but it absolutely fell apart instantly. Thanks, Israel. The ceasefire deal came 90 minutes before a deadline Tuesday evening that President Trump had set for Iran to accede to his demands or risk widespread devastation, but neither side had fully agreed to the other's requirements for lasting peace. And, both sides are claiming they're winning. So how are they going to get to the negotiating table when no one wants to fucking budge? The deal, and then we read this, the deal. Oil prices, blah, blah, blah. Relief. We read this. U.S. lawmakers greet the ceasefire with relief and more questions. Members of Congress in both parties welcome President Trump's announcement Tuesday night of ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, but Democrats continue to raise grave questions about the path forward after weeks of war without congressional authorization. I'm glad Trump backed off his threat to wipe out a whole civilization and is searching for an off-ramp from his ridiculous bluster. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, said in a statement late Tuesday, "This is my opposition leader," guys, saying that. 10 of 10 statement, truly. Republican leaders who have proceeded with a 2-week congressional recess despite the war and a partial government shutdown were mostly mum on Mr. Trump's abrupt de-escalation, as they were about a social media post Tuesday morning in which he had threatened a whole civilization will die tonight if Iran did not accede to his demands by nightfall. Like, how are we just supposed to go back from the fact that he just tweeted that out? How? His brain is like smooth. It's like Swiss cheese. I'm pretty sure that RFK Jr.'s brain has less holes in it than Trump's. Like, there is no going back after, like, a head of state just tweets out we're going to wipe out a whole civilization. Like, the conversation about the 25th Amendment being invoked should still be happening. He's still fucking senile. House Speaker Mike Johnson reposted the president's social media message announcing the ceasefire Tuesday night without commenting on it. Nice. Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican in South Carolina and one of the most outspoken supporters of the war effort, praised the diplomatic agreement, though he also appeared to lay out conditions for a U.S. withdrawal. Every ounce of the approximately 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium has to be controlled by the U.S. and removed from Iran to prevent them in the future from having a dirty bomb or returning to the enrichment business, he said in a social media post. Like everyone, I hope we can end the reign of terror of the Iranian regime through diplomacy. Dude who is literally cheerleading a fucking war. I just want to give peace a chance, you guys. Democrats, however, raised concerns about what would happen next. De-escalation is a long overdue step after over a month of war without a clear purpose and without mounting costs for the American people. And with mounting costs, sorry. Senator Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, the top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, who said that in a statement. I remain deeply concerned that U.S. actions may have incentivized Iran's pursuit of a nuclear weapon, she added. No, they're not pursuing a nuclear weapon. There's no evidence that they're doing that, whatever. None of this makes Americans safer or our people better off. Other Democrats were sharply critical. This statement changes nothing, Representative AOC, Democrat of New York, said in a statement. The president has threatened a genocide against the Iranian people and is continuing to leverage the threat. He has launched a massive war of enormous risk and of catastrophic consequence without reason, rationale, nor congressional authorization, which is as clear a violation of the Constitution as any. Perfect statement. Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska had been among the only Republicans in the Senate to criticize the president's start of wiping out Iranian civilization ahead of the ceasefire. Let me repeat that. Just 2 senators in that party criticized him wiping out an entire civilization. Handful more in the House raised concerns about the possibility of the U.S. Would carry out escalating strikes against civilian infrastructure targets. But after Mr. Trump's announcement, more GOP lawmakers surfaced to cheer the turnabout. Senator Kevin Cramer, Republican of North Dakota, called it an example of Trump's peace through strength approach. Literally, yep, art of the deal. I'm grateful for President Trump's unwavering dedication to defending our country and holding our adversaries accountable, Mr. Cramer said. Senator Rick Scott, Republican of Florida, said the ceasefire announcement was a strong first step toward holding Iran accountable and presenting leaders in Tehran with the chance to do the right thing. Then talking about the Pope making his fucking statement, and apparently he's been threatened by the Pentagon or something like that. Hold on. This was his statement.
Today, as we all know, there has also been this threat against the entire people of Iran, and this is truly unacceptable. There are certainly issues of international law here, but even more so a moral issue for the good of the whole entire population. And I would like to invite everyone to truly think in their hearts about the many innocent people, so many children, so many elderly, completely innocent, who would also become victims of this escalation of a war that began from the very first days, as we were saying.
Asking all people of goodwill to search always for peace and not violence, to reject war, especially a war.
It's funny they're translating because the Pope is. I know. And even when he speaks English, when he still sounds like he's speaking with an accent.
which many people have said is an unjust war, which is continuing to escalate, and which is not resolving anything. In fact, we have a worldwide economic crisis, energy crisis, situation in the Middle East of great instability, which is only provoking more hatred throughout the world. So come back to the table, let's talk, let's look for solutions in a peaceful way, and let's remember especially the innocent, children, the elderly, the sick, so many people who have already become or will become victims of this continued warfare. To remind all that attacks on civilian infrastructure is against international law, but that it is also a sign of the hatred, the division, the destruction that the human being is capable of, and we all want to work for peace. People want peace. I would invite the citizens of all the countries involved to contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always. Thank you very much.
For this statement, this got him a threat, which JD Vance had to react to. So let's see, did they include it? No, this is just a statement. So this is from Newsweek. This reads, JD Vance reacts to report U.S. official issued threat to Vatican ambassador. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance said Wednesday he would look into reports that senior Pentagon officials lectured the Vatican's ambassador, leading to the cancellation of a planned visit by Pope Leo. Vance, speaking in Hungary, asked about reports first shared by the Free Press that claimed Cardinal Christopher Piers was told in January that the Vatican and the Catholic Church should get on board with the Trump admin's military tactics. I would actually like to talk to Cardinal Christophe Piers and, frankly, to our people to figure out what actually happened, Vance said. I think it's always a bad idea to offer an opinion on stories that are unconfirmed and uncorroborated, so I'm not going to do that. Newsweek reached out to the Vatican for comment via email on Wednesday afternoon. A spokesperson for the Department of Defense told Newsweek that the Free Press's characterization of the meeting was highly exaggerated and distorted. So this is the first time I've ever seen anybody challenge anything from the right, challenge anything that was reported in the Free Press. And of course, it's the second that they start doing anything that's remotely critical or causes, any sort of pain in the, is like a thorn in the side for this admin. The meeting between, but surely none of their other reporting has ever been highly exaggerated or distorted. The meeting between Pentagon and Vatican officials was a respectful and reasonable discussion, the spokesperson said. We have nothing but the highest regard and welcome continued dialogue with the Holy See. Says what happened at the Pentagon-Vatican meeting. According to the report, also backed up by independent reporter Christopher Hale, who writes the Letters from Leo Substack, a closed-door meeting between Vatican and Pentagon officials took place in January. U.S. officials were reported to have lectured the Catholic Church representatives, with one official reaching for a 14th century weapon and invoking the Avignon papacy, a period of time when the French monarchy used military force to bend the Bishop of Rome to its wishes. So at this point, I should amend what I said, which is that for this statement, he was met with a threat when, what actually happened is what it seems like, is that Vance was finally made to confront things that have barely broken the news, but were made back in January because the Pope expressed skepticism towards the United States' posture militarily. America has the military power to do whatever it wants in the world. Under Secretary of War for Policy, Elbridge Colby and his colleagues told the Cardinal, per the Free Press, the Catholic Church has better take its side. Vatican officials were reportedly so shocked that this caused a planned visit by the first American Pope to be canceled. Pope has spoken out against Trump's actions. Pope Leo has spoken out against the Trump admin on a number of occasions since he took on the role last year, including over the Iran war in recent weeks. Speaking to reporters Tuesday as he left his country residence in Castel Gandolfo, south of Rome, the Pope responded directly to Trump's comments earlier in the day, suggesting that, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight if Iran failed to meet a U.S. deadline tied to the widening conflict. Leo said the language amounted to a threat against the Iranian people as a whole, not merely the nation's leadership. Today, as we all know, this was a threat against all of the people of Iran. The Pope said this is truly unacceptable. A central theme of Leo's Easter message at the weekend was a warning against what he called an ever-growing globalization of indifference towards suffering, a phrase he explicitly attributed to his predecessor, Pope Francis. His comments came against the backdrop of ongoing global conflicts, including the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran and Russia's continued war in Ukraine, both of which he has repeatedly urged leaders to halt. They're leaving out that he's also made comments on Gaza, but whatever. Was the Pope due to visit the U.S.? Reports suggest that the Pope was invited to the U.S. as part of the country's 250th anniversary celebrations. According to the Free Press, the Vatican did initially entertain the idea, but postponed the visit indefinitely because of foreign policy disagreements. On July 4th, the Pope will instead travel to the Italian island Lampedusa, where North African migrants often wash ashore. And I mean, he's not the only person saying this. I saw a statement from Greta Thunberg where she was saying that, like, this shit is just so normalized that the president can just openly make this genocidal call. And not only is it not met with swift condemnation from his party, but it's also like just another headline. It's just like another day because of how normalized rhetoric like this is and how insane Trump is, that we've come to, this is the new fucking normal. So, spoiler alert, update to today. Where's the ceasefire at? This is one way to put it. New York Times, Iran war live updates. Ceasefire tested by confusion over strait and strikes on Lebanon. That is one way to put what Al Jazeera more aptly, titles. Iran war updates. Israel kills 254 in Lebanon after U.S.-Iran agree ceasefire. That is what is being characterized as ceasefire being tested. Yeah, we're just stress testing it a little bit. Okay, here's the latest. The day-old ceasefire between the United States and Iran was being tested on Wednesday by uncertainty over the status of the economically vital Strait of Hormuz and disagreement over whether the truce applied to Lebanon, where Israel continued to carry out punishing attacks. Iran, which said Lebanon was included in the ceasefire, accused the U.S. of not upholding its end of the deal. And Iran's foreign minister Abbas said Wednesday Washington had to choose between a ceasefire or continued war via Israel and, quote, cannot have both. Pakistan, which mediated the truce, said the deal covered Lebanon, a claim disputed by the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, whose words we definitely put stock in. Even as U.S. and Iranian officials issued dueling threats to resume attacks if the ceasefire fell apart, both countries had reason to hope it held together. The announcement of the two-week truce had an immediate positive effect on oil and financial markets, which meant a resumption of hostilities could be politically unpalatable for Mr. Trump, and Iran's economy was already in shambles before recent attacks on its infrastructure that only made things worse. The Trump admin seemed determined to plow ahead with the diplomatic process it was already framing as a success, a day after Mr. Trump threatened to wipe out Iranian civilization. Vice President J.D. Vance plans to travel to Pakistan for peace talks beginning Saturday morning. Ms. Leavitt said Steve Witkoff, the president's special envoy, and Jared Kushner, Mr. Trump's son-in-law, will accompany him. This is surely to end in fucking disaster as it did last time. The status of the Strait of Hormuz, which Mr. Trump had demanded be reopened as a condition of the ceasefire, was unclear. It's not unclear, it's not reopened. Iranian state media said that the strait, a narrow waterway through which roughly 20% of the world's oil passes, had been fully closed, while the state broadcaster told ships to coordinate passage with the Iranian Navy to avoid anti-ship mines. How do you say it? Kepler? A global ship tracking firm said no oil tankers had crossed the strait since the ceasefire began. Further highlighting the fragility of the truce, Persian Gulf countries reported dozens of Iranian missile and drone attacks earlier on Wednesday, and Iran state media reported that an oil refinery on Lebanon, an Iranian island in the Persian Gulf, was struck by unspecified quote-unquote enemies. Here's what we're covering. Lebanon. Israel strikes against Hezbollah, which had mounted rocket attacks on Israel in solidarity with Iran, prompted Iran's Islamic Revolutionary, or IRGC, to threaten a military response against aggressors in the region, quote-unquote, if the attacks didn't end immediately. Lebanon's health ministry said that at least 182 people had been killed and more than 800 wounded in the latest strikes on Beirut, the Lebanese capital, and other parts of the country. Talk about markets. What's next? Oh my God, I cannot believe I almost forgot to read statement from Iran. So this is from Dropsite. This is a statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council. This was published on April 7th at 7:23 p.m. Full text of the statement of the Supreme National Security Council. This is translated to English. The enemy has suffered an undeniable, historic, and crushing defeat in its dishonorable, illegal, and criminal war against the Iranian nation. By the grace of the pure and sacred blood of the martyred leaders of the Islamic Revolution, His Eminence Grand Ayatollah Imam Khomeini, peace be upon him, the measures of the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution and Commander-in-Chief, His Eminence Ayatollah Sayyid Khomeini, may God preserve him, the jihad and valor of the fighters of Islam on the fronts, and above all, the historic, enduring, and epic presence of you, the dear nation, from the very first days of the war. Iran has Are they using ChatGPT? Iran has achieved a great victory and forced criminal America to accept its own Iran's 10-point plan, in which America has in principle committed to guaranteeing non-aggression, continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of enrichment, removal of all primary and secondary sanctions, termination of all UN Security Council and Board of Governors resolutions, payment of reparations to Iran, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region, and cessation of the war on all fronts, including against the heroic Islamic resistance of Lebanon. We congratulate congratulate all the people of Iran on this victory and emphasize that until the details of this victory are finalized, steadfastness and prudence from officials and the preservation of unity and solidarity among the Iranian people remain essential. Islamic Iran, together with the brave mujahideen of the resistance in Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and occupied Palestine, has over the past 40 days struck blows against the enemy that the historical memory of the world will never forget. Iran and the axis of resistance, as representatives of honor and humanity against the most savage enemies of mankind, have, after a historic battle, delivered an unforgettable lesson to them, and have so thoroughly destroyed their forces, assets, infrastructure, and all political, economic, technological, and military capital that the enemy is now on the verge of collapse and disintegration, and sees no path forward but submission to the will of the great Iranian nation and the honorable axis of resistance. On the first day that Iran's criminal enemies launched this unjust war, they imagined they would achieve full military dominance over Iran in a short time, and by creating political and social instability, force Iran into submission. They assumed Iran's missile and drone fire would quickly be extinguished, and they did not believe Iran could mount such a powerful response beyond its own borders and across the region. World Zionism has convinced the foolish American president that this war would finish off Iran, and that by eliminating this last bastion of humanity, they could thereafter freely commit any crime against anyone they wished. They dreamed of partitioning beloved Iran, plundering its oil and wealth, and ultimately leaving Iranians submerged in chaos, instability, and insecurity for long years to come. The brave fighters of Islam and their courageous allies in the axis of resistance, to their hearts were wounded and shattered by the martyrdom of their imam, relying on Almighty God and following the example of the master of martyrs, decided once and for all to deliver a historic lesson to these enemies, avenge all their past crimes, and create conditions in which the enemy would forever abandon any thought of aggression against the beloved Iran and taste the full bitterness of humiliation and degradation before the great Iranian nation. This propaganda fest continues. With this strategy and relying on an unprecedented political and social unity that is formed within the country, Iran and the resistance launched one of the heaviest combined battles in history against America and the Zionist regime, and in this period achieved all the objectives that had been designed for this battle. Iran and the resistance nearly completed destroying the American military machine in the region, struck devastating and deep blows against the vast infrastructure and assets the enemy had built and deployed around the region over years in preparations for war with Iran, inflicted massive casualties on the criminal American army at a regional level, struck devastating and crushing blows against the enemy's forces, infrastructure, and assets and holdings within occupied territories, and so thoroughly cornered the enemy on all fronts that not only did none of the enemy's primary objectives materialize, but the enemy realized from approximately 10 days after the start of the war that it would have no chance of victory, and for this reason began through various channels and methods to seek contact with Iran to request a ceasefire. The noble Iranian nation should know that by virtue of the jihad of their sons and daughters and their own historic presence on the scene, the enemy has for once more than a month been pleading for Iran and the resistance to cease their devastating fire, but the country's officials, because it was decided from the outset that the war would continue because its objectives were met, including the humiliation and exhaustion of the enemy and the long-term removal of the threat to the country, gave a negative answer to all these requests, and the war continued through today. Honestly, in the second part, does not sound that exaggerated as far as like what probably happened. Let's see, where were we? But the country's officials, because it was decided from the outset the war would continue until its objectives were met, including the humiliation, exhaustion of the enemy, and the long-term removal of the threat to the country, gave a negative answer to all these requests, and the war continued through today, its 40th day. Iran has also several times rejected deadlines issued by the American president and continues to emphasize that it attaches no importance to any deadline issued by the enemy. Again, let me read that one more time. Continues to emphasize it attaches no importance to any deadline issued by the enemy. Oh, so they like understand Trump. So they understand that like Trump has made so many fucking empty threats that they're not going to be like scared into submission by like what ends up just being, again, like like they've just figured out like taco, like they didn't already know. Hello. Like it is so much more bark than it is bite. We now give the glad tidings to the great Iranian nation that virtually all the objectives of the war have been achieved, and your brave sons and daughters have brought the enemy to historic helplessness and enduring defeat. And this is where they're like, okay, propaganda. Iran's historic decision, which carries the unified backing of the entire nation, is to continue this battle for as long as necessary until its immense gains are consolidated and new security and political equations in the region are established based on acceptance of Iran's and the resistance power and supremacy. In this regard, and in accordance with the guidance of the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Revolution, His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei, may God preserve him, and the approval of the Supreme National Security Council, and given Iran's and the resistance's upper hand on the battlefield and the enemy's inability to carry out its threats despite all its claims, and the formal acceptance of all the rightful demands of the Iranian people, it has been decided that negotiations will be held in Islamabad to finalize the details so that within a maximum of 15 days, Iran's victory on the battlefield will also be consolidated in political negotiations. So, one more. In this regard, Iran, while rejecting all proposals put forward by the enemy, drafted a 10-point plan and resubmitted it and submitted it to the American side through Pakistan, emphasizing the following core points: controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with Iran's armed forces, which confers a unique and economic and geopolitical position on Iran, the necessity of ending the war against all components of the axis of resistance, which will signify the historic defeat of the aggression of the child-killing Israeli regime, the withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from all bases and deployment points in the region, the establishment of a safe transit protocol through the Strait of Hormuz, guaranteeing Iranian supremacy under an agreed protocol, full payment of reparations to Iran according to assessments, removal of all primary and secondary sanctions and resolutions of the Board of Governors and Security Council, unfreezing of all Iranian assets and funds held abroad, and finally, the adoption of all these items in a binding U.S. Security Council resolution. It should be noted that the adoption of such a resolution would transform all these agreements into binding international law and represent a major diplomatic victory for the Iranian nation. Which is true. Do we feel like we're winning? The respected Prime Minister of Pakistan has now informed Iran that the American side, despite all its outward threats, has accepted these principles as the basis for negotiations and submitted to the will of the Iranian nation. So, like, at this point, I mean, it's still an Iranian state apparatus reporting this, but, like, the Pakistan doesn't seem to be contesting it. Like, do we really believe that that wasn't the 10-point basis that Trump agreed to say that this could be the start for negotiations? On this basis, it has been decided at the highest level that Iran will conduct negotiations in Islamabad, am I saying it right? Islamabad, with the American side for 2 weeks, solely on the basis of these principles. It is emphasized that this does not mean the end of the war. Iran will only accept an end to the war when, given the acceptance of the principles of Iran's 10-point plan, the details are also finalized in negotiations. These negotiations will begin with complete distrust of the American side on Friday, April 10th in Islamabad. And Iran has allocated 2 weeks for these negotiations. This period may be extended by mutual agreement. It is essential that full national unity be maintained during this period and that victory celebrations continue in full force. The current negotiations are a national negotiation and a continuation of the battlefield, and it is essential that all people, elites, and political groups trust and support this process, which is under the supervision of the leader of the revolution and the highest levels of the system, and strictly refrain from any divisive statements. If the enemy's submission on the battlefield is translated into a decisive political achievement in negotiations, we will celebrate this great historic victory together. Otherwise, we will continue to fight side by side on the battlefield until all demands of the Iranian nation are met. Our hands are on the trigger, and the moment the slightest error is made by the enemy, it will be answered with full force. Signed, Supreme National Security Council on April 8th, 2026. So there you fucking go. I mean, again, this is a state apparatus. You should be critical of any statement made by any state. At this point, I am equally as critical of anything that comes out of the Trump admin as I am coming from any other state apparatus. But there seem to be far more grains of truth in what is coming out of Iranian state media than what is coming out of the United States state media. I mean, and like the only thing that is clear from this, again, just like nationalistic, like propagandistic display and statement from them is that the only thing that they trust the U.S. to do is not follow through on any of this, of course, but maintain this sort of like jovial, forced, like malicious compliance, like smile, because again, Trump agreeing to start the negotiations from their 10-point plan, already a major victory. All the rhetoric is kind of clownish. I mean, if you're going to make a statement, shouldn't it just be the most bombastic statement you could possibly make? And of course, it wouldn't be, let's check in on our friend Bibi here. This is not the end. Netanyahu says Israel still has goals to achieve an Iran campaign. Wow, shocking. Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu declared on Wednesday that Israel still has goals in its campaign against Iran despite the current ceasefire with the U.S. being in place. In a televised address, Netanyahu promised that the campaign is not coming to an end. Thank God. I'm sure Israeli people just, love to see the continuation of this. And that actually is not sarcastic. Their polling bears that out. The address followed Israel striking Lebanon and the U.S. needing to clarify that Lebanon was not part of the last-minute ceasefire deal with Iran. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammed, Bagar Ghalibaf also accused the U.S. of violating the terms of the ceasefire on multiple fronts. A ceasefire agreement was put in place after Trump vowed that Iranian civilization would be wiped out.
My dear brothers and sisters, the state of Israel has achieved amazing achievements that until recently would have seemed completely imaginary.
Hold on. I hate this website. It never knows what to do with my ad blocker. Let's see.
Sisters, the state of Israel has achieved amazing achievements that until recently would have seemed completely imaginary. Iran is weaker than ever and Israel is stronger than ever. And that is the bottom line of this operation until this point. And I'd like to stress, we still have some goals to accomplish, and we will achieve these goals either through agreement and consensus or through renewal of the war, because we are ready to do so whenever necessary. Our finger is on the trigger. As you all know, a temporary ceasefire came into effect tonight, a 2-week one between Iran and the U.S. in coordination with Israel. No, they did not surprise us at the last moment. And I would like to emphasize, this is not the end of the campaign. It is merely a preparation on our way to achieve all of our goals. Iran is entering these negotiations while beaten and weaker than ever. It has promised to open up the Strait of Hormuz after they gave up on all the preliminary conditions they have set. Final
is that what happened?
Termination to the war, removal of sanctions, and a ceasefire in Lebanon. And while we see Iran weaker than ever, Israel is strong as it's never been before.
Isn't it funny how all three of these countries all say they're winning? And checking back in on JD Vance. JD Vance says Iran would be dumb to let talks collapse over Lebanon. You really don't want to do that, Sweaty. That would be just so stupid of you to do this thing. That would be really bad for my political career. This is where that quote's from. Vance says Lebanon was never part of a ceasefire deal. So this was reported earlier today at 6:23 p.m. Vice President J.D. Vance accused Iran of jeopardizing peace negotiations over Israel's continued bombardment of Lebanon, insisting that the current ceasefire agreement with the U.S. had never included Lebanon. Speaking to reporters in Budapest after meeting with Prime Minister Victor Orban of Hungary in an effort to boost the right-wing nationalists ahead of a coming election, Mr. Vance downplayed Israel's continued strikes on the Iran-backed Hezbollah militant group in Lebanon, saying that the strikes in Lebanon had nothing to do with Iran and denied that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire agreement. Lebanon's health ministry said that 182 people had been killed in Israeli airstrikes on Wednesday. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't, Mr. Vance said. We never made that promise. Oh, okay, so they just must be confused or something. We never made that promise. We never indicated that this was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies. He added, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they are getting hammered all over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them, and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice. The vice president plans to travel to Pakistan for peace talks this weekend, beginning Saturday morning. Steve Witkoff, the president's special envoy, and Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, are expected to accompany Mr. Vance. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said on Wednesday. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan had said in an announcement Tuesday evening that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere. So I guess Pakistan's really, really confused as well. Mr. Vance also suggested that Israel had offered to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure our negotiation is successful, adding, we'll, of course, see how that unfolds in the next few days. Mr. Vance has echoed the position of White House officials who have said that Iran's 10-point framework for talks that they have publicly released did not match Iran's recent private communications with U.S. negotiators. The vice president dismissed those demands as little more than a random Yahoo in Iran submitting it to public access television. Interesting. I mean, they're not so ridiculous that you didn't say, forget these diplomatic talks, we're just going to walk away from the table, methinks that maybe they were not lying about that. And you really did accept that as a 10-point basis to start negotiations. One of the proposals in dispute is, they were equally as insane as the demands that the United States wants out of that country. So why shouldn't it be the basis for negotiation? One of the proposals in dispute is Iran's insistence that it be allowed to continue enriching nuclear fuel. Mr. Vance pointed to Mr. Trump's stated goals of preventing Iran from building a nuclear weapon and for the country to surrender its stockpile of enriched uranium. Mr. Vance appeared to dismiss Iran's request for the United States to affirm that Iran had a right to continue enriching uranium. My wife has the right to skydive, Mr. Vance said, bizarre, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that. He added, okay. He added, with the Iranian officials, we don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. Surely this is going to... These peace talks on Saturday are going to be just so productive, right? But I mean, I can't possibly know that without my favorite podcast, the PBD Podcast, and favorite Iranian voices explaining all of this to me. So all of that was really just the annoying, we have to get all of the annoying details out of the way so we can properly enjoy the last 2 days of the PBD podcast. So, U.S. pilot rescued plus Trump's brutal Iran warning. That's one way to put it. This was streamed two days ago to 420,000 viewers. Let's see. So, let's just get into this, shall we?
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed I could take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. Right here.
You are a one-of-one?
My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Oh, yes. This intro is so cringe. It's the coolest intro that exists. Are you kidding?
All right. So, guys, hope you had a fantastic Easter weekend, spending time with the family. I know we did. We did this, what do you call it, when you put the egg hunt? It was so weird. I've never seen this where we put the eggs all over the place. And, normally when we do this, we would put $10 and $20. This year we said, let's put $50 and $100. I've never seen so many adults show up. It was like
that painful forced laughter from Vinny one more time.
When you put the egg hunt? It was so weird. I've never seen this where we put the eggs all over the place. And, normally when we do this, we would put $10 and $20. This year we said, let's put $50 and $100. I've never seen so many adults show up. It was like affordability.
Oh my God. Just absolutely pathetic.
I'm like, hey, you're at least 40 years old, bro. This is for kids. This is for kids. And it's like, no, I'm going to compete. This one guy had like 88 of them.
Vinny knows he has the opportunity to leapfrog that other guy. Now you mean Adam, Sosnik? Yeah, for sure.
I don't even know this relative. I don't know who this.
That one guy was me. Thank you.
Walked away with $280 in the span of 17 minutes. It was a record.
Oh my God. Why would Adam say that? Yeah, you are probably going to be needing the fucking money. PBD basically announced that you're going to be fucking kicked off the show any day now. And like when he was dressing you down for your fucking embarrassing appearance on Piers Morgan.
Turned out just a neighbor said he was a cousin.
Can you imagine that? But
did you hear Adam singing? Yes, unfortunately. Nothing's going to break his stride. What song is that?
Anyways, hope you guys had a good weekend. We had a wonderful weekend with the family. Nothing like it. While that was going on, I got a question for you. What were you doing this morning at 1:21 a.m.? Just think about it. How old are you, and what were you doing today at 1:21 a.m.? How old are you? Okay? Are you 38 and at 1:20 you're like, Pat, I'm sleeping?
I was.
Are you 27 and at 1:21 a.m.? Maybe you and your girl, I don't know. What were you doing today at 1:21 a.m., right? Were you up at the club? Were you asleep getting ready for your week? Is it a 4-day weekend for you? There's a 79-year-old man at D.C. who at 1:21 a.m., what he had on his mind is endorsing a governor candidate for the state of California, Steve Hilton. Can you imagine that? And his tweet wasn't a short tweet. It's like, dude, it's late. Let me just kind of post a small little tweet. Nah, it's like, I have known and respected Steve Hilton, who's running for governor in California for many years. He's truly a fine man, one who has watched as this one great state has gone to hell.
Dude, does he actually think that this is impressive? One, Trump has always talked about how he's barely slept that. Like, he has never really, slept that much. Two, if you actually go through his Truth Social, which I unfortunately did, so I could compile the most insane Truth Social posts that he made over the last few days. He posted 10 different endorsements, and they're all copy pasted fill in the blanks where he just swapped out different people's names but reposted this multiple times.
Gavin Newsom and the Democrats have done an absolute horrendous job. People are fleeing. Crime is increasing and taxes are the highest in any state, the country, maybe the world. Steve can turn it around before it's too late. And as the president, I will help them do so with federal help. And great Governor Steve Hilton, California, can be better than ever before. Steve Hilton, he's still going. He's still going at 1:21 a.m.
Has he never read a Trump Truth Social post? They're all that long.
Now, a couple days ago, less than 48 hours.
Never
obviously,
noticed that they call it retweets.
That 48 hours is coming out. He put a threat on Iran. And on Easter, the words he used, you have to be about that life. You know what I'm saying, Vinny?
Yeah.
It's thug life.
He's there.
I sometimes wonder if he listens to Tupac when he wakes up. Can you imagine low-key if the president
Do you think they're going to talk about how he said, praise be to Allah on Easter Sunday? A thing that they would all be losing their minds if President Obama or Biden had done, or literally any other head of state had done.
Tupac guy.
And you just walk in.
Says, all I need in a life for sin is me and Melania. It's just, imagine he's a hardcore DMX, Bone Thugs and Harmony, hardcore rap guy before he makes his decisions, right?
I mean.
Yeah, imagine if this 79-year-old Queenie bitch who is dementia-addled and is up that late because he can't fucking sleep because old people have difficulty getting into REM sleep. Yeah, imagine if he's like Tupac, man.
So here's what he tweeted, and we'll talk about this as well. He called me right after this. We had a 10-minute conversation. I'm with the kids at the, what do you call it?
Safari?
At the safari, and all of a sudden the president calls. We had a full-on 10-minute conversation about a bunch of different things.
This is insane levels of dick riding. This is normal for PBD, though.
Asking myself, what does your schedule look like?
Hold on, what?
Yeah.
What are you doing, right?
Yeah.
What are you up to? And Jennifer's there. Brooklyn's screaming in the background. Senna's in my lap. We're getting past giraffes, and the president's on the phone with me.
What a timing.
What a timing, right?
Are you saying that he called you this weekend?
Saturday, he and I
Well, I saw you were doing giraffes, lions.
That's
The
what he
lady
called.
yelled
Oh,
at you.
my. Exactly when he
President
called.
Trump called you. You're trying to say.
While
you're at Lion Country Safari.
Yes.
And a giraffe was even like, is that the president?
On Easter, or the day before Easter.
The day before
God,
Easter.
And what
all
was
this fluffing and slobbering that they're doing on PBD, PBD just tries to nonchalantly drop that Trump called him because he was in Miami.
premise?
I mean, we talk about a lot of different things.
We definitely talk about you, Adam.
Great conversation.
Great.
We talk
Thank you
about
for the shout out,
Iran.
President.
We talk about a lot of different things. We talk about,
Pat, please. Let's just not. Yeah, the president called me this weekend. Because I know it's happened before.
we may get into it.
Yeah.
No, but I mean,
But he's not gonna just.
we're here now.
Yeah. No, I understand that. But
I just think
listen,
for the sizzle, people want to know. Does he
I
just
will tell you.
straight up call you?
Well, then let him tell us.
Adam, stop. How is he not picking up that PBD is dude, let me set it up. Let me be nonchalant. Stop acting like this is a fucking exclusive interview that you scored with me for some other network that you're on. No, you're my fucking employee. You're my bitch. You're my co-host, which means you have to gargle my balls whenever I fucking want. And let me be the one to decide if I'm going to talk about the call or if I'm going to keep to, I'm just going to vague post about it.
You have to also.
Is the new set permanent? Unfortunately, I think it is.
To also think about it. This is a very pressured type of a weekend.
Yeah.
For you to come out on Easter, Tuesday will be a power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped in one, in Iran. There'll be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastard, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. And the best part of this tweet is, praise be to Allah.
Yeah, true.
At least they'll fucking cover it. Again, so much mainstream media coverage. They would not say praise be to Allah. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it's that they think it's going to offend the advertisers. I don't know if it's a personal affront to them. I don't know if it's an inability to grapple with the fact that our head of state and the future rests in the hands of this insane buffoon. I don't know, but they just Jake Tapper wouldn't say it. He said glory be to God.
Can you imagine this guy? So I'm telling you, he's about that life.
Pat, you know why? Can we be honest? He's so unpredictable. Be honest. Did you grok it and say, is this real?
Of course.
I had to do it 3 times and be like, did he really post that?
Yes.
Praise be to Allah. It's not like Mike.
But by the way, he posted it after he spoke with PBD. I don't know why, if there's a correlation.
Anyway, so let me just say this to you. Let me go through some of these stories on what we have.
Why would he say that? PBD is a fucking Iranian Christian.
Arrest relatives of
He's
Soleimani.
not Muslim.
Iran.
So why, Trump is fucking idiotic enough and racist enough that I could see that. But also, PBD knows he's not that fucking significant to Trump, and it was somebody else who told him to contact him or speak to him. So why Adam is trying to hype him up to things that again, if PBD wants to speculate about that, that's one thing. But if Adam speculates about it, it is instantly uncool, and they would have to be no, chill, it's not that. He's cannot read the room.
Iranian General Soleimani living in the U.S. after Rubio revokes their green cards. This is the niece and the daughter, if I'm not mistaken.
The niece and her daughter.
Niece and her daughter, yes. So we'll talk about that. White House hits out deranged liberal conspiracy theory claiming that Trump is in a hospital. He was definitely not in the hospital. Trump unveils $1.5 trillion of defense surge, deep domestic cuts. What's on the budget chopping blocks? We talk about that. Trump's request $152 million to reopen Alcatraz. Can you imagine? Like, everything's going on. Let's reopen Alcatraz. And you take the worst of the worst and you put him on Alcatraz. Maybe he wants Heat 2 to come out. I don't know, like a sequel. Because with somebody else, it was a
he
great
needs a
movie.
place for Gavin Newsom.
Not Heat 2. What was it called? Not The Rock?
The Rock.
Oh, The Rock movie, right? The Rock with Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage?
And
No, who
Ed
was it?
Harris. Ed Harris, Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah,
That's
great.
a very, very
to
good
The
movie.
Rock.
Yeah.
Very, very good movie. Very, very good.
I mean, like, this is the first thing that he said that might actually hold some truth to it. I literally could see Trump being fucking stupid enough to be like, yeah, let's like pay to reopen Alcatraz so we can film a movie there.
March job
Brain
report.
dead commentary. I mean, it accurately, I think because they're morons themselves, are able to like get into the MAGA mindset very, very easily. And like when they're trying to think about like, what is Trump thinking? Like, because again, they're also idiots. I don't even think that it's about like, it's usually, it's like that's when their commentary comes closest to maybe even being correct and approximating truth.
Report came in, looks very good. We talked about the Iran escalation, the rescue. Oh my God, the rescue that
Incredible.
they did. Unreal. Surprise, shocking, confusion, unpredictable. Credit to the military that we have in the U.S. It's just absolutely something else.
Yeah,
for
just
them
stunning. What a thing to behold. We couldn't have done the, without Trump, it could have never happened, right? Literally.
To have the job that they have and do what they did. And then we'll talk about some of the other stuff from the past, which was a failure that caused them to get good at this. We'll talk about that as well. U.S.-Iran war tax begins to hit American business consumers. Tom's got some thoughts on that. Gas prices, oil is right now still at 110. Tom, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's at 110 as of right now.
Yep, pre-open 110, hanging too high.
That's right. So Amazon tax on 3.5% surcharge. You buy a $100 product, on top of tax, on top of shipping.
I don't give a fuck about their coverage of the pilot being rescued. I can already just spoil that for you. It's going to be like, oh my God, the amazing bravery of our boys. Can you believe that they were able to, rescue this person who's only in danger because of Trump? Amazing, stunning. They get all the credit in the fucking world. Let's see. Let's hear them talking about Rubio revoking the visas.
Qassem Soleimani's niece and daughter, apparently. Who Qassem Soleimani is the one that the president killed on his first term. And now the niece and the daughter are in the U.S. hanging out. And all of a sudden we get a report that Rubio is going after them. What happened with that story?
So, yeah, his niece and her daughter are in Los Angeles, and their green cards were revoked because she originally came in the country in 2015. She got asylum in 2019 and then permanent residency in 2021. Then they found out that she had gone back to Iran 4 different times after claiming she couldn't safely return there, it was a lie. Then on top of that, she says that they're saying, and they have proof, that there was online praising while she's here of the Iranian regime and celebrating the attacks on Americans while living comfortably here. So, and there was
wow, who if that even happened, who the fuck does she think she is? Exercising her right to free speech in this country.
Another report, Pat, I told Tom about it. There's a physician daughter of Iranian official that was booted from the UNS. Her and her husband, Dr. Fatemeh Ardeshir Lahijani, whose father is Ali Lahijani, served as the secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council before being killed in the U.S. airstrike. So they've been kicked out. But here's my thing, Tom. Why are we letting, and Pat, I want to ask you too, the niece of a guy we literally had to kill stay in America in the first place? We're talking about Qassem Soleimani. He was the head of Iraq's Quds Force, I believe, and then one of the most anti-American terror figures in the world. He had, blamed the death of hundreds of American troops in Iraq through proxies and roadside bombs and attacks carried out by the forces funded. So why would you leave? I'm so confused, Tom. Why would you leave them here after all these years? And he hates us. Do you think they have a positive side? Yeah, they're in Los Angeles. They're probably shopping on Rodeo Drive. Why would you keep them there? I think that's bigger than one immigration lie. That shows the system is broken. If the guy who has blood, American blood on his hands, their family got asylum and then a green card and living a life, and they're cheering against us when Americans are dying. I'm so confused.
I don't get it either. I don't understand why she would still be here. And when Soleimani finds out we're messing with his niece, he's going to be pissed.
He's dead.
But oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's gone.
All right.
Yeah.
Gosh,
actually good.
Got
was funny.
That was good.
No, I look at it
Today,
like this.
Don't drive by yourself.
I look at it like this. By the way, do you know who some of the greatest informants for the CIA have been?
Who?
Says relatives of dictators who don't want to die. Relatives that were part of families. Marcos, when Marcos lost his marbles and then he left the Philippines, and then, Imelda Marcos was crazy, had buried men alive in concrete while trying to build a concert hall which was to herself. It was just terrible, terrible, terrible. There were people when it was all overthrown, Pat, they were over there like, hey man, I may be his nephew, but I'm not about this. Mm-hmm. And they provided assistance. So did they provide assistance and then they stopped providing assistance? That's Manuel Noriega. When Manuel Noriega was working with the U.S. CIA and then stopped.
What is this dude yapping about? I'm
providing
so
assistance.
fucking
What
lost.
do? We went down and invited him to come spend the rest of his life in a Florida prison, and we did. So you never know what's going on.
What are you saying, though? Are you saying that?
What I'm saying
Okay,
is,
cool. PBD equally as confused as I am.
you never
maybe giving us
Like,
intel.
you're supposed to be able to understand this doddering moron that you brought on as your fucking co-host. This guy who's like your accountant or whatever.
Yeah, you never know what's going on. Were they helping and now they're not helping?
They've said some very bad things about America.
But-
So that's the thing. So to me,
That's what I'm saying. Is that the flip, or were they always like that? If they're always like that, then why the hell are they here? To your point, Vinny?
Yeah. Oh, and
But with somebody providing.
I love how he's like going into the past, and if it's not obvious that it's literally as simple as Trump retaliating for the fucking pilots and like them trying to make desperate little power plays where they can, so they're doing shit like this.
Some information. I don't know.
You know what this reminds me of? After 9/11, Pat, when I was in the United States Air Force, every flight was grounded, period. Nobody is flying. But a couple days after, the United States let 13 to 26 of Osama bin Laden's extended family to get on a plane and fly back to Europe. I think they flew out of Logan International Airport. Wait a minute. The number one terrorist guy that we were told was a terrorist, his family is just chilling on the East Coast? Like, it doesn't make sense. And then you fly them.
Yes, I mean, like, unless you have a way to connect them to the crime, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't just bring in family members of random people in Western countries. You're supposed to not be able to do that anyway. There's this thing called due process where you have to actually prove that there's a basis to arrest somebody, like probable cause. Hello? You sharing a bloodline with somebody who's engaged in an act of criminality doesn't mean that you are also implicated in that unless they have proof of that. Duh. This is like saying, like, can you believe that they just let the family of somebody who recently went on a killing spree move freely throughout the country? Yeah, unless you had a reason to detain them after questioning them, why wouldn't they be able to do that?
Them, no questioning, no nothing. You make them leave. I don't like that at all, Pat. Like, they know that these people are here. They know. What are we doing? Get them the hell out of here. Your father, your uncle, your whatever has killed Americans. I'm sorry. The hell with all this immigration, ICE, whatever. Get them the hell out of here. You can't be here. Who knows who they're communicating with? Who are you talking to? Are you passing information? Are you talking to other people?
So this is the problem. I just found it.
Go ahead.
So the problem with this is, Rob, what I'm about to send to you, because what I saw as I was looking into this is a lot of people are saying, why would you arrest? Why would you arrest? Why would you arrest? And that's a good question. Why would you arrest? Like, don't we have freedom of speech? Don't we have that? But in reality...
Yeah, what about that? Oh, wait, sorry. But in reality, so we're about to get hit with the truth gun, okay?
Rob, if you want to pull up this ABC report that came out, they were praising Iran's leadership in Nice.
Praising them
And they
online.
supported the IRGC and celebrated attacks on Americans.
Bingo.
Oh, okay. So, I know that you're asking, don't they have free speech? But here's the fact of the matter. They don't have free speech. And even though they were expressing political opinions that are obviously protected by the United States First Amendment, they were rounded up anyway.
She referred to the U.S. as the great Satan. Then why are you here?
Yeah.
See, so to me, I don't think this is CIA intel. I think these are two relatives deceased by whatever.
Apparently, if you are not a U.S. citizen and you refer to the U.S. as the Great Satan, that makes you eligible for deportation now.
The two are amongst number of Americans to have had their legal status in the U.S. revoked for allegedly supporting the terrorist regime in Iran. Secretary Marco Rubio talked about the need.
Yeah, why would Trump let her stay throughout his entire... I know, like, it's so obvious that, like, the only reason that they're doing this now is literally just using somebody as a political pawn.
The State Department says Soleimani's niece and grandniece were living in a lavish lifestyle in L.A. At least one of them promoted propaganda from the Iranian regime and celebrated attacks on Americans. Until recently, Hamideh Soleimani, Afshar, and her daughter were green card holders living lavishly in the U.S. Afshar is the niece of deceased Iranian Major General Soleimani. She is the outspoken supporter of the Iran regime, celebrated attacks on Americans. So the great Satan. And is this go a little bit lower on Rubio? Is there anything else that they have this week? No, Rob, stay on that story, please, if you could. Go a little bit lower. This week, I terminated both Afshar and her daughter. Okay, so that's the tweet. I got it. Maybe if you want to go back to the tweet that you had. Let me see.
Do you want to bet that the reason why it took this long is because the threat against the United States is nothing? If she had made these sorts of comments towards Israel, probably would have been hustled out of the country a little bit sooner than just, the other week.
if he says anything else here. This week, I terminated or something. They are now in ICE custody pending removal from the U.S.
I mean, our Secretary of State has literally said if you insult Israel, you're not welcomed here, but he never extended that to the United States. That's actually new.
Administration will not allow our country to become a home for foreign nationals who support anti-American terrorist regimes.
Bingo.
I mean, dude, if that's what you're going to be doing.
That is not support, not material support. You expressing sympathies for enemies of the United States is actually not an issue.
You got a lot of other people to go get. That's just two of them.
Exactly.
Adam.
Yeah, I mean, look, everything you said, I completely echo. The reality is this. The enemy's inside the gates.
Oh, they're here.
Straight up. So you talked about the Trojan horse. Pat, you talked about and I'll reference this, the video you did a couple months ago.
If this person was some massive person of interest, you would actually be upset that Trump allowed them to stay within the interior of the United States legally up until this point. That's how you know they're not a fucking threat. And they know it's literally just some stupid performative power move by the Trump admin to make it look like it's just busy work. They're trying to make it look like they're actually doing something. It's just posturing. And the reason why is because they don't have any evidence of anything else except for like tweets that nobody's even asking to see or view. They're just alleging it. I haven't even seen or witnessed any statement from them or any social media post where they said that. I've seen like the New York Post asserting that. And you know what? Maybe they did because it doesn't fucking matter because that's to not be making somebody eligible for a fucking deportation in my view.
But which immigrants contribute the most to America? So look, they're talking about removing.
Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Paul Bed Davidson watches podcasts every day alongside, again, 420,000 other people, apparently. Thank you so much again for the $10.
And revoking their green card. This is the niece and family members of the slain General Soleimani, the sworn enemy of the United States. So they basically gave a red card to their green card. Sorry, you got to go, which is basically apropos for this complete understanding of what this strange bedfellows of this red-green alliance actually means. When the communists and the Islamists get together, it gets very ugly. And it usually starts on the college campuses, just like it did in 1979, this revolution. And look at the college campuses now over the past couple of years. They've been taken over by these pro-Palestine marches. The most kids.
Anyone remember the last time the communists and the Islamists got together? Yeah.
It could not tell you the history of Palestine, much less the history of the IRGC in Iran. Yet, they're willing as useless idiots to get out there and basically do encampments and do marches screaming for an intifada, which basically means killing people, screaming river to the sea type mentality.
Let me ask you,
this is the whole purpose.
Here's a question back to you and Tom. So, Tom, where does that fall under?
I love how he just interrupts Adam, doesn't give a fuck about any of his analysis. Anything that he had to say immediately was like, okay, so here's a question to you, Tom, just completely skipping over whatever the fuck Adam just fucking yapped about. He doesn't care.
If a person,
and it's also not the first time I've heard Adam give that like stupid, superficial like an analysis, quote unquote, on the show. He said the same thing about I can't tell, like anytime this conflict comes up, he literally it's just the same talking points from him.
As a green card holder, and they're saying the great Satan, and they're defending IRGC. If you're the lawyer of those two girls, how do you defend them in America with our Constitution that we have?
Well, I think
by literally reading off the First Amendment, and a lawyer would be able to get them out. They should, in a functioning democracy, literally just having any familiarity with the literal words of the First Amendment should be sufficient to keep them within the interior of the United States, because you don't actually have any evidence that they have provided material support to the IRGC or to any terrorist group.
The argument on the other side, some people are making on social, they're like, wait a minute, you can't do anything to them. That's the part of American freedom of speech. So what do you say to that? Play lawyer.
I'm sorry, you're not Americans. You're here on a green card.
I love when they do the role play. Why are they doing this?
American freedom of speech. So what do you say? Some people are making on social, they're like, wait a minute, you can't do anything to them. That's the part of American freedom of speech. So what do you say to that? Play lawyer.
I'm sorry, you're not Americans. You're here on a green card granted by our government under the Department of State, rolling up to the Secretary of State. You have proven to be and by the way, we have certain laws that we have here about incentive.
He's role playing a lawyer for the United States, explaining why they're supposed to be deported, and he's even struggling to come up with something that approximates like a legal framework you could appeal to make since this is the bedrock of the reason why they're being deported.
About you're creating riots and discord and civil disobedience, but you're not a citizen. You're not a citizen, and you're being very difficult. And you're being an absolute jerk. Why did I?
Yeah, exactly. It really does come down to that. You're being difficult and you're being a jerk. Like, you've hurt my feelings, therefore you need to leave. You have offended Marco Rubio. You've offended Pete Hegseth. You've offended the President of the United States. And we are now going to be scapegoating you. And there's really not much you can do because you're not actually a citizen of the United States. So yeah, it does kind of come down to might makes right. And we're just annoyed by it. But again, within a functional liberal democracy, the one that the United States is ostensibly supposed to be, that should not fly. That's not actually supposed to be a valid reason to deport somebody.
I give you? Why did the State Department give you?
My lawyer said you're being an absolute jerk, bro. I'm going to jail. Yeah. The courtroom stands and cheers.
And you're being an absolute jerk. Why did I give you? Why did the State Department give you a green card if this is how you're going to behave here? And you do not have the rights and privileges of a U.S. citizen under the Constitution because you ain't one. And that's why, listen to how Rubio said it.
Okay, got him.
Pat, I am revoking. He's using the authority of the issued green card to say you're being a complete jerk, this.
I love how they create imaginary dumb people to be able to win imaginary arguments. I mean, they're not. Are you really creating an imaginary dumb person when this is objectively a dumb person who is doing their best impression of a smart person? Like,
this is just, you know what? We give you a green card to people to come here
and he's killing it. With this stupid role play that we're doing for God knows what reason.
You're being a complete jerk. This is just, you know what? We give you a green card to people to come here and attempt to go through the process of making a life. Goodbye. What people mistake and people...
I think she was making a life. Every report that I've seen on this family is like she was living lavishly in the United States, like going to fucking Coachella, getting lip fillers, like just living it up. It seems like she had built a life within the United States and it was just pending, it being official.
Want to get on their soapboxes, and here comes the heat I'm going to take for this. You forget.
Furthermore, you're grounded. Yeah, you have to we're skipping. We're not even going to make you wear the dunce hat and go to the corner and go in timeout because you've been such a jerk, a big old meanie. You have to go.
Difference between real citizens and guests, and under a green card, you're a guest. And Rubio just said,
play the video rap of the two girls that was going viral. This is them.
I guess we're done with the role play.
Right? Yeah, that's them, and that's Soleimani's. Look at this.
What is she?
That, by the way, that car is a $150,000 truck. That's anywhere between $140,000 to $250,000.
So
if that's an Alpha,
maybe they could just take a lap around that.
Yeah. What are you like? What is this bag watching from PBD? He's literally a fucking Iranian expat, Christian Iranian expat. Turned MLM fraudster and multi-millionaire. His Instagram bio is literally like co-owner of the fucking Mets or something like that. And when he says co-owner, it's like he has like a stake in a sports team or something like that. He's not like one of two co-owners or something like that, so it's a bit misleading. But he's so fucking wealthy, and he's like, "What is this bullshit? Look at her with her nice fancy car." And they're they came to the United States and made a life here. They have money.
Airport access road.
But okay, can I say something? First of all, her uncle killed American citizens. Put that to the side, okay? Gave orders.
Yeah, exactly. Her uncle, not her. What did she do? Not her. Not something that somebody in her family did. What did she do?
American people, soldiers, dead, or I don't know, dead.
Fact.
He doesn't even know. He's like, or I don't know, somebody died, right? Didn't he kill somebody? I mean, we wouldn't have killed him for no reason. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Aaron Brown's most recent video on this PBD video, where every YouTube comment boils down to, I skip every time Adam speaks. One said, Manek should pay us to talk to Adam. This fool is cooked. Oh my God, I saw that. I did see that. Thank you for the $10.
Do you not think she still has relationships with the people that her uncle was working with? Yeah. Are you guys, not you guys, I'm saying, are people stupid? And I'm going to tell you right now.
I mean, no, I don't think that she has relationships with members of the IRGC. It seems like she's living it up in the United States and doesn't really care about what the hell is necessarily going on in the upper echelons of Iranian society, because it never concerned her in the first place, because she's not a diplomat and she's not a politician. She's just a private citizen in the United States who happens to have be related to Qassem Soleimani.
If my uncle, who was killing us...
Yeah, if she did nothing wrong, why is she related to him?
Of a country, and I'm in, and you kill my uncle, 1,000%, I'm going to be giving information, and Adam, you want to talk about the Trojan horse? I'm in the belly of the beast, and I'm
You don't
hating.
even have to make it up. It's good to know that like they just freely and openly admit that their preferences for who ought to be admitted into the United States and who ought to be eligible to become a United States citizen literally just boils down to personal preferences and grievances.
You, and I will do anything to hurt you guys because you guys killed my uncle, who I love dearly. That's a no. I don't even know why the hell we let this guy stay in there. From back then, she's been here, living that life, posting stuff like that, and now all of a sudden it's a bad idea.
Yeah, who does she think she is, posting hot selfies on Instagram?
Give me a freaking break, bro.
Well,
I'm sorry.
The reality is, we're the number one country that has this problem. I don't know of many other countries that have this exact problem. What's the problem? Is that we're a country of immigrants. We welcome everybody from all over the world, and we say, come be a part of our great nation. Just make it better. The problem is a lot of these people come here and they want to live a good life. They don't want to go back to the life they had before. They want all the benefits of America, the life of luxury, especially if they're wealthy. And then they want to sort of cling on their moral high ground that, yes, of course, I stand for the supreme leader.
Okay, can I please see the live chat? Can I please see the live chat while Adam's talking? Let's just go back just a little bit when Adam starts talking.
And she's been here, living that life, posting stuff like that, and now all of a sudden
Where's Adam's shot caller?
It's a bad idea. Give me a freaking break, bro. Well, I'm sorry.
The reality is, we're the number one country that has this problem. I don't know of many other countries that have this exact problem. What's the problem? Is that we're a country of immigrants. We
I can fix her. Says 9 replies, bruh. LMAO said every simp ever. Sure you can. Okay.
welcome everybody from all over the world, and we say, come be a part of our great nation.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Bro, never heard of Charlie Hebdo. Yeah, Adam, the U.S. is the only one with this quote-unquote problem. I mean, literally, when he goes on in the same sentence to say, we're a nation of immigrants, yeah, it's almost like it's not a problem. It's almost it's like literally the foundation of this fucking country.
And just make it better. The problem is a lot of these people come here and they want to live a good life. They don't want to go back to the life they had before. They want all the benefits of America, the life of luxury, especially if they're wealthy. And then they want to...
Jesus, Adam, what is your country?
Sort of cling on their moral high ground that, yes, of course, I stand for the supreme leader. It's like, well, why are you here?
Oh my God, there's like a big brain in chat saying we could let her stay and get intel from her.
Their moral high ground that, yes, of course, I stand for the supreme leader.
Wait, here it is. We could be letting her stay so we spy and get intel.
It's like, well, why are you here?
Yeah, okay. I'm sure when she's at fucking like Lollapalooza in the VIP section, if we could just get somebody in there with her, we're gonna be picking up like, Iranian state secrets. That's where they are.
Because I want to live my life. I know this one girl. Let me tell you how confusing this is. This girl, she's a Muslim. She's a friend of mine. She's a friend of a friend. I'm not gonna name her name. And she.
Okay, so this Iranian Muslim who's a friend of mine. Then he said friend of a friend.
This girl, she's a Muslim. She's a friend of mine.
This girl is a Muslim friend of his.
She's a friend of a friend. I'm not going to name her name.
Okay.
And she's a party girl in Miami. This girl parties. I'm telling you, when I say party, she drinks, she smokes, she does this, she does that. She's out there in the scene.
Okay, a friend of a friend who is a Muslim party girl in Miami.
But she praises Allah.
This isn't real.
And she wears what looks like a stripper outfit, although she's not a stripper. Yet she will basically give the moral high ground and sort of cite the Quran.
Yeah, and she probably parties with a bunch of Christian white girls who wear cross necklaces and say that they pray to Jesus and love him so much and get down on their fucking knees and pray to him after getting fucking like wasted. Yeah, and high at the club. Yeah, hello? That's American culture for you. Yes, there's people that are highly religious, that are highly pious, highly judgmental, that turn around and engage in like sinful behavior, correct?
As if it's like the moral aptitude test.
Yeah, I've never met a Christian who does this.
Why she's right in morally.
Christians don't party, they don't get drunk, they don't have premarital sex, while professing to love Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, definitely only degenerate atheists do this, and Muslims apparently.
Superior to all of us, and she basically praises the IRGC and says that she loves the Ayatollah. I said, why the hell are you living here? Oh, because I love my life here. Why don't you go back? Oh, I go back sometimes. I go, why don't you stay there? Well, no, my family has businesses here. What's my point? It's very freaking
Adam, you probably don't want to make this argument because all the people who fucking hate you in this like halfway anti-Semitic chat are about to tell you, if you love Israel so much, why don't you go fucking live in Israel since you spend so much time simping for it on this goddamn podcast?
Complicated. My response is get the hell out of here. Stop doing drugs. Why are you on your moral high horse where you think you could look down at Americans, yet you have your superior...
Stop with these bullshit stories. They're faking. We know it, dude.
Your superiority complex with your Quran.
Eddie Bombay, thanks so much for the 100 bits. You laugh, but Kash Patel is probably using a government jet, dropping his GF off to those same festivals. He could be there collecting intel. Take that, liberals. Be careful. She might sue your ass because she's suing people for defamation for claiming that she is Mossad.
You're talking about which one is it? Yeah. By the way, if you live this life anywhere in the Middle East,
my net worth, the story is fake. It's obviously fucking fake, and it's an analogy that goes absolutely nowhere. Even if it were real, I don't even know what the point of this is.
What would they do with you?
Well, like, we should not be letting people that are like religious hypocrites into the United States. So then just don't let any religious people in ever, because every single fucking religious person is a fucking hypocrite in some way, shape, or form.
If you look like states won't tolerate this life.
Exactly.
Most of
they'll be
them won't
but they'll tolerate it.
Yeah, and by the way, the difference, the risk with what you have in America is freedom of speech. That's the risk, because freedom of speech allows people to gaslight and confuse the hell out of people, and
freedom of speech is a risk. Freedom of speech is a risk, you guys. Thank you so much for telling me about what the Constitution and freedom of speech means. Checks notes, PBD, naturalized U.S. citizen, Iranian expat, Christian immigrant. Hello, I'm going to be lectured about what freedom of speech actually fucking means and what is or is not a fucking risk to this country by a naturalized U.S. citizen. Get the fuck out of here.
Most people for it. By the way, the difference, the risk with what you have in America is freedom of speech. That's the risk.
Aren't you supposed to leave this mindset behind when you become a U.S. citizen? It's not a fucking risk.
Freedom of speech allows people to gaslight and confuse the hell out of people, and most people fall trap.
Did you know that if the government freedom of speech is pretty scary, you guys? Did you know people can lie? They can lie without fear of reprisal. Scary shit.
That. You do. 80% of people have fallen trap for, some of the propaganda that's taking place, and but that's not going to stop. But I want to get to the next story. Sure. I'm going to get to the next story because we got a lot of other things to go through as well. Now, while this is happening, economy-wise, Tom, I'm going to come to you with this one here. So, U.S.-Iran war tax.
Dude, why did they change this? I don't understand why they did this studio change. PBD spends most of his time with his head down like this in this one, and it wasn't like that in the other studio. It's only like that here because of what the angle is.
Begins to hit American businesses and consumers. And I'm going to go to two of these stories combined together, Tom, and then I'll turn it over to you. So, number one, Nick Friedman, co-founder of Tampa-based College Hunks Hall and Junk and business has been.
Let's hear them react to Ro Khanna calling for Trump's impeachment and why they argue that Trump is actually very, very smart and analyzes large data sets on a daily basis and actually knows exactly what he's doing.
Ro Khanna comes out and says if the Democrats win the midterms, guess what they want to do? They want to impeach the president. Listen to this one here. Go for it.
Win the House and possibly the Senate in November, there's a better than even chance Donald Trump gets impeached again.
Absolutely. He should be impeached now. I mean, he's taken us into a disastrous war, threatening war crimes in Iran in terms of knocking out plants and knocking out electricity. And the Democrats will impeach him once we take back the House and should impeach him for all the things he's done. And depending on the Senate, he may face conviction if we get to 60, especially if his numbers keep going down and the Epstein issue continues to be a vulnerable.
They're leaking it.
They're leaking it.
Are we surprised, guys?
Yeah, and by the way, on Kalshi, if you want to go to Kalshi, man, can you imagine without these markets for you to be able
Are we just not going to engage with anything that Ro Khanna said there? Hello?
See what's going on with the markets.
What's the temperature? Well, what's the pulse?
Kalshi is saying he will be impeached.
He will be.
Before June 1st, 2028, it's 80% almost.
Look at the volume.
If you go before January 1st, it's 13%. Before June 1st.
So, are we ever again going to critically engage with anything that Ro Khanna said there? Or are we just going to go to the fucking Kalshi prediction markets for if Trump's going to be impeached?
Even before June 1st.
He's not going to be impeached before the fucking midterms. There's absolutely, when literally like 3 lonely Republican voices are calling him out for calling to wipe out an entire fucking civilization, this party is going to join to impeach him, let alone like remove him from office. It's not happening.
Okay? It's 4%. Now, the reason why June 1st is not a likely one, that's a pure gamble, is because they don't have control to be able to do it. The reason why the January 1st is a good position is what? When is midterms?
November.
So 12.9, those are pretty good odds right there to be looking at that, but they got 70% chances of him being impeached before January 1st.
This ugly ass set. They're doing like this huge like panoramic pan of it. These like goofy ass fucking like giant chess pieces. Like the fact that it looks like a Lids fucking storefront. Like why?
Of 2028. So Your thoughts on what Ro Khanna just said? Are you surprised?
No, absolutely not. And that's why it drives me back, Pat, which the Pam Bondi firing and all this stuff.
Yeah, it looks like they're in a Foot Locker.
Of the accountability factor of the other side, we have gotten none of it. Absolutely none. And the only two people, I said this last week.
Wait, what?
On the firing and all this stuff, the accountability factor of the other side, we have gotten none of it. Absolutely none. And the only two people, I said this last week, were Jim Comey and Letitia James, and they indicted them, and in 1 week they were like, oh, this person did this, and the judge, and they're done.
Wait, accountability of the other side? I thought he was talking about Democrats, but is he talking about like the people that they've gone after, that like Pam Bondi was supposed to like prosecute, like James Comey and stuff like that?
They're not even hiding it anymore. He's telling you on, what was that, CNN or MSNBC, Robbie?
MS Now.
Now. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about MSNBC. They're telling you exactly what they're going to do, which they have been doing for the past 8 years. Okay? And this is what the Republican Party needs to understand and wake up. All the AutoPen, all these people, Ilhan Omar, they keep launching and writing letters. If you don't start going after...
Oh my God, this goes to show that Trump has made the dumbest fucking move possible by attempting to have Pam Bondi weaponize the DOJ flagrantly and shamelessly to the extent that he did, because he literally gave her an impossible task, okay? She is not, like, the DOJ just does not have the ability in a society like this that still has ostensibly some checks and balances and has not consolidated that much power, despite the enormous amount of power that lays with the executive branch. Okay, like, they still can't just like prosecute people for like completely zero bullshit reasons. Like, they actually have to go through like the motions of filing things in court and presenting things to judges. Some of those are like, many of those are not Trump appointees. They're judges that were appointed by past Democrats, and some of them are Trump appointees, and they're still shooting this shit down. The Supreme Court has shut Trump down on a couple of key notable things, like the tariffs. Okay, like, he wanted her to be a fucking wizard, and the reality is like, you were just setting, like, whoever it is. I mean, Pam Bondi is like a ridiculously incompetent for many, many reasons. But honestly, she was always going to be a scapegoat and a fall guy and pushed off a glass cliff, because she just cannot do like that office. That the AG is just not imbued with that much power. So all of these people are like, wow, she sucks at her job. But it's like, that's literally just not part of her job. If you knew anything about this, like what her role is supposed to be, it's actually not supposed to be a person that has a fucking gun that can put somebody in jail at will. It doesn't work that way. They actually do have to prosecute people. They have to make arguments in court. They have to have legal bases to lock people up. They can't just fucking imprison them.
After them, they're going to come after you. And this is not even hiding. And the way that it's looking, Kalshi's no joke. I've been doing some research. They don't miss. The people that are doing all the volume, they know what they're talking.
It wasn't for lack of trying. Like, she just was never going to be able to do it, because those people were not guilty of crimes. They were not good political figures to go after, because there's not even like any sort of bullshit pretext like you could with like Hunter Biden, for example. Okay, not saying that there was like, you know, evidence of partisanship there or anything like that. I'm being serious when I say that. Like, that wasn't like a corrupt trial or something, whatever. Like, there really wasn't.
Talking about, and it's not going to look good for him.
Like, he got in trouble because he actually did break the law.
Okay, at all. So I hope that it's worth it, because they're all there laughing. Ilhan Omar, they're all laughing. They're like, yeah, launch another investigation. Gavin Newsom, billions of dollars. Yeah, we don't know nothing. And they come to Congress, Pat, and they laugh in their faces. They laugh in their faces because that's all they do. Comer and all these guys. And I love Kennedy, but he's a comedian in there. What are you guys actually doing? If this was the other way around, everybody and their mother, they would arrest your dogs.
Dude,
your dogs would be in.
He's not even wrong, because he's pointing to the fact that like Congress has largely been like a sitting duck. But he doesn't actually see the relationship that exists between the fact that their daddy Trump is getting so much done through executive order illegally, I might add, that he has left Congress to be a fucking lame duck, because they're not patient enough to actually put anything through Congress, which is gridlocked. But like, they have the numbers and majorities in both houses, so they could do that, but they don't want to have to go through the work of actually whipping votes for the unpopular shit that Trump wants to fucking do, like the SAVE Act, which even even John Thune can actually read and understand that might not necessarily benefit Republicans, even though that's obviously the intention of it. So yeah, he's like, how come Congress is just sitting on their ass doing nothing? It's like, because this president insists doing breaking the law, ignoring ignoring the courts, ignoring things that like laws that his office is supposed to be in compliance in, and he just does whatever, and he tries to do everything through executive action. That's why Congress isn't doing anything.
In jail. Like, what are we doing? And they're going to come after him. By the way, this isn't a threat. Ro Khanna, that's promising.
It's also why a lot of shit that Trump is doing can just be undone instantly with the next admin, because he's doing too much through executive action. Anything that's done through executive action by one head of state can be undone the next time that there's somebody else in the office of the presidency.
Listen, they get 60 in the Senate, it's a wrap. They're going to convict them.
By the way, the Senate, they all also have on Kalshi.
That's what
it just flipped. So if you go look at what Senate was,
PBD still on Kalshi.
It was supposed to be like not even close, but right now they're officially up on Senate as well. So they take House, they take Senate,
and the presidency.
You know what
it's
happens
over.
next? Yeah,
it's over.
You know what happens next? So, Tom, thoughts?
Yeah, the risk is that it'll be right now with the races that are out there. I'll just do the math for you. The risk is 52-48, which means you only need 8 Republicans to vote for.
Have you considered a, by the way, counter PBD? I should, right?
Impeachment, because remember the Senate, the way it will work. The House impeaches. And what that really means is that the president's been indicted. And it's horrible and it's political. We've been now using impeachment just to say we're mad. It's complete BS. But when you take that to the Senate, then the Senate holds the trial. The Senate votes 60-40, you're done. And so that's why the midterms are so important. And it makes me very nervous, Pat, because 52-48 on election day, they only need 8 senators from the Republican side to walk across, and there's like 4 of them.
Only 8 senators, as if that's not like a huge number of senators to fucking flip. Are you serious? It's difficult to get 1 or 2 senators to flip, and you're talking about 8.
That they have that they know would vote that way. So I see 56 votes right now based on now, which is why it's so important to get for economic things to happen this summer. It's so important to get a ceasefire and get the war done on our terms with the
What economic things does he need to get done this summer? He's going to keep pointing to the big beautiful bill as the thing that he already did, and the other nobody's even talking about the government being reopened or anything like that, even though it's still shut down, is because Trump illegally signed an executive order that would pay TSA, even though he literally doesn't have the power to be doing that. Of course, Democrats won't say a fucking word because they don't want to complain about TSA getting funded, even though it's a huge power grab by the president to be doing that shit.
Right outcome.
If they want to shut down the government and they want to hold up budget negotiations, they should be forced to own all of the fucking unpopular externalities that are a result of their policies.
It's so important for
also, an ad break starts in like a minute, and if you want to avoid that, you could subscribe to me or use your Twitch Prime sub thing so you can get access to cute emotes as well as an ad-free experience, or maybe if you cross your fingers, be the recipient of somebody's generosity who will gift you a sub. That way you don't have to. Or you could be the person who gifts my community subs.
That to get done so Americans can sit back and say, wait, look at the manufacturing jobs. I see the point of what happened here. They don't have to like it, just like you don't like chemotherapy, but you have to get through it. And I think we're being led.
Could I ask you a question, Tommy? By what date does it need to turn around before it's over for the midterms? What?
Puck My Life, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs that you've gifted. Really, really, really appreciate it. And I'm sure everybody who's on the receiving end of your generosity also appreciates it as well. I'd be generous, you do. Thank you so much.
Give me a date, Tom.
Pre-World Cup. Pre-World Cup.
Pre-World Cup.
You know why? You know why it's pre-World Cup? Because World Cup's going to be the biggest distraction for the American people to forget about what happened.
What the fuck?
When is that, July?
June. Starts in June, July. The championship, I think, is at 17th or the 19th. It's pre-World Cup.
Yeah, you know how it's like $90 to fill up your car's gas tank, and it wasn't like that like a month ago? Don't worry, the World Cup is on at 7 p.m. What the fuck? What?
Pre-World Cup. If you can pull it off pre-World Cup.
I mean, like, I thought I had a low opinion of the average American, but holy fuck, he really thinks you could just jingle keys in front of people and they're not going to notice any of the fucking, the war blaring on in the background that's affecting things on the home front.
America's going to move on. If you can.
Yeah, Americans famously care about soccer.
Post-World Cup, it's going to be a shit show. So to me, whatever World Cup is, pre-World Cup, you have to be done with Iran.
Got you.
You have to be done with it. This is my
Again, otherwise they're taking away that FIFA World Peace Prize.
Opinion on what I think it's got to be pre-World Cup. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that.
Regarding the impeachment, look, there's one thing that's the guiding light of the far left Democratic Party, and that is Trump derangement syndrome. There's too many.
Again, and they are complaining. Like, I just can't get over the fact that they are literally complaining about there's gridlock in Congress and stuff like that. It's like, dude, it's your party occupying the executive. It's your party that has a majority in Congress. It's your party that has a majority in the Senate and the Supreme Court. And you're like, why can't no one do anything? That's your party. Holy fuck. And holy fuck. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. I really appreciate it. PBD equals I'll just say PDF Bozo defense. They defend this. Of course they do. Of course they were like, they don't just defend it. They're the fucking cheerleaders for this shit. Adam was like reaching low levels of popularity with the fucking audience. I'm sure you're known from if you watch Aaron Brown, because he couldn't stop defending the fucking like Trump's caginess surrounding the release of the Epstein files. He could have just said nothing, but no, he had to play defense for it. He had to be soy about it and say, well, kind of. He couldn't bring himself to be completely soy, but it's so obvious that the reason why he hated the Epstein shit was because it was ginning up anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and right-wing spaces, which he's obviously fucking a part of.
Major things going on in the world right now. Tell me if you agree or not. That's shaping the world and shaping America. On one hand, you have hardcore Trump derangement syndrome that people can't think straight. And on the other hand, you have Israel derangement syndrome where they can't think straight. You want to...
Yep, these are the two strongest forces in America. There's too much hatred of Trump. Yeah, definitely true. And there's too much hatred of Israel. Yeah, that's really what's bringing, this is how much... Oh my God. I don't even know where to start with this. Like, where do you start with this when this is the fucking level of analysis going on from this fucking brain-dead moron? Like, I almost forgot to fucking get to this. Holy shit. Hold on. Israel derangement syndrome. Like, gee, wonder why people could possibly think that. Let's just read a few opening paragraphs from this New York Times exclusive. How Trump took the U.S. to war with Iran. In a series of Situation Room meetings, President Trump weighed his instincts against the deep concerns of his VP and a pessimistic intelligence assessment. Here's the inside story of how he made the fateful decision. So this was a massive story published by the New York Times 2 days ago now. The black SUV carrying Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu arrived at the White House just before 11 a.m. on February 11th. The Israeli leader who had been pressing for months for the United States to agree to a major assault on Iran was whisked inside with a little ceremony out of view of reporters, primed for one of the most high-stakes moments in his long career. U.S. and Israeli officials gathered first in the cabinet room adjacent to the Oval Office. Then Mr. Netanyahu headed downstairs for the main event, a highly classified presentation on Iran for President Trump and his team in the White House Situation Room, which was rarely used for in-person meetings with foreign leaders. Mr. Trump sat down, but not in his usual position at the head of the room's mahogany conference table. Instead, the president took a seat on one side, facing the large screens mounted along the wall. Mr. Netanyahu sat on the other side, directly opposite the president. Gee, I wonder why we have Israel derangement syndrome going on, notwithstanding the fucking genocide that they're bloodletting in Gaza. Yeah, totally normal for a foreign head of state to be like coming into the White House, meeting with the president and showing him information that apparently the United States doesn't have on Iran and leading these discussions. Wonder why.
The people and you want to have social justice, but you're silent on the people of Iran. Everywhere you look, it's double standard, hypocrisy, double standard, hypocrisy. And then you get so emotionally triggered that when you see Trump, whatever he says or does, you want to do the opposite. And you want to know why I know this? Because it happened to me. I remember when I looked at Trump, I was like, I can't even make sense of what he's saying because I can't even hear the words he's saying. Guys, I'll say this to my core. Have you ever disliked Trump? Like genuinely disliked Trump? Never?
Not me.
Okay. You ever disliked Trump? Okay.
No.
You ever hated Trump?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest though. When he was on Apprentice, I wasn't like a fan. Like
Okay.
I would look at him like, oh, what is this show
You weren't
about?
a fan, but
once he ran,
you
what
never
they did to
disliked
him,
or hated,
forget it.
did
No,
you?
I don't hate
Let me
anybody.
tell you something. There was a point where I was like, oh my God.
But he's one of those guys. I don't hate anybody.
Watching Russia every single day. There was a point where I literally thought.
Did you hear the Gottheimer interview? He tried to pretend like Bibi going to the Situation Room isn't a big deal. No, I didn't see that. Jesus Christ.
In 2016, 2017, this guy is compromised. He's a Russian asset. He's a Russian puppet. I fell victim to this. I know what it's like to genuinely be like, oh my God. And then I came out of it.
Thank God.
And look at me now. I love America. I love Trump. I love what's going on. I've always loved America. If I still felt...
Is anyone falling for this again? Let's just check back in one more time with the live chat. Does anybody fall for Adam's grift, which he does painfully, obviously, and horribly? It is just so clear that he's pandering.
The power of this TDS. Do you not understand how
The future looks gay. Got him.
insane these people are at this point?
Adam,
There's no coming back from
Adam,
that.
imagine these are
That
governors
is their-
and senators
that is
that
their-
have it that are going to go after him.
Bingo, that's my point.
That's scary.
It
He's overcompensating.
doesn't stop just because you're a regular citizen or you're watching on YouTube or whether you're a government official. Trump is in your brain. TDS is a real thing. IDS is a real thing.
I have Adam derangement syndrome.
People can't act logically. And that's what's going on here. And he apparently will be trying to get impeached again.
Adam,
but it won't work.
Adam, and really fast, Pat, not even 30 seconds. They've been, since 2016, he won. Russia collusion, impeachments, destroy his name, take all his money, his whole family, ruin his thing. Letitia James, Comey, dude, how many forces around this guy? Then they shoot him in the head. Then they try to kill him, the freaking Ukrainian guy, and he's still going. And this is past Trump, the Ranger syndrome. He is the enemy.
Hello, Straighterade, how's it going? I'm tired of winning.
Donald Trump is the enemy to the left, and that's why everything that they are about is just get him. Gavin Newsom is the front runner. All he talks about is Donald Trump, and it's not the TDS, Adam. He thinks that that's the guy that he's running against, and it's past that.
Let me answer. You could say a lot of things about Trump and be angry at Trump and things. I say erase Trump's name and look at the things he's trying to do. Those are the things the left is trying to destroy.
Yep.
And one of the ways they're trying to destroy it is by painting him as the implementer, as this great Satan. And so I'm not on that page.
Oh my God, literally, dude, they're so fucking lazy to try to act like that is the criticism that's going on here.
With just, accepting that, well, maybe it's a personality.
Like, what is this? Like, why is it necessary to, combine, again, to now make it seem like you opposing Trump, only, crazy people in Iran would do that. There could be no domestic dissidents of Trump or a president within their own country, even though they know that half the country didn't fucking vote for this guy. What?
Leader. It's a leader with the guts to put these policies and these programs on the table that are necessary. And we're seeing in the jobs report that some of them are getting traction. You can be upset about the war and things like that, but we just rescued a guy, right? And, say what you will.
Why are we fighting in YouTube chat? What is going on? Chill.
It's leadership right now that has been driving through. There's a lot of things that need to be corrected, and I'd love to see it all happen before
let me do
World Cup,
this.
as Pat said.
Yeah, if they get it before World Cup, and it's so important to do. After World
I'm
Cup,
happy you said that, because now you put it in my head.
It's screwed. You are so screwed after World Cup. Oh, if there's any counsel.
PBD is still, he's literally just off in his own world, still on his but the World Cup is really going to turn this around, you guys.
I would give is finish this thing up before World Cup. You can't have it continue. World Cup's going to be the best thing that happened to Trump's.
Trump's going to wrap it up, man. The World Cup. Do you think he brought this up on the phone call with Trump? Do you think he floated that to him? You really have to get this under control before the World Cup, man. But if not, don't worry, because the World Cup will distract everyone.
Administration, if this is over with. It has to be so amazing, because there's going to be something big that's going to happen in the World Cup that we're all going to get distracted with. Ronaldo and Portugal is going to win their first World Cup. He's sitting on. Messi's going to win.
This is worse than Fox News.
Second one. A event where one team beats another team and it's the enemy and it's so political. It's going to be stuff that's going to happen that we're all going to be distracted.
Spain loses
positive distraction. World Cup is the best positive distraction.
And then
for
the icing on the cake, July 4th, 250.
250.
So just when you're doing the World Cup.
Yeah.
Distraction, having fun.
Sure. So let me do this.
Then July 4th.
While this is going on,
holy shit! Fucking Burger Empire, Burger Reich. If they actually think that fireworks and the fucking World Cup are going to be enough to distract everybody to the point that they just forget about the contempt that they're holding for the Republican Party, and come the midterms, it'll probably be a fucking toss-up every single race that we've got going on here. Yeah.
To spend $19 million of taxpayer money in the state of California to hire a PR firm to make them look better.
It's insane to watch somebody who's so much of his head is visible, but still simultaneously he's actually burying it in the sand, even though it doesn't look like it.
Guess who?
No, tell us.
A guy named Gavin.
No way.
You wouldn't say. I don't believe
$19 million of taxpayer funds on a New York PR firm to polish California's image. The governor's office of Bureau Business and Economic Development.
No surprise there. If news, I actually wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. Fishback tells black men that they should be lynched.
With the other governor.
This is the guy who's running to replace DeSantis now that he's going to be term limited out for governor of Florida.
In the gubernatorial race that is in Florida, James Fishback, that we had on a podcast, actually like some of the ideas that he had. He had a moment. Something happened. A guy approached him, and apparently he told him you should be lynched. I didn't even believe this story at first when I saw it, so I want to play this for you. By the way, he's doing a very good job.
Why? The dude who wastes his time going on Piers Morgan panels to debate OnlyFans star Sophie Rain and defend this stupid OnlyFans syntax. Wow, can't believe he would make this inflammatory comment. The guy who wouldn't disavow a fucking endorsement from Nick Fuentes. Can't believe he told a black man to go get lynched.
Job going and shaking hands. So marketing-wise, he's good. But this was This was a
Marketing wise, he's good.
terrible moment. Go ahead, Rob.
Like, just read his Wikipedia page, literally accused of having an inappropriate relationship with the minor that he denied, and then he went on to like move in with that minor.
Why is he not answering the question, bro?
They weren't a minor at the time that he moved in. They like the second that she turned like 18 or whatever, they moved in together.
Answer the question, dude. Did you smash? Was it missionary? Back shots? What was it?
Listen, I don't want you ever speaking about women in our state like that ever again.
I mean, I don't want you ever smashing girls, teenage girls, in our state ever again. So promise me, never smash a minor again.
Why haven't I been arrested?
I don't know.
Why haven't I been arrested?
I don't know.
You should
Why
be
hasn't
lynched.
Trump been?
You should be lynched.
I should be lynched.
Like that.
I should be lynched.
Yes.
Holy shit, I did not know it was going to be fucking related to that. I'd not seen this clip. Hold on, let me read his like his Wikipedia so like you can know what the context for this is. So this guy, James Thomas Fishback, who's born in 1995, he's 31, is an American investor and political candidate for the Republican nomination in the 2026 Florida gubernatorial election. Campaign, racial comments. Again, according to Vox, Fishback is a white supremacist who espouses openly racist and anti-Semitic views and has close ties to individuals in the Gripper movement. The Verge considers Fishback to be a white supremacist candidate. His comments have been described by a large of media. Oops, this needs to be cleaned up. Probably large number of media organizations and politicians across the political spectrum as racist, but it's very vague, but it's like not hard to substantiate that. Goy slop. Fishback advocates against junk food in school cafeterias, calling it goy slop, an anti-Semitic term used to claim that Jews control the fast food industry with the purpose of making non-Jews unhealthy. When asked about why he used the term, Fishback replied, "Because it's funny, get a life." Dude, it was like gonna be such an L to ask him that question. He was like begging people to ask him that fucking question. Lynching comments. This is what we're looking at. On March 11, 2026, Fishback announced he had been banned from all Florida locations of Waffle House after attempting to tour all of the chain's locations in the state. Okay, just announced that you got owned by Waffle House. Where is the... I don't care about his views. Nobody cares about his views. Here it is, a sexual grooming allegation. In 2022, the Broward County School District cut ties with Fishback and his organization Incubate Debate, following allegations that he sexually groomed a 16-year-old girl employed by Incubate Debate. So weird. Fishback was 27 at the time. The allegations led to the resignation of a debate board member. Fishback threatened the parent who made the allegation with legal action. Fishback and the girl moved in together in spring 2023 after she turned 18 and were briefly engaged in 2024 before breaking up publicly. Fishback has denied any inappropriate contact prior to the girls reaching the age of consent, a denial which she disputes. A judge rejected her January 2025 request for a restraining order against Fishback for alleged harassment after the relationship's end due to a lack of evidence. Fishback has denied wrongdoing and stated that he had never been arrested, charged with, or convicted of a crime. Do with that what you will. Again, 16-year-old girl, 27 at the time. He's forced to leave because of an allegation made, and then the second she turns 18, they move in and they're briefly engaged. Cinemarxism, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, you guys. We are looking into the sordid history of Republican wannabe gubernatorial, candidate, nominee. Where are we in this process or whatever? He still hasn't captured the Republican nomination. The sexual grooming allegations that seem pretty credible that Fishback faced that led him to call for a black man to be lynched just because he brought them up.
Did you smash?
Very lynched. I didn't even believe this story at first when I saw it, so I want to play this for you. By the way, he's doing.
And I'm going to shout out Cinemarxism for anybody who doesn't follow him already. He makes excellent content and is a wonderful streamer.
Very good job going and shaking hands. So, marketing wise, he's good, but this was a terrible moment. Go ahead, Rob.
Why is he not answering the question, bro?
I'm happy to answer the question, dude.
Did you smash? Was it missionary? Back shots? What was it?
Listen, I don't want you ever speaking about women in our state like that ever again.
I mean, I don't want you ever smashing girls, teenage girls, in our state ever again. So promise me, never smash a minor again.
Why haven't I been arrested?
I don't know.
Why haven't I been arrested?
I don't know.
You should
Why
be
hasn't
lynched.
Trump been?
You should be lynched.
I should be lynched.
Like that.
I should be lynched.
Yes, you should be lynched.
Lynch all pedophiles.
I agree. I will lynch every single Epstein criminal in this country.
Start yourself tonight. Start yourself tonight, sir.
Why haven't I been arrested?
What does lynch mean?
Hanging by a rope. like old, like
was that
KKK,
what did Rob?
He spoke.
Oh my
maybe
God. Did PBD just ask, what does lynch mean? How does he not know that? I realize that English is a second language, but Jesus Christ, he's genuinely confused.
hanging by a rope.
Why haven't I been arrested?
What does lynch mean?
Hanging by a rope, like
God.
old, like
Was that
KKK.
guy
What did Rob?
black he spoke to?
Maybe there's different definitions for lynch.
No,
Am I the one
there's not, PBD. What are you talking about?
that is confused here?
Of a
Can you
mob.
pull up the definition?
Yes, you're the only one confused here. Everybody knows what lynching means, dude.
To kill
It's a
someone
highly
is
racialized term that he made in response to that black guy calling him out for his fucking disgusting alleged behavior.
especially by hanging for an alleged offense with or without a legal
How does he have his own show? I don't fucking know. We need a complete and total shutdown on podcast equipment being sold to right-wingers until we know what the hell is going on.
trial.
with or without a legal trial. That's what they used to do in the South.
So he said to the black
To a
guy,
black guy.
you should be lynched.
Unfreaking believable. Yeah.
Is
I didn't
this
believe
the
I
end
couldn't.
of is this the end of it?
I have no words for this. This is
The end of what? What do you mean? It's a bad enough comment on its own.
Can't use that word. That is just the most horrifying word that goes back to the South and what happened to innocent people. You can't use that
Say it, Tom. Yes, slavery.
word. You can't say, "Oh, I meant like the old."
Rob, is this AI or is this? Can you check to see
No,
if that's
this
real?
is real.
Why can't he believe this? This is obviously fucking real. This guy is a fucking endorsement from Nick Fuentes. Why is it so hard to believe that he would make a racist comment towards somebody?
Check it to see if it's real. There's no way this is real.
Oh my God.
It's real.
The cope.
Are you positive?
He definitely said that.
Yes, like Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10. PBD doesn't know what lynch means. Yes, he absolutely does, and he's playing dumb because he clearly wanted to get this guy on the fucking podcast. He clearly wanted to campaign for him. He probably still will. Watch him turn around and still do it. They will ask for they will accept any apology, anything that even, just could vaguely be construed as regretful or apologetic, even if it's for cynical reasons, so they can bring him onto the fucking show. Because he probably was not expecting that reaction from the co-hosts.
Yeah, he said
This isn't AI.
No, that's real.
PPD's about to say, are we sure this isn't a reference to states' rights or something?
What the hell is he thinking?
Well, there's probably one thing on his mind.
I think he got triggered because the guy came after him and
I'm
what
genuinely shocked they aren't defending him. I know.
he said about
He's
young
typically
girls. He got
very
triggered.
quick with it, right? He's typically very
No, he's
quick
good.
with it.
He knows how to speak, but what do you even, where'd your brain go? It's like the Michael Richards at the Laugh Factory. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Oh my God.
That was painful.
Well, that's where he's
that
going.
man is a
Yeah.
bad person.
Yeah.
Bad person.
Yeah.
Bad person.
This is a horrible look.
horrible.
That's gonna haunt him. That's gonna haunt him.
Look, I'll just gonna be like normal and sensible. I think his chances of becoming governor are completely in the basement now. They're crumbling. He had a 10% chance.
Oh my God. Yeah, this is the thing that's really doing him in. It's like, dude, you were not fucking paying attention. This guy is literally, again, unironically uses terms like Goyslop. The fact that he had these allegations circulating was obviously going to come to the forefront the more media attention that he got. The fact that, again, he allegedly groomed a 16-year-old girl at a high school that he worked with his organization when he was 27. They led to the resignation of a board member, and then he threatened the parents who made the allegation with legal action, and then he and the girl moved in together after she turned 18 and were briefly engaged in 2024 before publicly breaking up. His chances were already, again. But then again, it's the fucking Republican Party, so what do I fucking know?
It's a week ago. Now it's down to 5%. But bigger than anything, more than likely...
They're not even mentioning the pedo allegation, just the bad optics of being... Yeah, they're not even touching that part. They literally, they're just only... That's just getting into the comments.
We're about to have our first black governor in Florida history, Byron Donalds, who we know. And by the way, I like Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. I'm just not sure of his chances right now. But the most likely governor is going to be Byron Donalds. And James Fishback is trying to take Byron Donalds' job. And here you have a black man who's a capable person endorsed by Trump.
Why are you framing it this way, Adam? You're making it sound like fucking DEI, like he's owed that position or whatever. He's stealing a black man's job. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here. What are you saying? This is not the audience that's going to like hearing that message.
Says and does the great thing. Some people might disagree. So a lot of people agree. And now you're going to announce your candidacy and try to basically
Dumbass took the bait. I mean, literally.
Tax women and do this whole thing he talks about. And then he's
W Fishback. Look at this fucking disgusting audience.
Allegedly has these stories with his women where you're going to look at a black man who supports Byron Donalds, I assume, and tell him you're going to be lynched. This is not only the end of his governor chances.
Oh my God. Dude, that fucking casual racism from Adam. Why the fuck would you assume that black guy, endorses Byron. What? Because he's also black?
This model, and then he's allegedly has these stories with his women, but you're going to look at a black man.
Allegedly has these stories with this women, again, just like glossing over that.
This whole thing he talks about, and then he's allegedly has these stories with his women, but you're going to look at a black man who supports Byron Donalds, I assume, and tell him you're going to be lynched.
Why would you assume that? Why would you assume that this black guy who is criticizing Fishback supports the like other Republican nominee that's like trying to get there? What?
This is not only the end of his governor chances, this might be the end of his career. Who says that to a black man? Lynched? Are you kidding me?
And then it shifts it and goes, I'm going to do it to every single Epstein. What do you
Listen,
talk?
you can have all the greatest talking points. You can have all the debate statistics.
How old is he?
I think he's in his early 30s. I'm assuming.
You can't.
But this to me is going to haunt his career for the rest of his life.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, that could haunt him in his business career. You can't.
Is he doing he's doing electability in DEI? Is he liberal? He's like the former liberal. He was like the token liberal for a while, but then he like slowly grifted over to be like full MAGA. And even PBD is like, he's more MAGA than I am because he's that shameless with it. He overdoes it.
And talk like that. That's
he's not saying, hey, I'm going to kick you out of here. I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to get you. You told a black man to his face, I'm going to lynch you. Have you ever used that word in your life?
Listen, he interviewed with Piers Morgan on that OnlyFans girl.
Yeah,
that they were going back and forth 50% tax, and he had some of the ideas which were creative ideas, but you can't talk like that. And this is to me,
creative ideas like stupid PR moves saying that you're going to do a sin tax on OF.
This is the part where some of the guys on social get so out of control.
Really has his finger on the pulse of on the pulse of the Florida electorate. Like, honestly, I'm like, don't get me wrong. There's always going to be fucking reactionary people that support bullshit like that. But it's one thing to like a policy like that. It's another to actually like, it's not going to be enough to like get people in the voting booth and shit like that. And if we're going to do these sorts of sin taxes, why are you like taxing the fucking models? You should be taxing the fucking consumers of that shit. Then we probably would hear less of a peep out of me because I would find it funny, but.
Control with the way they talk. They don't realize the consequences with that long term. You know, they don't realize it. But anyways, okay, sounds good. Next story. Mamdani's gun violence comments after killing of a 7-month-old baby sparks outrage. I don't know if any of you saw this one or not.
I saw the actual...
OnlyFans models. I know, they don't make that much. The cruelty is the fucking point. Let's see. Mamdani under fire over gun violence comment? What is this?
You know, I saw the surveillance inside the CT cam of inside where the mother realizes that her kid was hit with a stray bullet from a gang shooting outside. It's in the care. Oh, dude, it was hard to.
Mamdani is facing criticism from local politicians and onlookers on social media after comments he made that critics say places blame on gun rather than criminals in an incident involving the shooting death of a 7-month-old child.
Okay, so this already sounds fake outrage from the right. So like not his constituents, but whatever.
Brooklyn, and this is what Mamdani had to say.
This is not the first family in our city to know this pain.
This says Mamdani calls for action on gun violence after fatal shooting of 7-month-old in Brooklyn.
Too many children have never grown up into becoming adults. Too many parents have had to bury.
I swear every other day Mamdani is unfortunately like making statements and like talking about like fucking people getting like killed or facing crime.
Those that they love the most. We cannot accept this as normal in our city. We cannot grow numb to this pain. And today is a devastating reminder of just how much more work there is to be done to combat gun violence across this city. I send my deepest condolences to all those carrying the weight of this enormous loss. As we grieve this loss, I am grateful for the NYPD's continued work to find all those responsible for this murder and to bring them to justice.
So, New York City Republican Councilman Vicky Palladino said the following: literally anything but blaming the criminals who our system releases onto our streets repeatedly over and over and over again with no consequences. She said this on X. Tom, thoughts?
Excuse me. So you can look at this and say, well,
dude, there's always going to be criminality in a society. There doesn't necessarily always have to be guns. You can place restrictions on the means by which people carry out crimes. Hello? Yes.
Well, very nice
You're
thing.
You're actually like getting at the root of crime when you do stuff like that instead of just condemning criminals.
Mayor said it appears to hit all the right tones until it stops short of condemning the criminal. And I think that's exactly what they're pointing out. And it's like, you can be made, because you look at that, that wasn't coming from the heart. He's reading prepared comments.
Because this is not about reading the riot act of some random criminal. The whole point is to draw attention to these like very unfortunate deaths and see if what you can do to mobilize public support for policies that are going to reduce harm overall, not just punish one individual person who will face swift justice if you killed a 7-month-old with a fucking gun.
And it's a difference between reading a prepared comment.
What's wrong with that statement? Absolutely nothing. They're just mad that Mamdani is not a fucking right-winger and is somebody who actually approaches crime from a systemic analysis and understands like the root issue, the root causes of it.
And coming to the microphone, and if you look in the history, people like Andrew Cuomo were just phenomenal. Ronald Reagan were phenomenal. Clinton, of coming to the microphone and being able to speak from the heart about things.
Reagan did gun control. Reagan literally did gun control. He's like the worst example that you could have pointed to of a Republican that can fucking speak with clarity on this specific issue, because he literally did gun control after he faced an assassination attempt. Hello?
He's sitting
here
reading.
The whole thing. It's like the one thing that he gets singled out for as a Republican who did that shit. Trump also did that with like a bump stock ban.
Prepared comments that leave out, why is this happening? And what are you doing about that? He praises the police. That's a good
Eddie
thing.
Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Trump did gun control too. I think it was, right? It was like bump stock bans or something like that.
He gives condolences to the people that they're lost. That's a good thing. But the city councilwoman, she's right. He stops short of, condemning criminals, because that is not.
Didn't Clinton do assault rifle ban? Didn't he want to? I can't remember if he actually did.
What the Democrats, or especially a Marxist, are in the business of doing.
Tom, this is the same guy that went to the hospital to visit the crazy person that ran after a cop in an apartment with a knife, and the cop shoots the crazy person. Mamdani doesn't visit the cop; he visits the crazy guy with the knife in the prison, like in the hospital.
So this is on brand.
This is 100% on brand. This is, by the way, he's not blaming the gangster.
Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. I grew up in Manhattan for 12 years, now life in DC, and go back there at least once a year. I know it's shocking, but violence happens. These people want to act like when you go to New York City that you are going to be, I don't even know. I can't even think of that you're going to be in like some developing country or anything like that. It's not like that in New York City anymore. Crime is not at like all-time high levels. You can be safe walking down the streets of fucking New York City, okay? I'm not saying that there aren't like shady areas or inopportune times or like you could be more likely to face crime. I'm not saying that, but like overall, yeah, it's mostly a safe city. But all cities with it have more crime.
He's not blaming the. By the way, we don't know
the crime per capita is way lower than red states. I know they love to just single it out because it's a blue city, but like all cities are blue cities. So
immigration status to these people. This is the guy that that loves defunding the police and doesn't give a damn about New Yorkers. This guy, out of all of them,
dude, he literally said in that statement he expects like the police to do something in this instance, and he's talking about him defunding the police. I wish.
The smile that he does. You want to talk about the Trojan horse? It's him. It's this Mamdani, and it's the beginning. And shame on him. Shame on you. Don't. It's not the gun. They would have stabbed each other. This is New York, bro. If they want you dead, they're gonna kill you. Okay. And if there's any bystanders,
this is like literally like you can't regulate all evil or whatever. Like no, you can't. Like, well, like what they don't. It's the same logic that applies. Like, why do they put candy at checkout in grocery stores? Okay. Oh, if you really want to eat candy, like if somebody really wants to eat candy, they're going to go get it. It's like, yes, but the whole point is that by putting it at checkout, it makes you increase the likelihood that somebody's going to buy it impulsively. Similarly, if you have a bunch of guns everywhere, we have more guns in this fucking country than people. Obviously, it's easier to commit a crime. Hello, because the means are right at your fucking disposal.
You're going to get it too. So I think it's shameful that this guy doesn't even have the decency to say, hey, listen, God rest the soul of this poor 7-year-old kid who was shot. And I saw the video. It's freaking disgusting and it's horrible. The mother lost it. Obviously, you knew what was going to happen. But the gun. Doesn't mention the gangsters. Doesn't mention where they're from or what the hell they were doing.
The gangsters? Well, like, what are we talking about? I don't even know the circumstances of this, but what do you want about a gangster? It had like nothing to fucking do with this.
Doing drugs? Was it just
drugs has something to do with this based off what it sounds like if a fucking 7-month-old is losing their life?
Thing. Shame on him.
Literally just screams like brought to you by methamphetamine.
He cares more about the freaking criminals than he does with the law enforcement or the deceased. Plain and simple.
If it was a drunk white guy, you would have heard about his race. You would have heard about
1,000%, Tom.
Adam.
Well, New Yorkers love him. Straight up.
Yeah, there's actually an epidemic of white people being named and shamed in this country when they commit crimes. What?
We're Rob
than he does with the law
He
enforcement.
really said if this had been a white perpetrator, you would have heard about his race.
The deceased, plain and simple.
If it was a drunk white guy, you would have heard about his race. You would have heard about
1,000%, Tom.
Adam.
Well, New Yorkers love him. Straight up. We're obviously very critical of Mom Downey on this show, but this is exactly what they voted for, and this is what they want. They're going to get it. So do you know Mom Downey's favorability ratings in New York? I want to say he's above water at least a dozen points. I want to say his favorability rating is somewhere around 48, and unfavorable rating is in the low 30s, which puts him at probably around plus 15. Rob, you could fact check that. Here's the reality. New York, there it is right there. He's loved by Democrats, especially progressives. He has a net favorability of somewhere in the double digits. This isn't the modern day New York.
When it's white, there are no descriptors. Literally.
Whether we like it or not.
The assumption.
New York is no longer the home of capitalism. New York is no longer, if you can make it there, you'll make it. Anyway, it's no.
Oh my God. Yes. Do the Frank Sinatra. What the fuck, Adam? Why do you do this? Why this selfie? This is fucking. He is a humiliation king. How else do I explain this? Why is he doing this?
If you like it or not. New York is no longer the home of capitalism. New York is no longer, if you can make it there, you'll make it. Anyway, it's no. Get free stuff.
Wow, is that Frank Sinatra, man? Dude.
Get free stuff, rent control, rent freeze, tax the rich. We have to stop pretending that this is the New York we've always known.
Yeah, ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
The modern day New York is crumbling, and they're electing progressive, communist, Islamist mayors. And you know what, Vinny? They love it. They want more of it. He's the highest rated Democrat. He's the face of the Democratic Party. This is the modern Democratic Party.
Yes, he is. Exactly.
Especially in New York. So do they care if some random baby gets
capitalism's over and Mamdani's
killed? Of course not. That's not their concern. They want to tax the rich. They want to eat the rich. The new New York, you want to know where the new New York is? It's called Miami Brickell. Miami World Center. Because this is where reality lives these days. You can keep the progressive fantasy land up in New York and in California.
So let me get to the next story. This next story, none of you guys marked off. I want to go to, and I think it's something we should talk about. The young couple choosing financial freedom.
What even happened in this shooting? Hold on. Both suspects indicted on murder charges in 7-month-old baby's death in Brooklyn. Let's see. East Williamsburg, Brooklyn. The two suspects arrested in last week's deadly shooting of a 7-month-old baby girl in Brooklyn have been indicted on second-degree murder and other charges. The Brooklyn District Attorney announced the indictment against Amiri Green and Matthew Rodriguez on Tuesday. The theory is acting in concert for the driver, so he would be held as accountable as the shooter, said the Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez. The suspects are also charged in the shooting of the victim's 2-year-old brother who was grazed by a bullet. The suspected gunman, waived his right to attend his first court appearance. Rodriguez, the suspected scooter driver, is still in Pennsylvania. He has waived extradition and should be back in Brooklyn by the end of the week. Both men should be arraigned on their indictment at that time. They are facing charges in connection with the death of Kyrie Patterson Moore last Wednesday in East Williamsburg. Patterson Moore was being pushed in a stroller by her mother when shots rang out in the middle of the day. As people ran for cover, the baby's mother, father, and the 2-year-old brother fled to a nearby bodega where they realized the baby had been shot. The child's father ran to the nearby Woodhull Hospital with the baby, where she was pronounced dead. The baby's family said she had just started talking and saying the word mama. Oh my God, I'm gonna be fucking sick to my stomach, dude. Her mother spoke out last week, wanting to clear the record after the NYPD said her fiance may have been the intended target. On Tuesday, Gonzalez also cast doubt on that theory. We allege that this was a targeted attempt at a person, but I am not prepared to say definitively that the father was the target, Gonzalez said. Weird. Oh, this is horrible. Like, I don't understand, like, what... Again, it's so unambiguously evil on the face of it that, like, what would be the point of being, like, condemn criminality? Say criminality is bad? It's, like, trivially obvious.
Over having children. Telegraph story on page 20 if you want to go to it. So, Allie and Charlie Higgins, Rob, you got a clip on this one, I believe, right? Are simply not willing to give up the financial independence they have, spend years building to have children. Allie, 33, a recruiter for Uber, and Charlie, 37, works for a technology company. The couple moved to...
Okay, what is this? Couples choosing financial freedom over kids. Wait a minute, this could be pretty good.
The U.S. to moved from the United States to Amsterdam for work 4 years ago, and have built up a combined household income of $210,000. What is it? Is that what is that, Tom? Is that pound?
These are pounds.
Okay, pounds. In the last couple of years, we've created a lifestyle that we've
It's adorable.
enjoyed living. We saw. Is this it, Rob?
It is.
Okay, just play the clip. Go. I can't play a 4-minute clip, Rob.
She gets to it right off the bat.
Okay, go for it.
cannot have a single alcoholic drink. They cannot go out. They cannot have any fun. No. I think we have to get our ducks in a row here, though. And one of the things that I notice, if you open any newspaper, bar The Telegraph, bar GB News, they portray family and motherhood as a complete negative. They say it ruins your looks, it ruins your finances, nothing's going to be the same again. But actually, we have to look at the economic side.
I mean, those are just true. I think people who want to become parents sort of accept those burdens.
This is not them, Rob, in the story.
Workers, we need children.
Reporters. Okay, it's okay. I can skip this. I thought they were speaking. So the couple are part of a growing group of so-called DINKs, which stands for double income, no kids. While the term was first coined in the 80s, it has surged in popularity on social media in recent years, while couples posting online about the disposable income laws and how challenging it is to lift it in financially. So there are 4.1 million sinks in America, single income, no kids, and dinks in the UK, according to insurance provider Legal in
Sinks
General.
and dinks.
Fertility rates in UK, England, and Wales are languishing at their lowest level since record began in 1938. We know what the number is right now. They're at 1.41. Okay, and 2.1 is replacement. We're at 1.58.
The fuck does he not know the British pound symbol? Isn't he a business guy? I mean, he was just verifying, okay? It's not that he didn't know. He just needed Adam to verify, okay?
They're choosing financial freedom over having kids. Tom, there's hundreds of stories
as far as I can tell, only PBD and Tom are married with kids. Adam says he has a significant other. That's what he told Dave Smith when he called him out for that. And I do not get the sense that Vinny has kids, or if he does, he's literally never mentioned them.
like this that we see. How do you process this when you hear stories like this?
So I go back and I look at the truth. I think, Pat, this could be something you do a deep dive, one of your how-tos on, and go into the data, because it'll show you that historically speaking, in Western civilization, it's the affluence of society that leads to people having less kids, not long-term. I'll talk about long-term for society, not simply wars or affordability. It's not. You can find people that'll say it's this, but on a macro scale, Pat, when you back up and you look at
I just like this guy the most. What, you're not a tomcat? You're not a tomhead? Any other tomcats in chat?
society. As that society becomes affluent, less kids come out of that society.
Gee, wonder why. I wonder. Funny how that works. The more industrialized a society becomes, the more educated a population is, the less likely they are to have a bunch of kids.
I saw last week a poll that said it was like 55% of people surveyed, why don't you have kids? 55, and they gave multiple answers, but 55% of them said one of their answers was, I just don't want to have them. You know, I think I have more freedom. And so what's very interesting.
Correct. If you don't have kids, you objectively have more freedom. If you have a baby, you have to organize your life around that fucking baby. That's how it works.
Is I see things like this, and I think it's terrible for people who want to have kids, who feel like they can't afford to do so. That's real. But long term, it's affluence of society that leads people to be selfish. Simple as that. Because it's happening in Korea. It's happening in Japan. And every country.
But like only educated people even think of that, dude. Like the people that have the most amount of kids in this world, it doesn't like they are typically people of lower income. The people who have the more means to have more children, it doesn't correspond.
It's got its different issues. So how is it all happening at the same time that the affluence and the development of those countries is leading to less kids? It's not unaffordable to have kids, all of those countries.
Yeah, but Tom, what do you say? Because I've heard they're saying that some of the excuses were that the girl doesn't want to lose her figure. And if you think about it, Tom, now they're making this money. They're like, hey, we don't want to lose any of this money. So how much of it is greed? Greed, not I don't want to say necessarily greed. They want to save money and they don't want to spend it on a kid. And then guess what?
Affluent society putting self ahead of the joy that you have with that.
Crazy that like not all people view the the wealth that they attain as something that they just want to put into a child. Yeah, I know some people actually want to use it on themselves.
Creation of family. We were
MLM guys talking about greed. I mean, the jokes write themselves.
Designed to have families.
Mm-hmm. Got you.
By the way, in 2024, here's an interesting stat that kind of goes into this. In 2024, about 31% of Americans were part of the upper middle class. Upper middle class in America, okay?
That term doesn't mean anything. Middle class means anybody over, like, making over the, like, median income in this country, which is, like, $39,000. So if you make between $40,000 and, like, $80,000 to $100,000, according to some polling data, depending on how they define, like, middle class to upper middle class, that is already middle class. But, like, the household, if the household is making that amount of money.
Up from 10% in 1979.
Does the whole BPD crew have kids? Definitely not.
And according to a report released this year by the right-leaning American Enterprise Institute. Okay, this is from Wall Street Journal. More Americans are breaking into the upper middle class. This kind of goes together what we're talking about. There's no single standard definition of middle class or upper middle class. The AEI report classified...
Which is how they fucking smuggle in a bunch of capitalists and petite, small business tyrants into that fucking definition of middle class or whatever, because it's a vacuous term. There should be middle class and owning class. That's all you need.
A family...
Sorry, working class and owning class.
Of three, earning $133,000, Vinny, to $400,000 in a year, 2024, as upper middle class. So if you make between 133 to 400, they're considering that upper middle class. The rise in influence is powering an American economy built on consumer spending and transforming the types of products that's being used. So if you think we went from upper middle class 10 in 79 to now 31, that means what happened to middle class? Not upper middle class, middle class. So again, affordability is a real issue. Whichever candidate can come up with some creative, I have so many creative ideas. Whichever candidate can come up with creative ideas for 2028 campaign, you're going to have a very favorable outcome. If you know how to deliver the message to the audience, you're going to have a very favorable outcome because Americans are thinking about this today. They're choosing career over kids. Vinny. This is if anybody.
This is like Mr. like rise and grind hustle culture. Yeah, crazy that like more people are like internalizing and hearing your fucking message and don't see that like rise and grind hustle culture. Let's get this fucking bread. Let's get your money up, not your funny up. Like what part of that includes having kids? It's like an afterthought to all of these people because a lot of them are usually Christian. They do push that at some point, but it's definitely not the centerpiece. It's definitely not the first thing that they're mentioning. They're talking about you making money.
Nobody cares about America long term, not just 26, 27, 28. If you care about America for 2050, this may be the top issue to be thinking about of Americans not wanting to have kids. Adam, thoughts?
Look, this is the conversation of our times, and look, I ask all my married friends the exact same question. I said, "Give me the good, the bad, the ugly of marriage." And I've told this joke before. The one guy goes, "My favorite thing, I love my wife. She's always there. My least favorite, my wife. She's always there." But here's the reality.
Guys, I hate my bitch wife. Am I right? Any other men relate to this? I'm
at the point in my life where obviously, I'm in a relationship now. I'm looking at the market and I'm seeing my friends who are somewhat happily married, a lot who are seemingly fake happily married, miserable, sort of. And then there's people who are loving their life. I get that. Then I have friends who are in their 40s, some in their 50s. And these guys are some of the biggest studs that I know in life. And they've been with more women than we even know about. But I always ask them, like, where does this end? Where does this end for you, bro? You're the biggest player. You're the biggest man. You know.
Adam, you don't have kids. What the fuck? Adam is like almost 50, and he's like talking about these middle-aged guys that like are flirting, like they're still players. They've not settled down. So like you, like literally you, Adam, you're talking to yourself in the mirror or something. Like you don't have kids either.
All the women in Miami, you're the man. It's like what. You don't want to ever have kids? I don't know, man. I know one guy who got a, what's it called when you snip your...
Imagine not knowing at age 50 if you want to have kids. It's probably not in the fucking cards for you. I mean, men can literally sire children till the day they fucking die. Probably shouldn't do that, but they can. But if you still don't know at 50, you probably just don't want kids.
Stuff as a man?
Vasectomy.
Okay, as a significant other, though.
I go, no, man. I know one guy who got a, what's it called when you snip your stuff as a man? Vasectomy. I go, you got a vasectomy, you don't even have kids. Because yeah, I made that decision. And that's really
how he doesn't have kids, because he got a vasectomy. Hello, that's why he got one, because he doesn't have kids and he wants it to stay that way.
Ultimately what it comes down to, like what Pat always says, who do you want to be? I've made the decision that I definitely want to have kids. And that's something that I'm working through and working on right now.
With your significant other that you talked about on Piers Morgan after Dave fucking Smith embarrassed you? Yeah.
Is because... Listen, these younger people you're talking about, these dinks and sinks and all these things.
I became a father at 30 and thought I was late. Ha ha ha. I mean, Adam's like, hold my beer. I mean, like, I'm one to talk. By the time I have kids, Lycan is going to be like 40. We're trying to avoid that. It's definitely not happening.
I know what it's like to have money and have a bunch of women, but not have the real fruit of life, which is kids. And obviously you have Pat out there that's encouraging everybody to have more kids. And this is something that I process. So I ask all my friends these exact same questions. Do you want to have kids? What age do you want to have married? Get married and have kids? And you know who the most important people that need to answer this question? Women. Because in my belief, this might offend somebody. Feminism, modern feminism has been some of the worst curse that's been put on women.
You're complaining about feminism when you just said that you talk to no shortage of studs and good-looking guys that are literally in their late 40s, early 50s that are still not decided on whether or not they want to start families, as whether or not they want to have kids, even though they have money and they have the ability to do it. But yeah, it's feminism that's really the issue here. What the fuck? What the fuck? These people are like averse to criticizing men. It's insane. They baby them so fucking much.
Because it allows them to believe that their job is more important than a family and that they have more time that matters. So whether you're a dink, a dual income, no kids, single income, no kids, a Henry, there's a thing called a ninja, a Henry, which is a high earner, not rich yet, or a ninja, no income and no assets. The last thing that you want to do.
Where's Alice, asset limited, income constrained adult, I think, or something.
Whether you're a man or a woman is become a
or
Sal.
employed, not adult.
Single and lonely. The last thing you want in life. So figure out who you want to be and solve for that.
There you go. By the way, the best thing you can do in your life.
Dude, like consistently all the stats show that like people that don't have kids, whether they're single or not, like report some of the highest levels of happiness in society.
Find the right person, have as many kids as you can have. It's the best thing you'll ever do in your life. Nothing comes close to it. Nothing. Yesterday, Mario and I were at the house with Barbie. We're having conversations. And Barbie says,
Mario and I were at the house with Barbie. Who are these people? I mean, like, I've watched so much PBD and I'm like constantly trying to keep track of all the fucking names in the PBD extended universe. His fucking stories that go nowhere that should be reserved for fucking dinner. And instead he tells them on this fucking podcast.
Wife, and he's holding his son in his arm, Gabriel, knocked out. And we're talking about all these things with parenting. And Mario's saying, Easter was making me think about something. He says, what? He says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. He says, there's no way in the world I could ever do that.
Oh, wow.
He says, there's no way in the world. I can't even imagine life without this guy, right? There's something very, very unique of what happens to a man. Man matures in a very different way when he has a kid. In a very different way when he has a kid. And it's different when it's a boy, and it's different when it's a girl. Because you look at the lens in a different way. And
yeah, if they stick around, do you know what percentage of men just fucking up and leave when they get somebody pregnant? Hello? There's like the spousal abandonment happens all the fucking time where people are just like men that literally have kids with somebody and they just leave. They never come back. So explain how like that's not kicking in. They're constant for somebody who always complains about single mothers. It's like, a single mother implies that there was a man there who is now gone. We only ever talk about the single mom part. Why don't we ever talk about the fact that the men leave? Hello? You just said that things change in their brain. Clearly they don't.
God gives you is because what God believes that's you're supposed to lead. So, and anytime somebody's pregnant, the prayer is, God, give me what you think is what I need. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to do my best to raise whatever kid you end up giving me. And
that is not what happens anytime someone discovers they're pregnant. What he will not talk about is how many of these people take their ass to a fucking abortion clinic and get that kid yeeted, man. But they'll never talk about that.
Grateful for.
What are you saying the prayer is?
Whatever you give me, just give me a healthy child. I'd never ask for sex, never ask for, just give me a healthy child. Whatever you think.
I never asked for sex? Wait, what?
Kid you end up giving me, and I'm grateful for.
What are you saying the prayer is?
Whatever you give me, just give me a healthy child. I'd never ask for sex, never ask for, just give me a healthy.
I'd never ask for sex. I just want a healthy child. Does he mean like a particular sex, or does he mean like sex? Like it never asked for the gender? Yeah. I was sitting in my mansion talking to my family, and I was so happy, man. Fuck you.
Child, whatever you think, I'm the one to raise, give it to me. I'm going to take on that responsibility seriously, and I'm going to do the best I can do. Whatever you think is right for me, I'm going to do it. So, and then from there, if he gives you all boys, there's a reason. If he gives you all girls, it is what it is. If he gives you boys,
okay, he was talking about like the kids, like what gender they're assigned.
And girls, it is what it is. But that is a blessing to anybody that comes out. I'm going to go to one story here, and then.
And if they're trans, how you feeling about that, PBD? Feeling good? We going to accept that kid? Or if they're gay, we're getting off the gender a little bit, going to sexuality. We okay with that, right? Surely, right? You're not going to like send them to a conversion camp, right?
Wrap up. So Rob,
if God makes your kid non-binary or gay, you'll be fine.
A New York Times story. There's a guy out of nowhere that New York Times does a story, and maybe I'll release
Sorry, I have been unable to follow these conversations ever since joining. I'm literally trying to pay attention to it myself, and I can barely follow them, so it's not just you.
I'll go a little bit more, but this is a very interesting story. A guy out of nowhere, New York Times has a story of a fellow who, with him and his brother and $20,000, he built a business worth $1.8 billion in somewhere around 2 years.
Oh my God, I don't care about this story whatsoever. Okay, let's get into part 2. But before we get into part 2, I would just like to say, if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same goes for people on YouTube. If you're watching and you haven't liked the stream, what are you doing? You should like the stream. That way it pushes it out to other people. It's really, really great for the algorithm. And you should subscribe. If you want to look at my past VODs, they are all housed in my YouTube channel. And they're also timestamped because I timestamp all of my live VODs after I go offline. If you want to support me, the best way to do so is to follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. The Streamlabs tip link only takes 3%. And just like that, or you could be like Puck My Life, who just gifted 5 tier 1 subs to my community. Thank you so goddamn much. And I'm sure all the people who are on the receiving end of your generosity really, really appreciate it. So thank you. And I hope everybody who got one of Puck My Life's gifted tier 1 subs shouts them out and says thank you. So thank you so much. You could give subs like Puck My Life, okay? You could buy a sub for me. That way you can have access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. If that's your thing, you can gift subs. You know, you can hope to be on the receiving end of a gifted sub. Yeah, I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And the Buck also does stupid shit. I have a kid. Yeah. Okay. So there's still more PBD analysis to come. They're going to react to the ceasefire. And naturally, we are going to watch this as well.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
The
handshake is better than anything I ever signed, right here. You are one of one. My son's right there. I don't think I've ever said this before.
Hell yeah.
You know how sometimes you go to sleep and you wake up in the morning, you're like, man, there's not really any major stories. You know, what are we going to talk about today on the podcast? Well, last night wasn't the case because the addendum alone is bigger than this.
This is called U.S. and Iran agree to ceasefire. This was streamed 16 hours ago, has 324,000 views, and we're going to get the fucking A1 top tier analysis from our favorite Iranian voice. I love uplifting Iranian voices, in particular PBDs.
Stories that we have here, it's stacked. Lots happen. 2-week ceasefire. CNN says they agreed to the 10-point. No, we didn't. Trump's talking about suing them. That was a mess. A lot of criticism on the way the president came out and said it's going to be the end of this civilization. We have to react to that. I saw a guy from MSNBC say,
the president gave a 48-hour deadline for this news story. What do you mean you thought it would be a slow news day? You have to remember that these people are dyed-in-the-wool MAGA cultists and don't even blink or give a second thought and actually laugh at the insane shit that our president says on Truth Social. So to them, it's just another day. Must be nice to just wake up and just be in that state of blissful ignorance like all day.
History of America has a...
You're a PBD fan or sarcasm? This is not sarcasm. I am PBD's. No, this is the most hilarious podcast that is on the internet. I am a diehard PBD stan and enjoyer.
President ever threatened the end of a civilization.
I am probably the #1 PBD streamer that exists on Twitch.
Hitler never said this. Mussolini never said this. You know, all these other presidents never said this.
Hitler?
You know, obviously Twitter wasn't around. Imagine if Twitter wasn't around. What Hitler
was. Wait, what? What did we just say?
Never in the... We have to react to that. I saw a guy from MSNBC say, never in the history of America has a president ever threatened the end of a civilization. Hitler never said this. Mussolini never said this. You know, all these other presidents never said this. You know, obviously Twitter wasn't around. Imagine if Twitter wasn't around.
That was the fucking main crux of their argument. Yeah, the MS Now contributor that was saying that, yeah. Did you know that, yeah, like Hitler never retruthed anything? Notice how Mussolini never said anything crazy on X. Did these people just forget that X wasn't around, that there was no Truth Social? Is that the point? Are you fucking serious?
What Hitler and Mussolini and Stalin and some of these guys will be tweeting. It'll be a very different world. We won't know it. We just have to use our imagination. So we have to react to that. Was it irresponsible? Was it too much? Was it disrespectful? Do you talk to people like that? Is that the way to talk to people? Where is the madness behind that, right? And who won with this negotiation? Did America win in this negotiation? A lot of people saying Iran wins. Now they get to, if they qualify the $2 million, that could add anywhere between 50 to $100 billion of additional revenue a year to Iran, so that Iran come out the winner. Is Israel going to sit on the sidelines and not do anything about it? They said the ceasefire has nothing to do with Lebanon. I think Netanyahu said it. Then on the outside, I think it's Oman that's coming in and talking about, hey, we'd like to help you with XYZ. And they're
toll booth.
The toll booth, and they're being opportunistic about it. But there's a lot of things to talk about. We'll address that here today. Jamie Dimon came out and
what
made
is
some...
he on about? I mean, he didn't even give the context. Like, he just started yapping. They did the intro and he was like, can you believe MSNBC was like, Hitler never said this, Mussolini never said that, end of a civilization. They're obviously talking about the fucking... insane Truth Social post from Trump where he was like, an entire civilization is gonna fucking end tonight unless somebody does, like, they're talking about this post, but he didn't actually show the post before he started talking about it. He just started talking about it.
Thoughts about New York City and Mamdani came out and said the problem with New York City is racism and jobs are not being given to colored people. It's more towards whites and all of that, which I'll let him.
Dude, Mamdani did not say that jobs are being given to colored people. You said that. What?
About New York City and Mamdani came out and said the problem with New York City is racism and jobs are not being given to colored people. It's more towards,
This is not the first time he's done this. PBD, like I don't even know who taught him English, but he consistently will say blacks or he'll say colored.
Whites and all of that, which I'll let him say it because he knows better on how to tweet racist messages than I do, so I'll let him explain himself properly. And then oil prices, we have the numbers this morning. Oil prices went from, what was the high, 115, 116 to 94 today, Rob, if you want to pull it up to see exactly where it's at.
What happened to no negotiating with terrorists? Oh, this adorable chatter of theirs.
It's an 18 or 20% drop off. Tom gave me the numbers. Tom gave me a chart. There's no way that's the number.
Yeah, what?
No, that's not the number, Rob. No. No, that's not. That's futures, Rob. No, that's not the number. Go to actual oil price.
You were about WTC. It's WTI.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. World Trade Center oil price. So negative. Listen, for anybody that criticizes Rob's Farsi has gotten better. His Assyrian's gotten better. His ability to type out Middle Eastern names is the best it's ever been. I'm so proud of Rob. So Rob, don't let anybody take shots at you. You're doing great. Rob can spell Middle Eastern names better than a name like Mark Johnson. That's what's happened to him. He's so good right now.
And Mark, if you're listening, we miss you.
I got a chart right here. This chart right here, which is a very interesting chart Rob just gave me.
It is 70.
Yeah, thanks for showing us the printed out chart on your digital podcast. Extremely useful.
Yeah.
There's no way it's 70.
Yeah.
No, it's 92.
No, it's 92. Huh? It's not 70. No. You're visiting the same website. It's like guys who go to whitehouse.com and they miss one word and they go to a porn site. You have to be very, very careful when you're doing stuff like this. And so we have a special friend with us here.
Cracking up, making like some random reference to porn. Guys, ads start if you're watching on Twitch in less than 2 minutes. You can save yourself from this fate by subscribing to me. You can also use your Twitch Prime sub if you haven't already for like a free, quote unquote, sub to my channel. Or you could cross your fingers and hope that maybe somebody will give you a sub or gift a sub yourself.
Here as well, Colin Roach, who has done great work with finance, economics, and he got strong opinions. Right before we started, I said, I'm already going to like this guy with the way he was talking about. I can't wait to start chatting it up. So it's great to have you here as well with us.
Great to be here, Pat.
We're going to put the links to his book. His recent book just came out, The Perfect Portfolio. We'll put the link below. But Tom showed me this, okay? The negative perception around AI.
I just noticed this is not a StatCast. Who the fuck is this guy? I hate when they get people instead of the OG cast to be on the fucking round table. There's no Vinny and there's no Adam in this episode. This fucking blows already, so we're probably not going to be looking at this that long.
Is now worse than ICE. Okay? And let me tell you.
Okay, whatever about this. Ceasefire.
I think the first story we're about to get into is the ceasefire. So last night, 2 days ago, matter of fact, let's go with the 2-day sequencing. First, the president tweets on Easter the following thing. Rob, go to the Easter one because the Easter one is what pissed off a lot of different people. So this is Easter's tweet that the president puts up. He gets out there and says, Tuesday will be power plant day, bridge day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise to Allah. At least he's giving credit to their, praise be to Allah. Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, at least he's giving credit.
Tucker Carlson reacts to this with a video that went viral. Everybody reacted to it. What is this all about? Tucker's right. Tucker's not right. Why would he say such a thing like this? Here's Tucker. Go for it, Rob.
You think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And we should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it.
I mock religions. You have to remember that these are like, again, this is going to be the angle that like Tucker is going to criticize it from.
Because we are not God. The message of all faith.
Okay,
the biggest
so you can pause
picture
that. And obviously, the folks on X went to town. Tucker's right, Tucker's wrong. Then they played the greatest hits in the past of Tucker criticizing Islam and saying, hey, what happened to you? Did you switch? Did you not? So the president, here's the message coming from the market. And you would think the next day the president would get a little bit more softer. And then this is what he says the following day.
Why? Yeah, Trump known for his de-escalations.
With his tweets. And everyone's like, Pat, how come you don't react to this? This is not how a president speaks. Rob, if you want to pull up the wild one, a whole civilization will die tonight. Never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So then that phrase got people reacting, saying, who in the history of mankind has ever said a whole civilization will end tonight? Which civilization? And people started speculating.
I hate when Tucker Carlson says something I agree with. I just know that motherfucker is cooking up something evil, and with the goodwill he's generating. The thing is like even though that's obviously true, the extent like Tucker's just doing this to like carve out a niche for himself. I don't think it's principled in any respect, but I invite it because it causes more destabilization to MAGA. So
is it Iran? Is it this? Who's he talking about? Anyway, so that happens. And then it leads to the ceasefire, which the call happened yesterday based on a conversation with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Federal Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agreed to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives, and we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between U.S. and Iran, but a 2-week period would allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated on behalf of the United States of America. As president, also representing countries in the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. And then, of course, thank you for your attention to this matter. While this happens, minutes after this tweet happens, there's attacks. Iran attacks, I believe, bombs Israel. Israel attacks them. Jesse Waters retweeted a clip saying minutes after this was tweeted, and everybody reacted. Is the ceasefire going to happen? Is it not going to happen? I have my own strong thoughts on this. Is this it, Rob, that was shown?
Yes, sir.
Go for it. This is minutes after the president tweets that. Go ahead.
Well, Jesse, as anticipated, the sirens are now wailing over Tel Aviv, indicating that another missile is inbound. And it looks like those bright lights in the sky are the missiles. And it looks like you can see an interceptor that is in hot pursuit of the missiles. And it's always quite dramatic when you see those interceptors going after it. And these ones might disappear behind our building here. We're going to lose sight of them. But they're still quite lethal and coming into Tel Aviv. And I didn't see an interception in this case. Should be able to hear it in a second or so.
You can pause it right now. Okay, so that's that. That's happening. So people are like, they didn't keep the ceasefire, all this other stuff. I'll pause here because we got a lot of...
to be clear, even the New York Times is reporting that that there was speculation that it still may take a while before all of the Iranian forces or whatever could be. I mean, they could have violated the ceasefire, but what they thought was more likely is that it takes a while for the diplomatic talks and agreements that have been reached to actually reach the Iranian military commands. A
lot of other things that we'll get into with this here. Tom, your thoughts from the first comments, his second comments, Tucker's comments, and then obviously the ceasefire today. And then, Colin, I'm going to come to you next.
Well, I think basically what happened over Easter weekend is President Kaiser Sose, Trump, really played a Kaiser Sose moment. And he's been negotiating this. He's had Witkoff negotiating this. Vance was in Budapest talking to Victor Orban, which I think is very interesting because I think that's like a center point there between Putin, Ukraine, and this on both sides of it. And
that's one way to put it. Yeah, he's a center point between Putin and Ukraine.
And Orban can also talk to the Iranians. So what do I think happened? I think that perhaps Iran blinked. All of a sudden we heard that they made a comment in a positive direction on nukes. After he's saying, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do this. And the Kaiser Sose principle says the other side has to think that you're 1% crazier than they are so that they become nervous. And there's a lot of commentary that went around when Reagan was elected that there were people inside the Iranian government at that time, and it was an early government. It hadn't been around for 50 years. It was the now volatile government, but they actually thought Reagan was bonkers. They thought he was insane and willing to use, nukes and things, and that got...
They thought that because he was. In his second term, he was like fucking demented.
The hostage crisis moving. So I think what happened is he went in with a hard negotiating position. I think Iran blinked a little bit and said, okay, let's discuss this. And I think there were other people working on it. I think China was working on it because now we know China is in a crude oil deficit right now. They're in a shortage right now, and they're feeling true economic pinch. So I think then he comes out with this and finishing it up, showing that he can say F you on one hand, but then at the other side, he's saying, God bless the people of Iran. He wants them to see that as well, Pat. He wants the citizens to see that last line.
Colin, where are you at with this?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the tariff playbook because he did a similar sort of negotiating tactic back last April where he makes these very extreme, almost like seemingly very irrational positions.
I think he's talking about pretending to be weak when you're strong, but this analogy is dumb as fuck. Signature PBD analogy right there.
Goes really far to one side. Probably doesn't really mean that, and it forces the other side to come to the middle a little bit. And this seems to be part of the Trump negotiating playbook, So he's doing the same thing here. Is it the most diplomatic way to do all of this? I don't know. Probably not.
No.
But at the same time, I mean, this is probably, considering we're only about 6 weeks in, this is starting to look like about as good of an outcome.
How do they get everybody on fucking Minek so quickly?
As we could probably
Why do you
expect.
say that? Why do you say that?
2 days ago, it seemed like, maybe something really bad was going to happen, that this was going to escalate, that we were going to have boots on the ground. And so now you're getting into a
that could still happen.
Position where it looks like this is really coming to a close. Everybody, I think, wanted an off-ramp for this thing, and here we are. So I think that, he did the same thing with if you remember the tariffs, he said 6 weeks. I'll make a 6-week deal with you. I'll make a 6-week deal with you. I'll make a 6-week deal with you. And he did that for months and months and months. And it was slowly an off-ramp for everybody getting off of the tariffs there. And the same thing sort of happening here where, he says 2 weeks. I think, frankly, I think this thing really, the market's probably bottomed a week ago. Oil probably peaked a week ago. So I think we were starting to find a bottom in a lot of this
stuff. It's adorable to think that it peaked and it couldn't peak again.
And that's going to play out. Trump is a master of building a wall of worry for the market. And so, all of this.
Spartan, Spartan Spear, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really, really appreciate it. I think Trump is doing the crazy talk to move stocks so his family can make more money. It's not even directed at Iran. It's to generate huge moves in stocks. Well, like him tweeting out the civilization thing, I don't even think that really affected like the S&P 500 that much. Like it is increasingly clear, according to the market, and where actual like massive capital interests lie with like the wealthiest in our fucking society, that Trump's posturing on Truth Social is back and forth. Like you can only put so much fucking stock in that. It doesn't really matter. And he'll just say and do whatever he wants. So like he can make comments like that and it's just like another day.
This stuff is a persistent worry.
But this may be the first war that a U.S. president tried to exclusively fight when the markets were closed.
Really, markets look ahead of that. The economy looks ahead of that.
Yeah, it's true. And Rob, if you want to pull up the market watch numbers, crude oil is down $20, okay, from 112 to 92, down 18%. Dow Jones futures up 2.7, S&P futures up 2.67, NASDAQ futures up 3.5, gold is up 3%, up to $4,800, silver's up 7.73%, and then you have Bitcoin is up to $71,000, and some of the stuff is happening. But Brandon, do you have a opposing opinion on? Okay, I want to hear that. Go for it.
I sure do.
Go ahead.
So, listen, I'm supporting Trump. I hope like everything he does is the best thing for the country. I support him this whole time and everything. But I think he stumbled upon the fact here that we've put ourselves in the terrible position of not being equipped to deal with a situation like this. Ukraine went through, I believe, 10 years of weapons that were built in the first 5 weeks of the Ukraine war. So we've been seeing in the headlines through the last 4 years, there's huge shortages of these defense missiles we've been using. And I don't think we have the capacity to keep this up for much longer. The oil is the one thing, but...
Do you think they actually believe this, or they're trying to put lipstick on a Trump? I mean, they will oscillate back and forth between Trump's mysterious, like the only thing that you can predict is the unpredictable. You never know what his next move is, to Trump was always going to do this. It's part of his fucking master plan. He has it all planned out. He's like, he's been thinking about this since day one. He's not unpredictable. But I honestly think that the only sort of common denominator there is that they do think that they do trust Trump and they think he has it under control when he absolutely does not.
Yeah, sure, we're the best military in the world. We have the most advanced technology, but we've had our manufacturing hollowed out over the last several decades. So that's the most unsettling thing to me. I think that's what we need to be putting our effort in behind the scenes, is to ramp that back up, because we're not in a position to carry this out if we wanted to. So yes, I agree that the Kaiser Soze thing, where I don't think Trump's crazy or unhinged or rag. I think he was acting that way to try to scare them into something that was palatable, but I don't think this is an
diplomatic art of the deal then.
Optimal outcome at all. I think we're in a worse situation than we were before he started this thing, because now Iran has realized, okay, we could flip this switch of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which they didn't even blockade it. They just have the mere threat of a drone hitting a ship that's going through. So it's not like they're moving ships out of the way when you say they're clearing the strait. They're just promising not to drone strike any boats that go through. So I don't even know if boats are going to have the courage to go through it, even though they're saying, yeah, there's a ceasefire. Yeah, we're not going to do anything to you.
So who wins from this? Because for me...
Well, it's not just that. They're also having to pay millions of dollars to get through it, because they're only allowing certain boats from certain countries to go through now.
Trump's negotiation, when people are like, I can't believe he said this, I can't believe he said, stop being surprised with what he says. I mean, he made that, you should have already been baptized to that in 2015 when he started campaigning on this stuff. They're rapists, they're sending their wars, they're this. He's been doing a shock job, to get people to
$2 million per ship.
React to it for a long time. So I do think you have to act crazier. I do think you have to act like you have nothing to lose. I do think you have to kind of come from that strength position. And
Iran's won so far, they get a toll booth, but the war is not over. Well, the thing is to the extent that the UN even matters, they're continuing at UN and other Western nations are continuing to criticize Iran on the basis that it is international waters, even though it's geographically within their purview. It is illegal for them to be closing off the Strait of Hormuz. That being said, do I expect them to give up their point of leverage? No, I do not. Should they stop? Obviously. But that has been one approach to try to pressure them, and they are signaling that they want to be stronger diplomatically, because they actually, in that 10-point plan, one of the demands was that for UN sanctions and resolutions made against them to be dropped or wiped clean, which the United States can't control. But the fact that, again, they have an eye towards diplomacy shows that they no longer want to be this massive pariah state necessarily. The other thing is if they can continue to be, a toll booth, but they have to take attacks and, fire for them to be able to maintain that.
And especially when you're dealing with people from Iran. That part I agree with. Mm-hmm. But I just sent a poll to Rob, and I want to see what our audience is going to say. 'Cause our audience is fairly reasonable. Who do you think won in the ceasefire? Iran, U.S., or too early to tell?
Iran's in a better position than they were before because they have more leverage.
Oh my God, this is even the PBD audience. 30% says Iran, U.S. 29%. Too early to tell, 41%.
Over the U.S. and the rest of the world now.
Do you agree, Tom?
No.
Tell me why.
Now, I think Iran agreeing to a ceasefire, I don't know how you say they win, because basically we're about to escalate from military targets, and we hit another military target on Kargil.
Tom actually thinks that Iran is in the weaker position here, even though it would be Trump is going to try to declare victory. One, he wants unconditional surrender from Iran. It's not going to happen. So he already can't meet the stated objective that he laid out for himself. That was a completely unforced error. But putting that aside, now a military objective is to get the Strait of Hormuz open, but the Strait of Hormuz was not closed until Trump began this war of choice with Israel. So literally, the thing that is going to be the W is just going back to the state of affairs before we even launched this, and we lifted sanctions off of them.
days ago. So they know what's coming. And they know what's next. And you're talking about power plants. You're talking about that. You're talking about the pumping station on Karg Island. They're one step from that. And so do they win technically? Yeah, they win not being more fully destroyed. But I don't think they win anything in a ceasefire, because we're not saying, I've had enough, let's have a ceasefire. We're saying to them, have you had enough? Do you want a ceasefire? Have you had enough?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're the ones calling the shots here. Yep.
Enough?
Yeah, that's one way to look.
So we're being so magnanimous and showing, mercy by saying, "Are you ready for this to end?" Yep.
Kind of, but think about it like this.
Did he not read the fucking 10-point plan? It's extraordinary what they got the United States to agree to be the basis for diplomatic talks.
How frequently do we disagree with Iran in terms of they want something?
Let's just run through that really quickly, just a refresher for people who didn't drop in at the beginning. Iran releases 10 points it says are the basis for ceasefire talks. The plan, which reasserts Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz and maintains the country's right to nuclear enrichment, is not the same as the one that President Trump said was a workable basis for negotiations. But the citation for that is just the Trump admin who fucking lies. So here's what they said. Here are the 10 points of Iran's proposal, according to Iran's official news agency, IRNA, and where these demands might conflict with Washington's aims. 1, an American guarantee of non-aggression with Iran. 2, Iran maintains control of the Strait of Hormuz. 3, ending the regional war on all fronts, including against Iran's ally, Hezbollah, in Lebanon. Did I say 2 again? I meant 3. 4, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from all bases and positions in the region. 5, reparations to Iran for war damages. 6, acceptance of Iran's right to nuclear enrichment. 7, lifting of all primary sanctions on Iran. 8, lifting of all secondary sanctions on Iran. 9, termination of all resolutions against Iran by the Board of Governors of the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA. 10, termination of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran. Reminder, this is what Donald Trump said was the workable basis for the start of ceasefire talks. But Tom thinks that we're the one calling the shots here.
I think we want something different pretty frequently, right? So they've now realized that they could simply put out the threat of, hey, anything that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to knock it out. We're going to hit it with a drone and shut down global traffic there. Like, they didn't have that before. And we wanted them to stop doing that and couldn't make them stop by brute force. That's an objective fact. I don't think we were able to do that. I think we would have done that if we were able to do it.
So you're saying, okay, so let me give some stats here. 92% of Iran's largest vessels destroyed. That's 140 plus. Mm-hmm. Iran's missile drone attack rate down 90% from week 1. The death rate for Iran is at, 10,000 killed, nearly 1,000 civilians, 7,000 military personnel. That's for the first 34 days. We're at what days right now?
Oh my God. Is he actually going to point? But did you know that they have a weak conventional military and that we've shot a lot of things? Yeah, good job. Okay. 1, show the cost of all of that. 2, that hasn't been without U.S. blood being shed. Hello, we lost like 12, 13 different servicemen. We almost lost a fucking pilot or whatever. Hello, like, this isn't, we didn't just do that and incur no casualties on our side or at no cost or zero, or like a very low cost. It's been $1 billion a fucking day for this.
Now we're at
39, I believe.
39 days. Okay, so 4 million people have displaced. 3.2 million in Iran, 1.2 million in Lebanon. So when you look at that, and then the argument Tom has made.
Of course, he counts people being ethnically cleansed as like W for the United States. Look at this, so impressive.
Some people saying, I do think you just gave Iran a 2-week timeout. And that 2-week timeout is for them to go out there and figure out other ways on what to do with Russia and China, because this negotiation was involving who? Pakistan is the one that brokered it. They said China made a phone call to get Iran to kind of be like, hey, listen, this is a good thing for you to do. So China was involved in helping with this. But what do you think Iran's going to be doing next 2 weeks?
I think China's the winner, actually. It's funny you mentioned them because, you look at everybody in the room here. China all of a sudden looks like the adult in the room. And I think their negotiating position.
China's been looking like the adult in the room.
In terms of everything involving Taiwan, that's my big worry. I typically look at big geopolitical risks like this, the tariffs last year, even this thing I said, this can't last. This won't last more than a few weeks. It's just politically it can't. You can't.
Can or won't.
Go into the midterms with $4 gasoline and 6.5% mortgage rates. It's impossible. It's a narrative killer. And so, but the geopolitical risk that is extremely worrisome in the long run is China going into Taiwan, because it disrupts so many things. That has the potential to turn into such a big flare.
What are you why are we pivoting to China going into Taiwan? Why are we even fucking talking about this? Hello?
China's position, I think across the board,
it's like total projection. The idea that because the United States and Russia start pointless, stupid fucking wars, that like China's going to do it as well.
Has strengthened sequentially across time as we get closer and closer
Like
to
any day now. He's making it sound like that's imminent.
that potential inevitability.
Yeah, and by the way, while this is happening, Israel's like, look, Netanyahu says he backs Trump's ceasefire with Iran, but he says the deal excludes Lebanon. Why would he say that, Tom?
Because he's working on creating a buffer zone in Lebanon similar to what they created in Gaza. I mean, let's just objectively look at the attacks. Let's look at where it is, and that's what's going on. And what did he have in the hills of Lebanon, up there on the northern border? He had problems. He had a combination of independent and Hezbollah had strike areas.
There's absolutely no fucking way Tom has any idea what the reason is that Israel is pounding Lebanon.
There, you can check me on that. But I think what he's looking at is saying, listen, Iran was funding and arming Hezbollah. They were here in my backyard on the northern border. I'm going to go take care of this as part of taking care of Iran. Now, you don't have to agree or disagree with Israel, Pat, but that's what they said. And so they're saying, I'm not done with these guys over here, Hezbollah. I regard them as my problem across from my border. They're in Lebanon. Tough. I'm going to finish this. And I think that's what Israel is saying. Whether you agree or disagree, they are creating a buffer.
You know what's kind of annoying?
What's that?
I mean, wasn't this something that they cared deeply about, what was happening with Iran? Israel.
You talking about Israel?
Yeah, and something they were kind of invested in terms of like
Sure.
caring about the outcome.
You think Israel is happy about the ceasefire?
I don't, but I'm not happy about the fact that they had any attention at all on a whole different country, to different conflict, when we were doing something that was helpful for them. Like, shouldn't they be allocating the resources to do everything they could to help us? I know they were taking out some leaders with that.
Yeah, shouldn't our client state be more subservient to the United States? Shouldn't it be that way? Isn't it weird that it's not?
Precision airstrikes and everything, but I mean, you shouldn't be sending
like again, tell me you haven't been paying attention at all without telling me you haven't been paying attention at all, the extent to which Israel was involved in launching this.
Resources to something completely different, unrelated, if you have this big thing that you're supposedly invested in.
Tom, what do you think?
So what do I think? I think that two things about Israel in this. I thought they should have been participating, and I thought they were selective about, well, I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put boots in the ground over here, but I'm going to do this over here. Wait a minute. You were lobbying for this. You had
Ben Riley, 1962. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Will Chamberlain embarrassing himself on Piers versus Joe Kent was amazing to watch. I have that pulled up. I want to watch that after this.
Intelligence. You had your own Mossad. This is not a dispute, what I'm about to say. You had multiple Mossad mini camps and infiltrators all through the arid regions of Iran that were snooping out where you had, training facilities, small drone airstrips.
Oh, the ones that embedded amongst Iranian protesters and helped get them killed? You mean those? That Mossad?
All these things, and you had buckets of this intelligence, and you're out there, and you've openly said, I want this Iran to be put down because they were funding Hezbollah and Hamas that were causing problems for me right here. Regardless of whether you agree or disagree with their intelligence reports, they were already there. So why don't you step up and be part of the solution that is actually benefiting you? And I thought they should have. And I think it's kind of selective, Pat, in my opinion, to say, well, I'm not going to do this, but I'm going to do this. I'm not going to do that, but I am going to do that. Oh, you cease fire over there. Thanks for your help. Wait a minute. Israel complicated the first 2 weeks of the war when they killed more people than they had told us that they were aiming at. That's a fact. And even Trump said, well, there was a couple guys we kind of liked.
They keep killing them.
And they keep killing them.
Yeah.
Who's they?
Yeah.
Trump was saying that. He said, well, there was one guy we thought we liked. Like, even he wasn't sure, but he said, but they killed him.
Yeah.
So,
so you can't.
Sorry to rant, Pat.
No, I'm with you. But you think in a situation like this, Israel sitting around saying, I'm glad the ceasefire happened?
No.
Or you think they're sitting around saying, let's finish this because we could have just emboldened Iran to give a timeout for them to go back and re-strategize?
They'd like to see a lot of these neighbors gone.
Israel.
I think they would have liked to. I mean, frankly, I think they've kind of been jerking us around. I mean, I think they roped us into this whole thing, and they would have loved to see this go on for a much longer time period than it has here. So I don't know. I look at it and I keep coming back to, why are we fighting their fight? In a lot of ways here. I mean, they're big boys. They've got big guns. They've got big missiles too. So I don't know why they needed us to come in and start fighting.
This is literally the average Trump voter. This is literally the average Trump supporter. Like, I'm starting to realize that, Trump, whose number one ally in the world, Bibi Netanyahu, which you could have known if you paid any attention during his first admin, literally the first 4 years that he was in charge of the country. Hello. You could have been able to know this. Like, you know, why do they get to call the shots? Because Trump allows it. Because Trump gets led around by fucking Bibi. Hello.
Their fight, because they're perfectly capable of fighting this
How many
fight on their
military
own.
bases do we have around the Gulf? How many military bases do we have around the Gulf, Rob? What's the number?
At least a few dozen, probably.
Yeah, the problem is, the number used to be we had 780 military bases around the world. Okay, I don't know what the numbers around Gulf. I want to know exactly how many military bases does the U.S. have in the Gulf. And the only reason I'm saying this, I'm looking at this because to answer your question, for U.S. to be involved, if you wonder if Israel attacks Iran and the war is one-on-one, what is Iran going to do?
Win.
Well, not Iran's going to win. How would Iran retaliate if it's 1v1? If it's a 1v1 war, okay, it says 8 to 10 major U.S. military bases in the Gulf region is what we have, 2 in Qatar, 1 in Bahrain. Rob, go a little bit lower to see how many in Kuwait, 3 in Kuwait, 1 in
Brock, how many bases do we have?
UAE, 1 in Saudi.
Ogre Boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're going over our favorite Iranian voice, our favorite Iranian expats analysis of the Iran-Israel-U.S. ceasefire that immediately broke down.
So you wonder, like, because what has Iran done so far with the war? You attack them. What do they attack? Gulf states. Mm-hmm. And then they want the Gulf states to call and say, hey, man.
They attacked U.S. bases in those Gulf states. They didn't just attack civil, whatever.
Now we're being impacted by it. Can you guys stop? Mm-hmm. So they're
not. The whole point is not to call Iran to stop. It's to call on the U.S. to stop because they're having to incur, penalties for the U.S.'s fucking war of choice. That's the idea behind that.
Like, hey, you're hitting me. Those are your best friends. I'm hitting them because they're weaker than you, and I'm saying, hey, hit those guys. And then they're calling him and they're saying, hey, Tom, this is getting a little bit out of control, man. I just got hit by this. How long do you think you're going to do this, Tom? How long are you going to go about this? Right. So they know he's not going to listen to me.
They were putting pressure on MBS. They were all calling MBS.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So to me, I think this is a part where Iran figured out what buttons to press to get the call back. And yeah, look, here's the reality with the president. Vinny showed me something very important this morning. He says, look, and we've been kind of talking about this, but he says if Trump brokers a peace deal, Trump's a taco. Okay? If he brokers a peace deal. What a sissy. Cannot believe this. Iran won. If he drops a bomb on him, he's a what? War criminal. If he, didn't get involved, he's weak. So the reality of it is
nobody was calling him weak for not starting a fucking war of choice. And even if that was the case, holy fuck, are you really saying that Trump's ego is so fragile that he will literally launch a pointless, stupid war that has led to the deaths of over 12 American military personnel just because of his fucking Titanic ego? Do you realize what you're saying?
Who is critical of Trump, those that no matter what he does, he's never going to be getting the victory, period. But he knows in this situation, what his outcome is and what he wants to do. Nobody really knows how this is going to go. I will tell you, if it goes ceasefire, and right now the 10 points that they're talking about, who knows if these 10 points are right or not. I'm just saying these are the 10 points that are spreading. Number one is no further U.S. attacks on Iran. Number two, Iran keeps control of Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, that is a lot of power to give.
And that's why I'm saying they win.
I know. That's a lot of power to Strait of Hormuz. Recognition of Iran's nuclear enrichment.
A lot of power to Strait of Hormuz.
Right. Lift all sanctions, end UN and IAEA resolutions against Iran, release frozen Iranian assets, U.S. withdrawal forces from the region, compensation for Iran's war damages, formal non-aggression guarantees, binding UN Security Council agreement. People are saying this is not true, but this is what's spreading. So what I'm reading to you is what a lot of people are saying, that this is what's on the line.
Right.
But we're going to see what's going to be negotiated. If it comes out and they get anywhere close to this, Iran won.
Yeah, 100%.
Iran won in a big way. And then guess what happens? You think they're going to sit on the sidelines and not do anything the next 2-3 decades?
No.
I don't think so. I think they just got bolder.
Okay, so are you going to explain how Trump is supposed to, I guess that's just an L we all have to hold. How are you going to defend Trump on this if you know this to be the case?
They just got tougher. I think they just got stronger. And they're going to come out and timing, just, especially if this kind of income is not going to be coming in every year. What types of weapons do you think they're going to have in their arsenal?
Oh, yeah.
What type of investments do you think they're going to be making? What do you think they're going to go back to doing? You think they're just going to sit and not do anything about it? You know how they said the money that was sent to him to Iran, that, hey, he was going to build bridges, he was going to do this to Iran, all those monies went to what? Weapons. They were waiting. Some of them went to them, some of them went to... So
PBD independently arrives at the concept of blowback. This is stunning to watch.
No, I think it's too early to tell. I'm not a fan of the ceasefire right now. I'm not. I just think ceasefires are not going to be kept by anybody. I think the other.
Oh my God. I think they all have the same likelihood to violate the ceasefire when in reality, you should see like any ceasefire that involves Israel is going to be inherently unserious. And he tried to frame it like, oh, it was actually Iran that broke the ceasefire when no, the only attacks that came out of Iran were ones that were like immediately after the ceasefire had been brokered, where you would expect there to be a delay in communication between the official diplomatic position that has now been ensconced all the way like down the chain, like up and down the chain of command. For all the belligerents involved, it was Israel that was the first one to launch the attacks that led to the ceasefire breaking down unambiguously. That's why it didn't hold.
We claim we agreed to a ceasefire, and what did we do? We attacked. You know, Iran claimed that, and boom, same thing happened with Ukraine and Russia. Remember how many times I said, oh, we agreed to a ceasefire, instantly, hours later, there was an attack. So I don't know how much historically ceasefires have never worked. Okay. Historically.
Can I recommend an idea to the president?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
So, one of the most controversial things of all time, I think would work perfectly here, the Iran-Contra affair, where we built an arms manufacturing base secretly in a place close to to Nicaragua to send arms to the rebels to help them overtake the communist regime. So, need to build an arms manufacturing facility in something like Saudi Arabia, somewhere close by, and just get as many guns as possible.
Oh my God, this fucking dunce's solution is what? Foment another coup to install like the Shah's son? Is that really the advice that you think that Trump hasn't fucking heard?
To Iran into the hands of
like
citizens.
Actual regime change, which they're not willing to commit to because they just want to do air campaigns. They don't really want to launch too many more troops on the fucking ground because they know it's unpopular.
Because
wow,
it's not going to be
novel idea. Never heard of that before.
Like, you know, when you say, what does like finishing the thing look like? How do you finish them? You can take out as many leaders as you want, but there's still 25% of the population that supports the IRCG. So there's always going to be somebody that pops up and will take the leadership. So it needs to be a civil war type of situation. Right now, the population that's against the regime isn't equipped for a civil war. So if we could equip them for a civil war, it's not something that happens overnight.
How you do it, though? Go ahead and do it.
Put an arms manufacturing facility as close as possible to Iran and smuggle it in. It's a long-term thing, not something that's going to happen overnight. But aside from that, yeah, the two options are either let them win or just nuke the country. So because you can kill as many leaders as you want, but there's still...
Those are actually not the only options. The only options are not, genocide or like arming rebels.
Millions of people
Let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Day one of the war versus today. Do you think the world is looking at Iran and they're saying how weak they are? Or do you think they're looking at Iran and saying, okay, they're more capable and strategic than we thought we are? What they are? What do you think the world is saying?
They have more power than we thought. And part of that is that...
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that they're more resilient than I thought.
Right.
It's taken a long time to take it to this level, and they're still kind of standing. This is surprising.
When you started the sentence with, we should do an Iran-Contra, that's a hell nah.
I think that's what they're saying. And by the way, Iran already has an arms manufacturing factory. It's called China. And if you don't think that in the net, by the way,
for itself though, for the government.
Well, you asked me who I thought won the ceasefire. That's different from whether I.
Why does he think that China is like providing a bunch of arms to Iran? There's like it would be Russia that's doing that, and Russia barely wants to get involved and like actually honor those fucking commitments. Like this is reported. Give me a second. What was this reported? This was March 17th of this year. Israel urges Iranians to revolt, but privately assesses they'll be slaughtered. This was an exclusive for the Washington Post. Senior Israeli officials have told U.S. diplomats that Iranian protesters will, quote-unquote, get slaughtered if they take to the streets against Iran's government, even as Israel publicly calls for a popular uprising, according to a State Department cable reviewed by the Washington Post. The cable circulated by the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem on Friday relayed an Israeli assessment that Iran's regime is, quote-unquote, not cracking and is willing to fight to the end, quote-unquote, despite the February 28th killing of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and the ongoing U.S. and Israeli bombing campaign. The regime killed thousands during a wide-scale anti-government demonstrations earlier this year. If large numbers of Iranians return to the streets, Israeli officials say the people will get slaughtered because the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Iran's principal military force, has the upper hand, quote-unquote, according to the cable. The document's authenticity was verified by two State Department officials. Despite the grim forecast, Israeli officials said they had hoped for a popular revolt and urged the U.S. to prepare to support protesters if that happens, according to the cable. The cable summarized recent meetings between U.S. officials and senior members of Israel's National Security Council, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs on Wednesday and Thursday. It comes as Iran's exiled crown prince, Reza Pahlavi, calls for Iranians to take to the streets this week to mark the ancient Persian Festival of Fire, known as Shahar. I can't even begin to pronounce this. An Iran expert at Johns Hopkins University said that Iranians have long been skeptical of Israeli intentions and that the dual messages on display in the cable will be viewed by many as callous and exploitative of Iranian lives. I think a lot of people will feel very betrayed by this assessment. The Israeli embassy in Washington said Israel is, quote-unquote, focused on eliminating the regime's military capabilities to everyone's benefit. Iranians have risked their lives taking to the streets time and time again, including just this past January, the embassy said in a statement. There are opposition groups who have been working independently for years to overthrow the regime. Israel and the U.S. have hit thousands of targets inside Iran, including nuclear infrastructure, ballistic missile stockpiles, police stations, and checkpoints set up by plainclothes internal security forces known as the Basij. In a televised address on the first day of the attacks, Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu said his country, quote, will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to cast off the yoke of this murderous regime. He made a similar appeal last week. Other Israeli officials have said the assault on Iran is a success, even if a popular uprising doesn't materialize. Every day that we weaken this regime is a gain for the state of Israel. Ze'ev, I think, Elkin, a member of Israel's security cabinet, said in an interview on Israeli television. Suzanne Maloney, an Iran expert and vice president at the Brookings Institution, said the vulnerability of Iran's unarmed protesters should be a consideration for U.S. and Israeli officials. The Iranian people are at a grave risk at the moment from the regime, and it would be unfortunate if they were used as pawns in an effort to try to further inflame the situation, she said. The Trump admin's outlook on the peril facing Iran's opposition has shifted since the start of the war. President Donald Trump initially urged Iranians to, quote-unquote, take over your government, but has recently acknowledged that Iran's security and forces would just kill protesters. They literally have people in the streets with machine guns, machine gunning people down if they want to protest, Trump told Fox News. I really think that's a big hurdle to climb for people that don't have weapons, he added. Yeah, you think? A White House official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss a leaked cable said Trump, quote, doesn't like to see suffering anywhere, including in Iran, where the terrorist regime was slaughtering protesters before the president intervened and is now targeting civilians throughout the regime. Who the fuck is this dick suck that wouldn't go on record to say that? The regime's response to protests in January, which were brought on by Iran's economic mismanagement and authoritarian tactics, resulted in a brutal crackdown condemned by much of the West. U.S. officials also say they're no longer pursuing the overthrow of Iran's entrenched clerical and military establishment. And again, this is literally what this fucking moron who was talking about, like, I have a recommendation. Why don't they do what happened during the Iran-Contra affair? Blah, 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 blah. And it's like literally, like, again, he knows nothing about this and is recommending a failed strategy that Israel and the U.S. like already backed off weeks ago.
I think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. And number one. And number two, I think we've just given them a training. So now they're going to figure out different techniques to use. And they're going to figure out ways to do it. And if this is really impacting China's economy, then guess what? China is the arms manufacturing factory that's going to help Iran.
But that's the helping the government. I'm talking about smuggling weapons to the citizens there. Like, we need a rebel group to form that's against the government. Like, that's not for the IRCG. So that's what I'm saying with that.
He keeps calling it the IRCG. He literally doesn't even know what the fuck the acronym is.
But going back to it. So if you're talking about doing that, what I'm trying to say is the following: if, like, the war with Ukraine and Russia, when they started attacking, what was the first thing everybody thought?
Russia's going to win.
Russia's going to what?
They're just going to walk in and take all that country back. Humpty Dumpty USSR is getting rebuilt.
What happened?
It became a quagmire.
But why, though? This is different. These are two different stories, but similar. The reason why it's different is who had Ukraine's back?
All of Europe and the U.S.
And
democratic regime.
So Russia was by themselves. Of course, they got a couple other people that are helping them out, but they realized, wait a minute, that's not enough. And Ukraine is destroying you with the smaller the little drones that they're building. You know, $2,000 drones, $20,000 drones flying into $4 million tanks, whatever, $4 million equipment, explosion, right? Okay. But they had backing. Iran did this with who backing them up? Not that much from anybody.
No.
If you think about it.
No one that would admit it.
No one that would admit it. But maybe a little bit, but not that much. So to me, I don't know. To me, if this goes the way it's going. So if you're saying, well, let's give weapons to their people.
It's like dawning on them that, yeah, Iran is like a formidable force. It's not the same as Iraq. It's not the same as Afghanistan. You're talking about a country with 90 million people, a large population that feels that this is an existential war and is willing to fight for their fucking country. Yeah, no shit.
If
it's not some like rinky-dink army or whatever. Like, obviously, its military capacity is it's like inferior to the United States, but like that one that's true of literally every country. And and they don't even need that much to disrupt a lot because of their control over the Strait of Hormuz, which is like largely, again, like it's economic warfare that is primarily causing a thorn in the side of the U.S. right now.
And Israel went after Iran thinking there's going to be a regime change or regime collapse. If the IRGC still runs Iran after the ceasefire, there is no regime collapse or regime change.
That's correct.
Yeah, no.
Let me say it again.
It's starting to dawn on them that a regime change is not happening, even though a regime change was never going to fucking happen. It didn't happen even in Venezuela. These morons probably think that happened in Venezuela.
IRGC still runs Iran, there was no regime change or regime collapse.
Right.
So if you give weapons to the people, you think the people are going to have better weapons than America and Israel has? No. So I don't even think that's going to work. I don't even think that's going to work.
I think you need a civil war there.
Yeah, the difference between a civil war that we had in America
Why does he want that?
versus a civil war in Iran is the civil war in Iran, the government is willing to kill its own people.
Right.
It's a very different kind of a civil war. It's not the civil war that you think about. Yesterday I was talking to...
That's not a civil war. That would literally just be like a clash between a government and a pocket, like their population. A civil war is when it's between... typically between, like, primarily between, like, civilian factions, no?
Jiang, the guy that's, he made the prediction with I said, so tell me what it's like, the climate in China. I said, what does China say when it comes down to COVID? He says, China's position is that U.S. funded a bioweapon and they dropped it, and that's what the mainstream media said in China. I said, really? Yeah, the state media, because he's in Beijing.
Professor Jiang interview.
Right now. I said, how many Chinese question that narrative? He says, you don't understand. That's not the culture in China. What the state media says, guess what you do?
Yeah,
you buy, okay? Because that's the culture that is in China. So in Iran, the state media says what? Do you know the state media, there's a...
Giving weapons to people is merely about destabilizing what powers... I know, it's like they actually think that, like, it would be... I'm sure, like, I don't even doubt that there are some psychos in the Israeli Knesset that would obviously think that that's actually in the geostrategic interest of Israel or the United States. But the last thing that they actually want is to plunge Iran into like a failed state, because that would actually be more of a security risk for Israel to have on their border.
Clip of a guy on state media saying, hey, parents, send your
kids.
They
want control. If you have like a civil war and one faction that wins over the others, you actually have less control than you would have before.
Kids to get killed in the war, okay? Send your kids because it's the right thing to do. Rob, I don't know if you have it in the notes or not. I send it to you. Maybe you have one of the two. One of them is very aggressive. The other one is, here, let me send this to you. I just texted it to you, Rob, if you want to go to it and find it. But it's in my note. There you go, that one right there. Watch this. This is footage earlier, but look how they're speaking. Go back a little bit. Go ahead. Mothers and fathers. Take your children's hand by hand, come to the streets. Do you want your sons to be a man?
آمده وسط میدان میونداری داره میکنه میدونداری میکنه مامانا باباها بچه‌ها بفرستید این شبای
Send your children at night to the roadblocks. Your child will turn into what? What was the last word?
Men.
Turn into men. That's state media. That's state media. So you think a civil war is going to work in Iran like the way you think, even with weapons? The government will gladly kill their own people. So listen, the debate of if you're going to do it or not, we're past it. We're here now. If you want to get the job done, you either have to show up and get it done. If you don't, you just emboldened Iran in ways we've never seen. Because if IRGC is still in charge, there was not a regime collapse, there was not a regime change, they're still in control.
Like, it's not a question of if they're still going to be in charge. There is no plans right now to undertake an actual regime change.
And if you think they're going to...
even if they do an invasion, even if they put troops on the ground, it's not clear that the objective will be a regime change.
I think in 6 months, they can't wait for Trump to be out. Somebody else will come in. 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, it'll be a 9/11 times 10.
Want the job done equals done. I mean, they've literally said, like, you either do the civil war or nuke the country. He literally presented that dichotomy.
And then they're going to sit back and say, well, let me tell you, we should have finished the job 20 years ago. They're not going to stop. They right now feel so confident. They right now feel so confident about themselves.
What does going all the way look like to you? Like 10 out of 10, like extreme in terms of trying to take it out all the way? Because that's what I'm stuck on.
I agree with you. I don't think there's winning here for him. I think whatever he does, I think if they go out and take it.
The art of the deal, then. There's no winning here for the situation that Trump himself created.
At Iran. Republicans lose midterms. AOC is going to be the president in 2028.
Hell yeah.
Or Newsom. Newsom's wife, the more she speaks, the more she hurts him. She's horrible. But I think you're winning for 20 years from now. You're not winning for the next 6, 12 months. If the president's doing what he's doing right now for midterms, then you're thinking marketing and PR wise. You're not thinking long-term America.
Yeah.
But why are you talking about President AOC if you're just talking about the results of the midterms? If we're not going to be deciding who the next head of state's going to be in the midterms.
Thinking long-term war. Protection.
Can you win this war long-term? I mean, this is a war that's been going on for thousands of years, basically, right?
With IRGC, Iran used to be very peaceful under Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. They were allies with everybody. They got along with everybody. There was no issues in the Middle East when it was Mohammad
Yeah, who gives a fuck that the Iranians hated them?
Reza Shah Pahlavi. Nothing. There was no issues. Go look at the death toll. Nothing. They weren't picking on anybody.
It's basically been at war for like thousands of years.
Pictures of the
What do you think
citizens,
about
they were
it?
not wearing hijabs. They were. It looked like a Western country, and it was actually Hollywood people.
Who is this idiot? A common American moron who wrote a book so he gets to be on this podcast?
Like Frank Sinatra used to go there on vacation.
Yeah.
And ski.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to me because historically, you look at the region.
It's literally just like, aren't all these people in the desert that are just like wrapped in sheets and, you know, a bunch of guys wearing sandals? Don't they all just like kill each other constantly? There's probably like, you know, they're just savages who can never be like civilized. Just probably just like leave them alone.
There's always been a conflict there.
Right.
Like, isn't there always going to be a conflict there?
There's always going to be a conflict there. But if you
This
look
is a different adversary. When you see clips like that, like they're fighting a different war than the war that we think of.
I know.
To us, this is an economic
This is just
war.
like Orientalism, fucking 101. Holy shit.
Or this is a war for
right.
our living standards and things like that. This is theological to these people.
To the extremists, which is the 1 out of 5.
Yeah.
The 80% don't want this. The 80% are begging for this thing to be done.
It's not theological. It is literally just it's like causing a rally around the flag effect and like having people lean into like nationalism because they know that their country faces an existential threat when you've got the United States saying that their civilization is going to be fucking wiped out if it feels like it.
The 80% are begging.
But he's like, you have to understand, like the fucking Arab mind, man. It's so hard to understand. These aren't just normal people. They're like Arabs. They're fanatical, you know, jihadis.
For the IRGC to be gone. By the way, look at Gulf states. In UAE, you can't act like that. You're going to jail. Crime is low in UAE. Crime is low in Dubai. Crime is low in these steps out. They're not going to tolerate
The UAE has like indentured servitude.
this behavior. So even the Gulf states have now said, look, we want to have a good relationship with the West.
And like high rates of human trafficking. It's not like this paragon of democracy like he's making it sound like. Those things that he's praising as like elements that are redeeming for the UAE are like bugs. They're not fucking, I mean, they're features in the sense that they intentionally make the choice to pursue these domestic policies, but they are examples of repression.
Even Turkey wants to have a good relation with the West. Iran is a different animal in a big way. And
Turkey's not going to get to have a fucking good relationship with the West because Israel already has her sights set on them.
Continue and they keep getting stronger like this.
Yeah,
this
North Korea also is low crime.
event comes out and they stay stronger, you're going to have this issue to come up for decades to come, and I don't think it's going to slow down. I think they're going to get tougher. And but again, short term, I don't think there's a win. The win is only a long-term win, 10 to 20 years. I don't think there's any short-term win. And the noise in media is so loud. The noise in media is so flippant.
It's so annoying how they keep covering, you know, this war and how ridiculously unpopular it is among the American population that literally had no consent over this because this was not declared by Congress. It was a unilateral action taken by this fucking admin who dragged this country into a war of choice that no one fucking wanted except for neocon hawks like Lindsey Graham.
Loud just to see the power of the message. Every time somebody comments something negative, the first thing I do is I go to their account and I say, no, this guy's real. He started his account 9 years ago. And then I go, this guy started his account a week ago in April 2026. You're a bot.
No
It is
followers.
and by the way, it's not everybody.
Yeah.
So it's not like you can cop out and say everyone's a bot. No. Some people are converters of the bot's influence, that their brain got rotted to believe that is happening. But my concern is this thing, if ceasefire goes, Iran's going to come out and say, we beat the biggest empire.
Turkey is safe because they're in NATO, yeah, but all we have to do is withdraw from NATO, which Trump says we're flirting with doing, right? And then Israel is going to launch the biggest campaign to make them public enemy number one because Israel's not in NATO. Kidding.
In the world and against Israel. Imagine you're on TV and you're going to say, Israel and U.S. tried to take us out and they failed. We were right. And the Iranian people are like, oh, shit. Now what do we do? We have to listen to exactly what they're going to be saying now moving forward. If you thought they were extreme, they're about to double down on
I don't think
their
people
extreme.
realize how much of a stranglehold Iran has over the global oil market. I mean, that was really the crux of.
Don't think you didn't know that. Literally everybody fucking knew that. People within Trump's admin knew that even. Hello. They knew that, like, again, that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be a choke point for Iran if we were to ever engage in a warfare with them.
of why this ended up being as difficult as it was because people woke up and realized, like,
No
holy
one knew about the Strait of Hormuz until after Trump launched this war.
cow. They don't even have to actually drop bombs in the Strait. They just have to threaten to drop bombs in the Strait, and you can shut down the global oil market to a large degree.
And they're thinking deeply about the future. Financial Times reported this morning that in addition to the toll booth that they want to put together, and Oman says, hey, I can help you with that, they want $1 per barrel of oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the toll that Iran says it wants. And it doesn't want euros. It doesn't want US dollars, petrodollars. It wants crypto. Why? Because you can't seize crypto later.
You can't tolerate that.
You can't freeze assets.
You can't tolerate that if that's actually.
What do you mean you can't tolerate? Don't you think that's strategic on their behalf?
Yeah, it is. But
there it is.
That breaks everything, though.
What do you mean that breaks everything?
Well, now you can't freeze the bank account when it's crypto.
That undermines the petrodollars.
This tells me that they're thinking a step ahead.
Guess what? They're going to be like, look.
Wow, it's almost like, these Arabs, these Muslims that you're constantly trying to insinuate are like backwards, actually are just, normal human beings that have brains and are capable of strategizing. And, I've been preparing for this for like decades. It's not like it's a fucking surprise that, one day an admin was going to come along that started a war with this country.
You guys in the U.S. are all about crypto now. Why not just pay us in crypto? Why are you not doing that? So I'm telling you, that you have to respect a vicious, nasty, divisive, creative, critical thinking enemy. And these guys, they're doing. By the way, even marketing, they've done such a good job. Mm-hmm. Even propaganda, they've done such a good job. And to ask something like this, but go back to what you were saying. So, what power did Iran have with Strait of Hormuz with oil pre the attack? And what level of power will they have with Strait of Hormuz post-attack, depending on negotiation? What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, they obviously, I think they always had this power just because, geographically, like you've done great work on that. Geographically, I mean, it's so easy for them to control because of the sheer, the mountainous region of it. It's almost impossible for, a foreign invader to put boots on the ground and actually control that region the way that Iran can. So,
it's actually not impossible. We've just not prepared for that. And there's no public appetite or will to do that.
I mean, there's a lot of strategists who have known this, and it's why I think people were always very tepid about doing something like, invading Iran, in part because this disruption was always so front and center. Going forward now, though, it's become so obvious to everybody that, hey, Iran plays a much bigger role in the global oil market than we suspected, and that's not going to change going forward.
Big X factor though is the drones, because it's not even like you have to put a blockade there now. Like before, people were worried about them blockading or putting mines in the water, but now they can make these drones in their garage for a couple $1,000s, and just the mere threat of that will stop people from going through. So I think the drones have made the Strait of Hormuz chokehold even more powerful.
Yeah, it's interesting how much the technology is starting to change now and influence the way the militaries are fighting, because you're seeing these autonomous vehicles increasingly play such a big role that even a poor country can actually defend itself pretty well against the United States.
Yeah, $10,000 drone could take out a multi-billion-dollar ship.
Such a great case study.
It is
such a great case study.
So guess what? I'm a small oil nation. I will never have enough troops.
What a great case study this was. Wow, the United States has never, engaged in asymmetric warfare. Not in Vietnam, not in Korea. That's like never happened before.
To do anything in the name of traditional warfare.
But you actually didn't need to launch this war of choice to learn this lesson in the hardest possible way. It's a lesson that we have learned many, many times.
Nor will anybody sell me airplanes. I can't get the the Mirages and the Exocets, all those things that used to happen that where Arab countries would buy from France. I can't get that. Nor can I get stuff from the United States. But I've got billions and billions and billions of dollars. I will never have enough troops. There's your case study, Pat. But guess what? All of a sudden, overnight, I got 10,000 drones.
Mm-hmm.
I got 10,000 drones. Guess what? Little old me is now a military power in my region.
Yeah.
And the only question is, what payload do I have on them? And what is the sophistication of the electronics to keep, because you can shoot down drones with a variety of electronic things. But this is exactly what we're talking about. It's no longer who's got the biggest army line up on both sides like Rome or Braveheart.
The question, Tom, for sure, but how many of these shipping companies are even going to trust the ceasefire? Like, here's one of the biggest.
They're going to wait.
Right? Look at when the story just came out 5 hours ago.
I don't understand why we're talking about shipping companies. They didn't close the Gulf. Lloyd's of London closed the Gulf. The insurance guy closed it. So if Mayor is cautious on Straits of Hormuz, my question is, do they have insurance, and from who? Well, that's really what closed the. Remember, Lloyd said you're not covered on insurance, and everybody said, well, I don't want the risk, and I have no insurance.
The president said he would take the risk,
and we said that we would make the United States Insurance Company, and we said.
And then they said, well, we're worried about the lives of the people, too.
They have no clue, have they? None. Absolutely zero.
That was the next.
And they like come on the show and just proudly display their ignorance and idiocy to hundreds of thousands of people. It's the most entertaining thing on the internet.
Excuse after the insurance, but I mean, through the prism of the insurance company, would you feel comfortable insuring boats going through the?
Rob, how many have already gone through this morning? Do we have, has anything been reported that anything's gone through yet?
I saw a report right before I left the hotel that there was a ship going through.
There was one going through? You know where it was from?
I'm not sure.
Can you pull up, Rob, to see who it was?
It's the straight. They have a straight tracker. Sounds like straight jacket if you say it fast.
Restricted today. I just want to know how many went through today. Are there any? So it says 10 ships in transit. Is there any other place to go see this, Rob? If anything's gone through?
10 ships in transit.
Interesting. If Colin is saying one went through, I'd be.
Right now, it's far more likely that Iran, to the extent that Iran is like the chokehold that Iran has over the Strait of Hormuz is decreased. It will be because it's part of China's, like China has their own plans, and China's plan is to not allow Iran to have such a stranglehold over it by the end of this.
Be curious to know who that one was.
Right here,
where
ships
from?
transiting now 7.
7 right now.
Over
the last 24 hours, 10.
Normal daily activity.
60.
They're at 10%.
So can you find out if those 10 that went the last 24 hours paid anything to Iran?
Yeah, Alexa, how many ships went through the Strait of Hormuz today?
Those 10 that went through the last
Check Grok next.
24 hours, did they pay anything to Iran?
Great question.
I'm curious to know if they're already demanding that and if the world is organically accepting the terms. You know, to say, look, just pay the guy.
I saw a report that Trump was saying that they're going to split the tolls. I don't know how, truthful that is, but he said he was going to try to negotiate some way to split the tolls.
Yes, some ships have reportedly paid. In some cases,
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
What do you think about that 50-50 split ownership?
I don't know. It seems like a
Trump thing.
This seems like sort of a classic government, snafu, where the government does something, overplays its hand, and then all of a sudden they're taxing everybody. Because who ultimately pays for all this stuff? I mean, taxes don't get paid by nobody. Taxes ultimately get paid by people who are consuming. So all of this, what does it do in the long run? It drives up, inflation marginally, and ultimately people who consume oil end up paying for all of this. So I don't know.
Yeah, those prices will
What
get
does this guy know? God, he's like such a fucking moron. Okay.
passed on to the consumer.
Exactly.
I like, as entertaining as it is to watch them just get so much wrong, like I just don't even know like how much like I can only do this like for so long. Like past a certain point I just get like angry and like frustrated. And it really is missing its charm when Vinny and Adam aren't there to just add chaos to the fucking idiocy. I am tapping out of this one. I want to move on to the well, let's look at the Five's reaction on Fox News since they brought up Jesse Waters and it got me thinking, okay, I need to hear his take on all of this. And then we'll do the Piers Morgan panel. The Five, big beautiful ceasefire ? So the Five discusses possibilities surrounding the ceasefire with Iran. So this premiered 8 hours ago and has 281,000 views.
Saturday for Trump's big beautiful ceasefire, the White House confirming J.D. Vance is taking the lead in talks with the Iranian negotiators in Islamabad this weekend. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they'll also be there. This comes after President Trump made the mullahs cry uncle, agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire, but only if they open the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the libs are still crashing out over that Trump truth, where he casually threatened that a whole civilization will die. But Caroline had to spell it out for him.
Yeah, it was he's not wrong that only the libs seem to be crashing out over this. And literally, conservatives saw that insane fucking tweet where he said a whole civilization will die tonight, and we're completely fine with it. Because literally, like no one spoke out on the right.
Why is it appropriate for the President of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results.
How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations?
The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
What was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
I think it was a very, very strong threat from the president of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, Iran was just begging for a ceasefire.
Veep getting his pregame on before Saturday with some choice words for the Iranians, who claim the U.S. has violated the deal.
We have a negotiation that's supposed to start this weekend. That's the truth. I think it's a good first step. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. If Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart...
Did she get Botox or something? Her face looks stiff for IDK. I mean, she's pregnant, so it could just be water retention, but she's probably not getting fresh Botox while she's, like, carrying. Guys, ads start in less than 20 seconds. If you want to not have this program interrupted by ads, you could subscribe to me or hope that you were gifted a sub in chat by somebody, or use your Amazon Twitch Prime sub.
In a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire. That's also...
So if Lebanon has nothing to do with Iran, why do you care that... then I guess they have no relationship to Hezbollah in Lebanon, right? Why would you even say that? It's so stupid. It's like, it's so obviously untrue.
Their choice. We think that would be dumb. I did see that tweet from Ghalibaf actually just a couple of minutes ago. I actually wonder how good he is at understanding English, because there are things that he said that frankly didn't make sense.
Naturally, the Democrats' top leaders are jealous of the deal maker in chief. Listen.
Well, a 2-week ceasefire is insufficient. We need a permanent end to Donald Trump's reckless war of choice.
Gas prices, worse shape. Iran's nuclear ambition, we're in worse shape. American credibility, we're in worse shape.
Oh my God, dude. Chuck Schumer should be careful to never show his side profile or lean over this far and remind everybody how fucking old he is.
Worse shape. Iran's nuclear ambition, we're in worse shape. American credibility, we're in worse shape. This war is a colossal failure.
Gee, I wonder what, like, wouldn't it have been nice if you and Hakeem Jeffries could have tried to do something about that, you know, when it was being openly reported in mid-February that he intended to do this, and you guys could have tried to bring forth War Power Resolution X then, but chose not to? Critical Rat Theory, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime sub. You've been subscribed for 2 months. I really appreciate it.
Hey, Dana, ceasefire, fragile. It's being described as.
So I know you've heard of the fog of war. I'm in the fog of ceasefire. I'm not exactly sure. Remember last week, was it last week you said we were intelligent if we said we didn't know? I'm really intelligent today.
Yes.
I do think Caroline had one of her best briefings.
Hi, I'm a Fox News co-host, and I have a 40 IQ. I literally don't know what's going on, even though it's my entire fucking job.
Today, because one of the things she did is say, I hear your question. I get it. I understand on the rhetoric. However, and then she went on, but she also pointed out that the original 10 points were a total deal breaker. And so I think JD Vance certainly has his work cut out for him. But he, in that clip we just played, I think he's up for it, right? He says, okay, I am clear on what the president wants. I am clear on such and such regarding Lebanon in particular. And I wanted to mention something on that. And I know that he knows this, but what he didn't say is that why does Iran say that this has to include Lebanon? Because they fund Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is the one that in southern Lebanon has been giving Israel the business, meaning militarily, like sending bombs and terrorist attacks forever. So that's why Iran wants us to stop. And that's why Israel is saying, oh, yeah, no, that is not going to stop. I said yesterday it felt like a blur. There's no doubt that militarily Iran is on its back heels. But that was like putting the...
Oh, my God. Lost Highway 4840, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. I really appreciate it. Cool, you have super chats now. I can also have memberships, and I've been eligible to turn those on for like months, and I still haven't done it, but I will bring them to you guys soon. Thank you so much for the $5.
NFL up against a high school team, right? They should be on their heels. And I just keep going back to the president saying he demanded an unconditional surrender from the regime. But okay, so let's say we were never going to get unconditional surrender, but how far did we get down the way?
Okay, so he just lied. So you're admitting that when he said that, he was setting an unrealistic goal that could be easily ignored and like a completely unserious demand?
I'm not exactly sure, and maybe we won't know until after this negotiation. However, is America and Israel safer today than they were before this because of taking away these capabilities of the Iranian military? I say yes. The one big sticking point is that the Strait of Hormuz is now something that Iran knows, we know exactly how to hold the world hostage on this. So I'm not sure where that ends up. I don't like the idea of a toll. That's not good. We can't do that all around the world. But it does have to be open. I think they're going to say 12 ships get to go through tomorrow. It's usually 100 a day. So for Americans and people around the world looking for relief on energy prices, it's not going to come immediately. But again, I'm in the blur of the ceasefire, so that's a lot of words to say. I'm not sure what's going on.
Jessica, are you happy that there's a ceasefire? Are you mad that there's a ceasefire? Where do you stand?
Jessica is like the one like moderate, like Dem aligned, like lib on here.
I stand, I think, in reality that there is no ceasefire. I was watching coverage of this
Her hair always looks like a football helmet.
Night, flipping around, obviously, watching your show, Jesse, and then perusing some other channels. And there were split screens between, White House announces ceasefire and missiles raining down on the Israelis. We knew that Israel was sending rockets back to Iran. We know what today has looked like in Lebanon with what
You're looking at footage that happened like right after the ceasefire was announced.
Israelis are doing there. It's one of the highest death toll days. So the ceasefire was a complete fiction. And what J.D. Vance is saying, and the White House now, Caroline Leavitt, that those 10 points were completely unacceptable. That's only because some of the biggest boosters of the administration came out and said, are you kidding me? Look at what you're agreeing to. Like Mark Levin, who has obviously been
they weren't agreeing to it. They said it was the workable basis for negotiation talks or whatever. But I mean, the United States is in such a poor position that they would be willing to accept that as the basis, even though, again, if they had never launched this war, that would have not Iran definitely has the upper hand as far as entering these talks now because they have far more leverage than they did before.
Close to this process. He took, what Fox and Friends had put up this morning and said this 10 points are a disaster. Last night, Larry Kudlow asked on social media, is this what we want? I mean, the deal, the 10 points that they sent in response to our 15 points allow them, as Dana said, to control the Strait of Hormuz and to decide what they charge. So that could be $2 million per tanker, and they split that with the Omanis, or then the FT reported this morning a proposal to do $1 for every barrel, and they want it to be paid in crypto. Which would be untraceable. And we know that because Donald Trump loves to be paid in crypto. No shutting down of the nuclear program. You can continue to enrich uranium. The leadership, not a problem. Can keep supporting those proxy forces. That's the Hezbollah problem. And then that sanctions would be lifted. We already took off $14 billion in sanctions. This would go even further. And Donald Trump would be the first president, certainly in recent memory, that didn't have economic sanctions on Iran. The linchpin story on this, and we have been tracing this particular plot line since the beginning, is what Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman reported yesterday in the excerpt of their book that comes out in a couple of months. And it's about a meeting on February 11th in the Situation Room, and Bibi Netanyahu was there. He was sitting at the table with our leadership, and he pitched them on this war. Donald Trump was interested. Pete Hegseth was interested. Everybody else, Ratcliffe, farcical. Rubio, it's BS. General Kane, standard operating procedure for Israelis, they oversell. Susie Wiles, we can't be dragged into another Middle Eastern war. Israel pushed us to do this. It doesn't mean that there weren't some good things that came out of it, but that first...
Name the good things. What good things, lady?
Day, remember, and you guys said, I can't believe you're saying this, when Rubio came out and he said the truth to the gaggle of reporters that the imminent threat was not against us. It was something that was happening for Israel, is a core piece of this. And now we're stuck in it. And Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are seen as being very pro-Israel. And that's why people want to negotiate with J.D. Vance instead of with them, because they think that they may possibly be talking to someone who isn't just representing Israeli interests.
Yeah, I think if you continued to read the article, you'd see that the president wasn't interested in the regime change and the revolution. He was more interested in destroying the...
Puck My Life, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Blue Spiral 04. I really, really appreciate it.
Military and knocking out the leadership. Paul Morrell.
I find this to be a very...
Maybe she needs to hold some middle ground to stay in the show. No, she has a show called Raging Moderates on YouTube. I think she really just is this way.
Very dangerous meme. This idea that Israel is leaning Donald Trump around by the nose. He doesn't know any better. He didn't see Bibi coming. And all of a sudden now, a guy who doesn't want to listen to anybody on anything...
Puck My Life, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. I really, really appreciate it. And everybody who was on the receiving end of Puck My Life's generosity, please thank them in chat for giving you an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes.
Because he's the most powerful person in the world, is falling for deceptions from one of our...
They literally cannot comprehend that Donald Trump is a doddering idiot that is vulnerable to being led around by somebody who makes an even somewhat convincing pitch, like trying to paint him as somebody who can be a hero and make a bunch of money. Yes, he is that vulnerable to being led around by people. Correct.
Allies. Let's recognize something. I think there's a false premise here. This is a ceasefire. It's not the deal. We're all talking about this as if, okay, now we have a deal. This is where we're going to go in it. They have these requests from the Iranians, and we're going to be parsing those. No.
Okay, see, this is just cope. If this were coming from anybody else, it wouldn't necessarily be cope. But he's like, oh, come on. What is the big deal with us agreeing to a workable basis being the 10-point plan that Iran laid out that has maximalist demands that we wouldn't have had to fucking agree to prior to this war of choice being launched? What's the big deal there? Hello? The entire point is if you're not going to outline any military objectives, is that maybe, geopolitical objectives would also, or like priorities would kick in and you'd realize that like, oh, we're clearly in a worse position if this is what we have to agree to come to the table with this country.
We just stopped bombing them. I mean, there's a historical precedent for this across the board. Everybody remembers the famous Christmas pause when World War I, they came out of the trenches, they all played soccer. The point is that they stopped bombing for a while, which, by the way, operationally works for us as well, because we can re-up all of our interceptors. We can look at our intel again. Donald Trump has a lot better intel than all of us around the table do. Let's remember something. When the time came to hit that meeting of the Ayatollahs, the Israelis had to signal intelligence, all right? Reportedly, and this is out, I'm not giving up anything, that they had penetrated the traffic lights, the traffic signals in Iran, in Tehran. And so they knew, they're all incoming to this meeting. But when the time came to say, what are we going to do? Our leadership turned to the CIA, looked at Radcliffe and said, can you confirm this? And because it's the CIA, they didn't have to say, well, we got to look. They said, no, we have a very sophisticated program vis-a-vis Iran. Yes, it is on our best source. So that's just, I raised that as an example to show that there are things going on behind the scenes that they know that we don't. And they're not obviously going to talk about it too much. So there's a pause to see where we go. Now, relative to Hezbollah, let's remember something. They're a mafia. All right. They get 50% of their funding from Iran. Their equity is to survive.
Oh, my God. This dude with like the most like Jersey accent, of course, comparing it to the fucking mafia. Hezbollah to the fucking mafia. And I have to control myself and not make a joke.
Weak relative to Hezbollah because they got to fund them. And they don't want to lose them because that's their cat's paw. Hezbollah actually is in a better position here relative to Iran because they make money all over the world, including in our hemisphere. So the fact
I'm just waiting for him to go bada bing, bada boom. You know how it be.
All of this stuff is going on in Lebanon. Color me completely unsurprised because Hezbollah just wants to survive. And it means hitting the Israelis. They're going to do it. Last thing I want to say, just to sort of button things up here. Operationally, let's look at something here.
I really need Greg Gutfeld's opinion on this, though.
Objective was, at the end of the day, to secure the nuclear material. Because I know imminently, of course, Israel is closer to them, and of course, they're more at risk. But let's remember, they were developing ICBMs. They had a missile that went 2,000 miles that they weren't supposed to have. And everybody has kicked this can down the road from...
Don't make this a Jersey thing. It's a Staten Island accent, okay?
All of our presidents. So if you are willing, I had ambivalence about this as well when the aircraft carriers were offshore. But if you're going to say we shouldn't have done this, I want to hear the solution. Because sometime between 3 and 5 years,
oh my God. Again, like if you don't support this war of choice, either nuke, this is their version of the stupid false dichotomy. So PBD said, oh, what, was he just not supposed to do this? It's either this, encourage a civil war, or nuking them, pick. And he's saying, what, you have such great ideas, like, maintaining a peacetime, what? What do you suggest if we're not going to start this war of choice?
Maybe less. There's going to be an ICBM with a nuclear warhead with New York's name on it in Iran.
Why does this guy's mouth only open enough to fit a single saltine in when he talks? Because he has so much fucking like Botox at his face that he can barely move it.
And that's going to be a problem for the next president. And say what you want about Trump. He's the first guy who said, we're not going to cut some BS deal like Kerry cut in Austria, that, oh, yeah, there's a JCPOA, and we're not naive, and all that crap. No, you are naive. They were just kicking it downrange so that they didn't have to deal with it. So if you don't like it, fair enough. But that means you were willing to say, downrange, 3 years from now, we're going to confront this thing, and I have an answer to that then. And when you're dealing with a regime that is messianic and practically has death to America on their money, you better have a better answer.
Always with a death to America, man.
So then Donald Trump is a warmonger.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
Love it. Holy shit. I'm looking at this map, and like at first glance I literally saw a swastika. It's Fox News, okay, and this like random like constellation looking thing, I just see like different like lines going in different directions, and I actually thought that there was some sort of like coded like dog whistle there for a second. Okay. All right. So this is surrender. Trump-Iran ceasefire threat as Israel bombs Beirut with Megyn Kelly and Joe Kent. This was 10 hours ago, has 512,000 views. And let's see how we get into this. How do they structure this? So first he does Megyn Kelly, then Joe Kent. Okay.
Is nobody thinks this was a big victory.
The Iranian people are arguably worse off than they were before, and it's all based on Bibi Netanyahu's special intelligence, which cost at least 15 American lives, the fracturing of the Trump coalition, probably at least the next 2 elections for Republicans, so great job.
The Israelis have been slaughtering the people of Lebanon all morning, carpet bombing cities just out of rage.
First thing that President Trump has to do in order to make sure this lasts is actually restrain the Israelis, take away key components of the military aid that we give them.
We would restrain our ally, who, by the way, just helped us achieve one of the greatest military victories of the modern era. We would restrain them instead of trying to use the threat of continued belligerence from them to extract more punitive terms from the Iranians is silly.
The furore about President Trump's vow to...
Dude, they're having trouble. The IDF is having trouble with recruitment and conscription for their genocide. They're still dealing with Hezbollah, and you think that they have the ability to militarily confront Iran.
To end Iranian civilization was not about a fear he was about to do that or a hope that he would. It was about the foundational idea that the United States is a bulwark against exactly the kind of atrocities he foreshadowed. If the US is capable and willing to eradicate an entire population, how does it have the moral authority to be a global arbiter of right and wrong? But Donald Trump doesn't seem interested in that. Clearly, he sees the US as a muscular superpower which can throw its weight around to get what it wants. And to be clear, many people support him about that. So amid the shrieking noise and spin about the 11th hour ceasefire agreement, it's worth asking a simple question. Did the US get what it wants? Well, the Strait of Hormuz is open, just as it was before the war began. But nobody is in any doubt about the fact that Iran controls it. In fact, some versions of the text refer to guaranteeing Iran's dominance. The Iranian regime is wounded and weakened, but there's no doubt that it's the same regime. Several branches have been hacked off, but the trunk and the roots remain. Many of Iran's military targets have been destroyed, but Iran still has its uranium, its ballistic missiles, and its proxies across the region. The Iranian plan, which Trump now calls a workable basis for talks, includes reparations for the damage caused, the lifting of all sanctions, and the release of Iranian funds seized by the United States. It's a multi-billion-dollar windfall. What does he think they'll do with it? And on the question of cost, the US has now spent more than $30 billion on the war so far. 15 US soldiers are dead. Thousands of Iranian civilians are dead. Trump's approval ratings are a record low. And his base is at war with itself, all as the US prepares.
You know things are this dire when Piers, this is the best spin that Piers can put on it for Trump. Dude who's like constantly complaining, like talking about, yeah, Trump's bad, but did you know that there are annoying people on the left?
For elections, which could handicap or even end his presidency. We should all keep an open mind about what happens next. We should all be grateful for a pause in this war. But if this is what a historic victory looks like, well, Mr. President, I wouldn't be so sure to claim that. First tonight, I'm joined by Megyn Kelly, host of the Megyn Kelly Show. Megyn, what's been the point of it all?
You got to say, the deal sounds very much like surrender on our part, which I'm in favor of. I mean, great. This needed to end. Ugly or any other way. It needed to end. It was folly to begin with. It was folly throughout.
It's still not over. Again, the ceasefire was over as quickly as it got underway. It was around for all of 5 minutes or whatever. This we're just going to the negotiating table at a much weaker position than we had been prior to launching the war.
Remains folly. I'm sure Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham were feeling really, really good.
I mean, yeah, obviously I'd rather hold the L diplomatically than continue with the fucking war.
Until the end part where we had to end it. And now they're very, very...
What's up, lesbian hot sauce? It's morning for you. It's 3 a.m. for me, practically.
Angry. Mark Levin was practically in tears on Fox News last night because we didn't see it through, I guess, with the nuclear bomb that we were going to drop on Iran. We didn't go in commando style and seize all the uranium. We allowed, according to the Israelis, according to the Iranians, that is, the war against Hezbollah to stop, which he wants seen through. He would love to see Lebanon completely bombed and to be made to look like Gaza. And there was really no point to going forward other than more death and destruction. The Iranians proved to be tough MFers, and they realized that they had something far more powerful than
tough MFers.
Nuclear bomb. They had control over the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump was warned prior to getting involved in this conflict by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs that they were not likely to collapse easily and that they probably would maintain control of the strait and could cause a global economic panic. And he didn't listen. What he did with the Dan Cain warnings was rush to Truth Social, Trump did, saying, all Dan Cain knows how to do is win. And if I tell him to invade, he's going to win. Well, that's not really what happened. There was never any question we could decimate their Navy or their Air Force. Of course, no one would ever second guess the power of the U.S. military. It's pristine and it's impeccable and it's truly awe-striking. But these battles in the Middle East have been fought now for 20 plus years, and we continue to learn the same lesson over and over. It is not their overwhelming air power or their incredible navies that keep us mired in quagmires. It's their insurgencies. It's this disparate way of fighting that we don't know how to handle. We can't tamp down with the amazing power of an aircraft carrier.
I mean, we know what to do, but the thing is that neither party really has much interest in doing this.
The way we had trouble getting anywhere close there after they figured out how to attack it. And
they're just constantly more interested in pursuing military solutions to political problems and problems that would be better handled diplomatically.
We've already learned this. Trump watched us learn it. And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that Situation Room when Bibi Netanyahu was seated as an equal?
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy what that guy was selling, hook, line, and sinker?
Wow. Again, this is literally just like somebody... This just fell for it again award pinning ceremony. It's not unknown that Trump is functionally a massive Zionist because of all of the positions that he took, how friendly he was to Bibi Netanyahu in the first admin, the fact that he took $100 million from Miriam Adelson, and promised to crush pro-Palestine protesters before he even entered office in the most recent election. It's oh my God, what? Trump likes Israel. Where did this come from? It wasn't a secret.
Every other president was able
These people do this for a living. It's insane how they know so little, or they pretend to know so little. I just can't imagine how they don't know how close Trump was to Bibi Netanyahu.
To see through that liar. What was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisors, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of State to the Vice President, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable. Don't believe him. We might be able to wipe out the Ayatollah, not regime change, Ayatollah. And we might be able to decimate some portion of their missiles and their military. Okay, that's true. But the goals as stated by Trump when we actually did pull the trigger were all over the board. And to this moment, he's pushing the BS claim that we affected regime change. No, we didn't. It's the same regime, just different players. There isn't somebody more moderate in there at all. We have no reason to believe that. In fact, it looks like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is in control now, which is far more radical. And the fatwa that had allegedly been issued by the
IRGC is not in charge. They have a new supreme leader.
Ayatollah on developing nukes is gone. Iran is
I don't even know why she would say that.
Powerful economically. It controls the strait and now is demanding the lifting of all sanctions against it. And what Trump did with that 10-point plan was go from Monday saying, no, not good, to Tuesday saying, very workable, we can do it, as a means of saving face to bail off of his insane threats about annihilating an entire civilization. So I don't know how we got here, Piers. I'd like to know just as much as anybody else, but all I can think in my head, based on what I've read in the paper, is we got here thanks to Bibi Netanyahu, Lindsey Graham, and Mark Levin. And ultimately President Trump. That's not to take agency away from the president, who was bamboozled. I don't know why. He was too weak to say no. He was too gullible to see through the lies. One way or another, he allowed himself to be pushed into this insane conflict that caused forget.
I mean, at the very least, she's not trying. This is where I get frustrated. Where it's like a constant back and forth. I feel like I don't see enough criticism of Israel, and then sometimes I see way too much, and they're trying to discharge all responsibility to Israel so they can avoid having to criticize Daddy Trump. At the very least, she's finally coming around saying he allowed himself to be pushed into this, and there is some responsibility that is apportioned to Donald Trump and not just discharged to Bibi.
The blood and treasure we spilled, as you point out, at least 15 service personnel. I believe we're being lied to about the total number of dead and wounded. But we don't know what the accurate death toll in Iran is. How many civilians in Iran died? How many died in our allies?
You don't even give a fuck about that lady. Why even pretend?
Around Iran, who now don't trust us. What penalty do we pay other than the cost and the 15 lives that we expended, which count for a lot? But we didn't take the brunt of Iran's response. Our allies did, with whom we did not consult prior to starting this war, who are very, very angry.
Oh my God, she's more concerned about our allies getting brought into this before. You would expect her to be they don't even pretend to care that Congress didn't have to officially declare war before he launched this. They don't even give the pretext of giving a fuck about that. Okay, all these people are de facto unitary executive theorists and believe that the president, except when it's a Democrat, of course, should be able to unilaterally launch wars of choice. But she's more concerned about our allies instead of the United States public, the taxpayers having a say in this.
Many of them about what was done to them. What's going to happen to the trillions of dollars Trump was touting that they donated? They were offered to donate to the United States just to be nice guys and have great relations. You think they're going to spend that on us now? They're going to spend it on themselves. They've got to rebuild massive portions of their own countries thanks to the bombing campaign unleashed against them because they were within reach by Iran, who couldn't reach us. So we've upset our allies. We've pleased Israel, although now they're upset that there's a ceasefire. We've upset the American base. The Trump coalition that got him elected is completely fractured and in smithereens. And he doesn't care, Piers, because he doesn't care about the Republican Party. He cares about himself. If Trump had to get reelected, he probably would have handled this a little differently. But he doesn't care that the Republicans are going to lose the midterms. I think he thought that was a foregone conclusion. And I don't think he cares that J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio wins the presidency next time around. I think there's a piece of Trump that would like to say, I'm the only one who could do it. The Republican Party's nothing without me. And the rest of us are going to be around to pick up the pieces.
I mean, a fascinating assessment. I mean, I remember early on you picking up, as I did, on what Rubio had said about the reason why America went in, and then the immediate backtracking the next day when they panicked and realized they'd let the cat
Only Piers picked up on this.
Out of the bag.
The way he said that, I picked up on what Marco Rubio said, in that extremely public statement where he admitted that Israel like launched this and we had no choice but to follow them into it.
Clearly a Netanyahu-driven operation. He had persuaded Trump to come with him. Then we had
Neither Vance nor Rubio have a chance of winning a presidential election. Never say never.
Blinken saying, well, actually, he tried to do this when Biden was president, when Obama was president, and both times those two guys said, no, we're not going to come with you, and then he didn't attack. So he clearly got third time lucky with an American president that would come with him. But I remember early on, you and I and others who dared to suggest that we take Rubio's word that actually this was all at Israel's behest. Once again, we were anti-Semitic if we
disagree, TBH. Why do you guys doubt that this country that elected Donald Trump twice would elect an uncharismatic Republican psycho? That was part of this admin.
This was a hatred of Israel that was driving our warped, crazed minds. And then you read this deep dive in the New York Times. Fascinating. I mean, what's most fascinating to me, they've got somebody on the inside telling them exactly what happened in that situation room, which is fascinating. But when you see it all laid out, it's crystal clear. That's exactly what happened. That Netanyahu got in that situation room at the White House, like you say, unprecedented. The way he had the guy from Mossad on the big screen, he had him there with his. It was like two equal partners, and he persuaded Trump in that room to go in. And I think Trump will regret this. Well, you're right. He may not care. He may want to just say, moving on. It's a big victory. Blah blah blah. But the reality is, nobody thinks this was a big victory for the United States. Nobody can see anything but actually a bit of a humiliation, not militarily, because America can beat anyone when it comes to a military punch-up. But what Iran has now discovered is that as long as it can control the Strait of Hormuz, it can control the global economy, and therefore it can, if it has enough patience, play out the long game with the President of the United States, who will have to cave, because ultimately it's going to cause him so much economic and political damage, he has no choice. That's what's happened here. Trump hasn't brought this to an end out of some great desire for peace. He's brought it to an end because he could see that the economic and political damage was getting worse by the day.
Because the Iranians wouldn't fold. They realized what the pressure point was and that it was working. And they watched Trump's poll numbers spiral downward in every piece of the coalition that elected him. And they realized that their ability to just withstand the beating was working, was getting them to where they needed to get. Because look, there was never majority support.
Yeah, but Trump will tank. Trump has always been like a historically unpopular president. And ostensibly, he's not going, he just flirted with the idea again the other day. But I really think he's so old that I don't know that I entirely worry about him running for a third term just because of how elderly he is. But honestly, he has nothing really restraining him. His own party doesn't restrain him. The Supreme Court barely restrains him. He's not running for re-election. So the same way Chuck Schumer is it's my goal to make the Democratic Party stay pro-Israel as fuck or whatever. Trump could have his own fucking, suicide mission on his way out.
behind this war. There wasn't some groundswell of support behind this war, right? There was a Republican-based support for the war, but the Democrats didn't support it. The independents didn't support it. And very soon into the war, the Republicans stopped supporting it too. MAGA supported
I haven't seen
it. As MAGA dwindled, by the way.
Oh my God, the scope of like separating like MAGA and Republicans as if that entire party is not just captured by MAGA.
Only about 15% of the population. It's getting smaller by the day. President Trump 3 weeks ago declared that to be MAGA.
I love how, like, again, to criticize Trump, suddenly, like, nobody in this country is MAGA. And, like, she's admitting to, like, minoritarian rule.
You have to support Mark Levin, upon which multiple formerly diehard MAGA people who are dedicated to it said, I'm out. If those are the stakes, I'm out. Why would I support that warmonger who's frothing at the mouth over the idea of lives being cost in Iran, civilian or otherwise? He's a disgusting fool who's well past his prime. We should not be listening to him, but President Trump is obsessed. On Sunday, he tweeted out that the Supreme Court should be listening to Mark Levin.
I know.
All 9 justices, which would double his viewership.
Yeah, I don't get it because you've been loudly calling out the folly of this war from day one. I have, Tucker has, Candace Owens has, Joe Rogan has, Theo Von has. I mean, there is a massive cross-section of people.
All this discovered or found out or whatever language is so weird. Like, they can't fathom that Iran planned out this contingency or how it would unfold. Like, enemy nations can't have insight on military matters and the pressures felt by the USA or others. It's such cope. Like, I don't know if they were that, like, if this is, again, like an offshoot of Orientalism and they were that, like, actually bigoted that they didn't realize that Iranians are capable of strategy and actually have, like, understand the enemies that they're up against militarily, and are intimately familiar with the United States and Israel and all of their aspirations, because the United States is not shy, nor Israel, about airing these grievances about Iran. Like, they haven't had decades to craft a military strategy for this very existential war that was inevitable from some administration. Like, they act like, oh my God, like, did you know that Iran has like a lot of leverage because of the Strait of Hormuz? Like, holy shit, they actually are able to, keep the fight up, even though they're weaker militarily. It's crazy.
People in our world, which is what I call the unfiltered world, where you're not controlled perhaps by other forces that own networks and so on, that sort of send out a directive about what you should and shouldn't be saying. So in the free spirit world, where you can say what you really think, pretty much everyone has been agreed. This looked like madness. There's a very interesting piece, I think, with Stephen Chung pops up in the New York Times piece, who emerges as one of the smarter characters, actually, that Trump has around him, who said, well, how does all this sit with we're not going to go and wage war in the Middle East, which is what we campaigned on? How does it sit with America first? This will have an obvious effect on prices, on inflation, on gas pump costs and so on. How does any of this work? And there's no real answer, according to the New York Times, in the room to that. He just raises this specter of, this is the elephant in the room. This is exactly the opposite to what we campaigned on. So I think politically it's been disastrous for Donald Trump. And I just don't understand, other than he got bamboozled by Netanyahu, why he took such a gigantic risk.
I don't either. And it wasn't just Steve Chung, who is a master messenger and saw the storm coming. It was J.D. Vance, who, according to the New York Times, was in there specifically saying it's going to fracture the coalition. And boy, is that an understatement. Trump is now underwater, and he wasn't before, with men. Don't forget the gender divide that happened in 2024. The women went overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris, and men went for Trump. Now he's underwater with men, including with young men and young people. The young person coalition that Charlie Kirk delivered to the president is gone. They've abandoned Donald Trump. The working class, Piers. The latest poll that just came out showed he's 2 points underwater with the working class. That's been Trump's base from the beginning. They were the unshakable foundation that got him elected over and over, and they're gone. They're very angry. They care about what's happening in Iowa, not Iran. They don't want days and days and more weeks of debates over the Strait of Hormuz. No one cares. They care about their own lives. They care about the fact that they can't pay for health care. They can't buy a home. Young people cannot get a home, even though 2 people are working nonstop, round the clock, with no vacations in this country. President Trump promised he would do something about that. Now we see the leaked sound.
From day one. Oh my God. Suddenly, again, they're realizing that, Americans just care about like affordability. Most people are just concerned with personal prosperity. Most people are so poor that they literally don't have time to think about anything outside of their finances and their working life and their family.
By saying, can't really worry about anything at the federal government level other than military. Everything else has to be done at the state. Then they pulled that down off the internet because they didn't mean to share it. He said it at an Easter breakfast that was supposed to be private. Well, it's going to be the campaign ad for every Democrat in these midterms. So he's lost working class, he's lost men, he's lost young people, he lost Hispanics by some 50 points. Every single game with Hispanics is now gone.
He never had those Hispanic voters for long.
It's eradicated. Blacks. He had made some inroads with black voters. Done.
Blacks.
You name it. They're all gone. The question is now not who has he lost. The question is who remains. And sure, it's the diehard MAGA. Trump can do no wrong. He's some savant. Whatever he says is right. That's great. He'll always have those people.
Gee, wonder who contributed to that. This bitch who literally played defense for like fucking what, pedophilia when it came to Jeffrey Epstein. Going, I mean, 14-year-olds are like barely legal, aren't they? What's the big deal?
You can't win national elections with some fraction of 15% of the electorate. The vast majority of Republicans would call themselves America First, but not necessarily MAGA, certainly not the way Trump is now defining that term. And he misunderstood his own base twice critically in the past year, and both times are really undermining him right now. One was Epstein, thinking he could just say, Epstein, who still cares about that? No one's talking about Epstein. He misread the base, which very much cared about Epstein, not so much because they care about Jeffrey Epstein, but they care about elites being able to get away with murder and protect each other when the common man cannot. And the unwillingness to turn over stones that the base...
We're all trying to find the guy who did this moment.
...had been demanding be turned over so we could figure out, is there some sort of child predator sex ring? Is there an elite cabal working to hurt people that gets protected because they have money and we don't? And Trump could not get rid of that.
You have more money than most people will ever see in their entire lives. Like literally, overwhelmingly, most people.
Shrug of a shoulder, and ultimately resulted in legislation he had to pretend he favored that was crammed down his throat and he had to sign, though it had enough loopholes in it to drive a Mack truck through. But in any event, it was a step forward on Epstein that he didn't want to make and was forced to. And this is the second one. And this is a much, much bigger and more serious betrayal of what he ran on and of what was important to his base, which does include
fake wide-eyed naivete and like faux outrage is just so disgusting to watch. It's like I mean, I welcome it to the extent that, again, it causes fissures within MAGA, but it's like it doesn't change how like awful it is. It's so performative.
The America Firsters and not just MAGA. Or as Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying, at this point, she's not America First. She's America only. And I think a lot of us are getting to that point. We are sick of being the policemen of the world, of being dragged into conflict after conflict by Bibi Netanyahu, by Israel, who's supposed to be our special ally, but what they're special at is getting us to fight their wars and get involved in their conflicts that they can't fight by themselves. That's what Dan Kane said.
So not wrong on this point.
President Trump, the day after Netanyahu came for the 7th time and was sitting in that situation room like an equal, he said that they're great on intelligence. That's supposed to be the area in which they're so special to us. They share their intelligence. They're great on it. But that intelligence doesn't always seem to pan out. Like, the regime will fall easily. The Iranian people will revolt in the streets and take over. With how? They don't have guns. Bombs would be raining down. Wasn't this thought through? There isn't regime change. The Iranian people are arguably worse off than they were before.
That's not arguable. That is literally just a fact. The only, what's inarguable is that they are worse off. You cannot argue anything else.
It's all based on Bibi Netanyahu's special...
Candace and her go to the same school of grift. I know that they're friends now.
Intelligence, which cost at least 15 American lives, the fracturing of the Trump coalition, probably at least the next 2 elections for Republicans, not to mention the amount of lives and blood and treasure that was spilled in the Middle East. So great job.
But they still got half of Project 2025 done.
Got to leave it there. Wish I could talk to you for another hour because it's blistering stuff, but you're so right. You said at the start, one word, folly. What a folly.
It's nice to see Piers Morgan pretty much uncritically agree with her. Because most of that was, an indictment of the Republican establishment, MAGA and Trump.
And I think the repercussions are going to be...
as well as Israel.
Enormous. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Good to see you.
Just about everybody on all sides.
Honestly, okay, before they get to the Joe Kent thing, I'm actually more curious about Michael Tracy's interview with Joe Kent because... yeah, Joe Kent can embarrass people or whatever on them trying to downplay Israel's involvement. But I do want to see if Michael Tracy pushes him on any of this sort of Israel conspiracism.
All right, so welcome.
Oh, and Matt Taibbi, I guess. Interview with Joe Kent, Iran war, Trump, Israeli influence, Tulsi and Epstein. This is Matt Taibbi. how do I even begin to describe Matt Taibbi and Michael Tracy interviewing Joe Kent?
To today's news, and I guess we should end the suspense about the worst podcaster in America, because it's me. We had technical difficulties for an interview we were both looking forward to. Michael still conducted, but because I'm not home, the Wi-Fi situation was bad. I had to duck out of an interview with former national director of the National Counterintelligence Center, Joe Kent.
Counterterrorism Center, Matt. You really are the worst podcaster.
Oh God, they yap for like 8 minutes before they get into this. Let me watch like 2 minutes of it, and then I'm just going to skip forward to it.
National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC. Michael, what did happen in the interview? What did he say?
Yeah, well, though Joe and I both mourned your absence, we soldiered on. And, first off, because this podcast is definitely not named Private Pedo Party, but rather Today's News, we thought that we should start with the developments over the past 24 hours or so, where Trump yesterday morning decided to post on the old Truth Social machine that he was gearing up to annihilate all of Iranian civilization, which obviously, got people's attention.
Cringe Twitter files hack. Yep, that's the one.
And if his ultimatum deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern time was not met for some kind of deal or resolution,
an entire civilization is going to die.
Yeah. That's what he said. So, you and I thought maybe we should ask Joe, did he get, this might seem to indicate a little bit of a volatility on Trump's part that's perhaps getting more pronounced as he nears 80 years old. We should have a birthday edition when the day finally comes in June. But then Trump, he, about an hour and a half before the putative deadline, he says, look, there's a ceasefire deal that's been reached. The parameters of it are very unclear still. It seems at this point that it just entails the United States for a time anyway, ceasing to bomb Iran. But there's been big mutual airstrikes already in the past couple hours between Iran and the Gulf Arab states and Israel and Lebanon and so forth. So who the hell knows what's happening with that? But I just want to get his initial take on it. And then we got some broader themes. And I wanted to make sure that I didn't just rehash the stuff that he's been on a million podcasts already talking about ad nauseum. And hopefully I achieved that. So I wanted to get a little bit more of a window into his perception of the Jeffrey Epstein situation, because he had breaking points and he was asked about it. And he seemed to intimate that it's possible that although Trump might not be incriminated in anything, that there's some Epstein network floating out there that might have...
He also floated like Charlie Kirk conspiracism when he sat down with Tucker Carlson, suggesting, though he never came out, he just heavily implied that Israel could be involved through a foreign government.
Might be intimidating Trump or pressuring him, something like this. And, oh, by the way, how is it that Joe Kent had said before that his understanding of Epstein has been informed really only by him reading the same stuff on the internet that everybody else is reading, and he had just had a high-level security clearance, so he presumably maybe could have gotten some access to more information. But I probed him a bit, and it was a good spirit, good-natured, I think. He seemed to appreciate delving into some stuff that maybe he hadn't covered before at great length around like my reservations around this theory that he introduced when he resigned, and he put it in his resignation letter that he feels Trump was deceived, that's the word he used, by Israel into launching the war with Iran. To me, that's a bit of a pivot that a lot of people have been making to sort of avoid grappling with how Trump's ideology and his personal sort of conduct of U.S. foreign policy kind of has given rise, to a large extent, these adventures around the world where he's wanting to seize the oil and declare himself ruler and whatnot. And so I try to challenge him on that, and I think it was pretty fruitful, pretty constructive, and there's a bunch of other stuff too. So I think that's a decent summary, but. Matt was unfortunately absent because I don't know. I guess they haven't.
And the interview we're going to on Racket. We'll publish it with a transcript. It'll be up on your site as well. Thanks to everybody for tuning in, and we'll be back in touch with you soon. And listen into this interview that was conducted almost entirely by Michael Tracy.
Mr. Kent, thanks for coming on. Hey guys, thanks for having me.
So we just had
This did not need that intro.
A ceasefire allegedly, and in the space of about a day, we had Donald Trump, President Trump, go from saying a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And today we get a cheery tweet saying we'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. So this is really a two-part question. Number one, what do you think of the ceasefire? What do you think it means? And number two, do you agree with the people like Representative DeJet or Ed Markey who think that there's something about Donald Trump's mental stability that needs to be investigated?
You're coming in a little choppy, but I'll do my best here. So if I miss something, just correct me, and I'll go back and try and address it. Number one, the ceasefire is good news. Obviously, this time yesterday we were bracing ourselves for something much more drastic, which I think would have been catastrophic. So if President Trump was using that as a negotiating tool, it appears that he was. I'm glad that he opted for the pathway of negotiations. The big question is, will this hold? I think the real question there is going to be, can we withhold the Israelis, because the Israelis' stated goal, their strategic objective is to take down the Iranian regime, regardless of how long it takes, regardless of how chaotic things are. Up to this point in the war, we have had a very hard time saying no to the Israelis, basically as the New York Times even reported on just, I think, 2 days ago, just talking about how Bibi was the driving influence behind President Trump and the presentation that Mossad gave him, how easy this would be. That's what took us into this war. That was my experience as well, and a big reason why I had to leave. So if we can hold back the Israelis and separate ourselves from them and treat them like the junior partner that they truly are, that's going to give President Trump the negotiating space that I think he needs to come up with a sustainable deal with the Iranians. Now, what exactly that deal is going to look like, I think that remains to be seen. I think his main goal at this point is to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened for energy commerce and just for the free flow of commerce as well. So
genocide threat is a negotiating tool. I mean, it's one way to put it, right?
That's kind of where we're at right now. I think the last part of your question was about like President Trump's mental status. In my,
given the volatility of yesterday morning saying we're going to destroy the entire Iranian civilization, and then this morning saying, we're going to have a beautiful joint venture with Iran and we're going to be hanging out, it seems to swing back and forth pretty wildly.
It does, but it kind of always has. So I think because this tactic has worked out for him before in the past, I think this is basically just kind of classic Donald Trump. It concerns me when you start talking about, the total annihilation of a civilization, and the Iranians weren't backing down either. So the stakes are high. That negotiating tool that President Trump is very fond of, I would not use in this circumstance. And also, I think there's an element too where that negotiating tool loses its effect over time because we're already
he has to use this antiseptic language to sanitize Trump's imbecility and impulsiveness by saying that negotiating tool instead of calling it out by name, which is just like, again, this display of his senility and impulsiveness.
Engaged in a hot war with Iran. The application of force and the military options haven't been successful up to this point. So I'm hoping he leans more into diplomacy and commerce as opposed to the military stick, because there's only so much that you can actually threaten with the military stick. If anything, I think this last iteration of conflict with Iran has shown that warfare has just changed, and we can't solve everything through sheer military might.
And once you threaten to obliterate all of Iranian or Persian civilization, what threat can you go up to next, right? That seems like you've probably exhausted the threat options.
Yeah, and even without even addressing the morality, obviously that'd be immoral to use any kind of WMD or a nuke or whatever. But in order to annihilate or whatever, what did he say, like completely wipe out a civilization, you'd have to do that. But even if you did do that, putting the morals aside, the way that we would be viewed by the rest of the world would be counterproductive for anything else that we wanted to accomplish. At that point, we would basically have to be willing to go to nuclear war with pretty much everybody to force our agenda, because I think the rest of the world at that point would isolate us, and we wouldn't be able to negotiate really with anybody. So at some point, it's just like,
I mean, the rest of the world hasn't isolated the United States up until this point, not significantly. You've seen the some of these other Western countries like convening with one another, and the United States being excluded from that. You've seen Europe being like, we're not going to get involved. NATO being like, we're not going to get involved. But that's different than actually sanctioning, abandoning, or cutting diplomatic ties with the United States. Feel like we're too big to fail, and even if we went rogue like that, they would just be like, the superpowers are the United States, Russia, and China, and Western countries would still continue to be far closer to the United States than they would be to Russia or China.
Like, okay, I understand he uses bombastic.
So like this idea that like countries would like isolate us diplomatically, like, even in favor of like embracing China, like I still really, really doubt that.
Language frequently, and sometimes it works out. I don't think he's losing it. I don't think he's like of poor mental sanity or anything like that. I just think
oh my God, this call from Joe.
We got very lucky here with this one, so we should be working as hard as we can to make sure this ceasefire holds, and we can get the straits open again. We can cut a deal with Iran, and we can hopefully learn from our mistakes and move on.
Like, to anybody who is a Biden dead under, this is how delusional you sounded when you weren't willing to admit that he was too fucking old to be the president.
I mean, it is true that he's always used this bombastic language as a negotiating tactic. We're all encouraged to read The Art of the Deal to learn the nature of his negotiating sort of philosophy. I actually have read it. It's almost like our new holy text, so I've made sure to read it, and I have a copy. But at the same time, I mean, it's never gotten quite...
What The Art of the... I mean, he didn't even write The Art of the Deal. It's ghostwritten.
This extreme where I do think we have to dwell for a moment on the scale of that threat that was leveled, right? Because it's one thing to use some kind of coercive language. It's another to say that your entire ancient civilization is going to die tonight. And you've talked about how, in your experience, the policymaking process around Trump has shrunk to an insular circle compared to Midnight Hammer last June. Your perception was that it was really confined to a small group of people, maybe, Hegseth, Rubio, Ratcliffe, Kaine, Susie Wiles, that seems like probably around it, and maybe Wickoff, Kushner. So by and large, it's not as though we can consult some larger policymaking process to understand what the trajectory of the policy is. We have to, for better or worse, listen to Trump's statements and words, right? And if those are the words coming out of his mouth, I don't know. I mean, he is approaching 80 years old. He does sometimes seem to contradict himself a little bit more frequently, so often like within the same span of the same paragraph. So like, was there any indicia of that maybe gave you pause while you were still in government, or did you just kind of chalk everything up to his, standard Donald Trump?
A problem with the circle of advisors being shrunk down.
I always use that he has a stutter defense.
So tightly. Not only did you have basically an echo chamber that I've described before, where you had a lot of folks that were already leaning to be very pro-Israel. Israelis had, I think, really good access to those decision makers, and then you had the pro-Israel media wing of Fox News, the think tanks, FDD, et cetera, coming in and saying the same thing, kind of in the private sector or on the media to Trump. That created an echo chamber around him. But another big problem that we have is basically the way that the Israelis laid out this scenario that pushed us into the war, and they kept getting Trump basically to say, hey, you're going to get this this catastrophic effect on Iran. The regime is going to crumble. It's going to be very easy for you, but in order for it to be successful, the regime actually has to crumble. They have to totally surrender. They got him very comfortable with using language like total surrender. And how do you actually get a total surrender? You either have to go in on the
unconditional
ground.
Surrender is what he said.
Yeah, unconditional surrender. Anytime we've gotten unconditional surrender in the past, it's like World War II. We either dropped the nuclear weapon, or we came in and we fought a prolonged ground campaign and we forced our will upon the Iranians or whoever we're fighting with boots on the ground. The more you play out the scenario in Iran, it's huge. And even if we could commit the full U.S. military and let's say the nation's all in and we do a conventional land war there, we simply just can't control and quell the population of Iran. So basically by getting Trump conditioned to say like total complete surrender, the regime has to totally and completely fall, which again, that was never our stated strategic objective in this, but that was the Israelis. The Israelis, because of the echo chamber and their access to President Trump, they made it that they made us essentially share their strategic objective with them. They basically make this equation that in order for this to be a successful operation, you have to have a complete collapse in Iran and it's total regime change and we have total control. That can't be done with boots on the ground. So you do come back to this point where it's like, well, then maybe we do have to use a nuclear weapon. And luckily, I think President Trump kind of saw through this in the last couple of days or maybe even a week or so, where he saw like, look, I can't drop a nuclear weapon on these people. I can't subdue them. This is not going well. You can't change geography. The Iranians are going to be able to apply very little force and still mess with shipping on the Straits of Hormuz. That's going to have an effect here back in America. Let's go ahead and come up with a negotiation. And now everything we're seeing is this, Trumpian bravado of, hey, we made this great deal. So I'm hoping that holds and we can hold back the Israelis, because if the Israelis continue to have the amount of influence on President Trump as they did prior to this war, they're going to go back to him and they're going to say, Mr. President, this isn't good enough. This is a failure. We thought that you were going to be the guy that could bring down the regime, that could open the Straits of Hormuz. The Iranians are now making money off the Straits of Hormuz. They're mocking you, et cetera. So I'm hoping he can put them in a box and tell them they're the junior partner and we've reached a deal here and it's going to stick.
So, Joe, this kind of gets back to what you said in your initial resignation letter on March 17th, which caused such an uproar. And I thought to myself when I read this, okay, he's actually somebody who's got some integrity, because what's going on now is contradicting his seemingly sincerely felt beliefs, and he feels like it's no longer...
Dude is attributing thoughts to Trump that would never fucking happen. I mean, again, like this guy, like he was trying to operate in too many lanes all at once when he resigned. It was like leaning into Israel anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about like stuff related to Zog, saying that Israel was like the reason why, responsible for like the Iraq War. And then he goes on Tucker Carlson and he's talking about how like again, Charlie Kirk's like murder, like they didn't want to look into it and a foreign government could have been involved. But he also like didn't want to criticize Trump. He just wanted to discharge all blame to Israel. And don't get me wrong, they share a good chunk of the blame, but not entirely. And he was like, Trump got like led around and like Trump is simultaneously very, very smart and knows what he's doing, art of the deal, all of that, but also got led around by Bibi.
Tenable for him to remain in government for a variety of reasons. At the same time, I felt that there were some things in there that might be a bit substantively off, in that you were pinning almost exclusive or near exclusive responsibility on Israel for, quote, deceiving Trump. That's the verb you use, deceiving Trump. And it seems like that gives short shrift to Trump's actual worldview, especially in the second term, where it's not like he's been bashful about talking about how he's doing the Venezuela operation to take the oil. He's saying he likewise would love to take the oil with Iran, seizing Greenland, declaring himself the ruler of Venezuela, declaring himself the ruler of Gaza, talking about taking over the Panama Canal. He says, once we're done with Iran, we're going to be taking Cuba. So this is a pretty well-articulated and consistent sort of paradigm now that he's been espousing.
Yeah, like how do you explain, what does Israel have to do with Cuba?
that it seems like the Iran thing fits pretty neatly into, with or without the influence of Israel. Of course, Israel has influence, and Netanyahu in particular is very well schooled at making a case to American presidents, given his background living in the United States, being very well versed in American politics and so forth. But why can't we view Israel almost like as an adjunct to American hegemony in the region? And Trump has his own spin on how to maintain and...
Well, then he doesn't have a splashy resignation that helps get him on Tucker Carlson's show, obviously. That's why it has to be this big thing.
Expand American hegemony. The Iran thing fits comfortably into that. And, in that context, Netanyahu can make a case that is persuasive to Trump that gels with his own sort of pre-existing ideology. I mean, you see what I'm saying there? Like, is that something that...
Cuba is pretty outspoken on the Palestine issue, which Israel dislikes. I know, but that's like you would need far more than that to show that Israel has been lobbying or meddling in any way, shape, or form to really press the United States or pushing them to to engage more militarily with Cuba in the way that we have been.
Maybe hasn't been emphasized enough, or with the overemphasis, at least from my perspective, on Israel, not to discount its influence entirely, but with overemphasis.
MAGA applies the Jesus archetype on Trump, morally elevated, uniquely insightful, but inherently naive and perpetually at the mercy of their peers' mundane intent. Don't we call that like a Mary Sue?
It, we kind of fail to appreciate this ideological sort of paradigm that Trump himself is very frequently and vehemently...
Israel pressing U.S. on Cuba is a bad argument. I agree. I mean, it's not that it's a bad argument. It's I'm open to it, but I haven't seen the evidence yet that the Israel lobby, whether it be J Street, AIPAC, or the Knesset, or Bibi, or people within the Israeli government, have been really outspoken about supporting Trump with, the Cuba excursions and all that.
Declaring.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. In the case of Iran, just because we had been so anti-regime change war in the campaign, and I believe in Trump's previous administration, I mean, he was pressured consistently to invade Iran. He killed Qassem Soleimani. I thought that was the right call at the time, but then he didn't take the bait of getting sucked into a regime change war. I just think, considering the driving force of...
just casually saying, it was awesome when he unilaterally assassinated Qassem Soleimani, a celebrated military general in that country. Guys, ads, they start in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, but you can avoid this fate by subscribing to me using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub, so you can sub to me for free, or crossing your fingers and hoping that somebody gifts you a sub in my chat. Or you could gift subs throughout my chat if you're feeling inclined.
Foreign influence coming from the Israeli lobby to get us into this war, it was very, very significant to me. And I felt like had he had more advisors around him, that could have...
I don't think the average viewer is capable of actually following what this guy was trying to suggest there. What, dog whistling anti-Semitism? I think so.
Pointed this out, or at least pointed to how the Israelis were using their...
That's the easiest thing to get. Again, there will be far more people willing to embrace anti-Semitism and pick up on that as the, stupid explainer for everything, instead of principled anti-Zionism or broader critique of American imperialism, adventurism, and dominance and military hegemony.
Their access really to senior government.
I think it's very easy for people to pick up on Jews bad.
Officials, they're
scapegoating a minority or scapegoating an enemy as a convenient explanation for, Trump's failures.
Standing relationship with our intelligence services,
and it's one that's not entirely baseless on the anti-Semitic part. It's not baseless with respect to the pressure that Israel exerts on the United States to engage in this military adventurism and war criminality.
We were basically doing this operation against Iran, which on a strategic scale is more significant than anything else he was planning on doing because of the implications of the Straits of Hormuz, the GCC, the petrodollar, et cetera, that I think we could have probably talked him out of it. However, just the apparatus that the Israelis have built around the U.S. government, around media, the amount of support they have here in the States, it was almost impenetrable. I
literally just walked in and could not follow. That sounds like a skill issue, my friend.
Built around Trump, and obviously President Trump has agency. He shouldn't have let that happen. In the past, he had called out that the Adelsons were going to support Marco Rubio in whatever it was,
perfect
2016.
Little puppet. That was the famous tweet.
Yeah.
I have it memorized.
He's aware of this, but he did let them in. I think.
Well, Rubio is now his Secretary of State and National Security Advisor.
Exactly.
So clearly, there's been an evolution, right?
So, but once he let them in, I do think he was just swept up by all of it, and he was deceived. I think something that had he been an outsider, he would have been like, well, those guys are getting ran by the Israeli lobby. I've seen this before, and I think Donald Trump of 2015 would have called that out like he did. But once he was on the inside, I think his perspective changed. I think the Israelis and the Israeli lobby did a really good job of kind of getting into President Trump's psyche.
Part of the classified documents at Mar-a-Lago were Iran invasion plans from 2018. Trump showed them to Kid Rock. Well, yeah, because in Trump's mind, when he thinks that him reading something or him having access to something means it's automatically declassified and positive. That's his line of thinking. But two, that it dates back even further. It literally dates back all the way to the 90s when he gave an interview with Barbara Walters where he talked about like wanting to go into Iran and just steal their oil.
Confidence built that he built up in the Venezuela operation. I think that combined with the protesters on the street in January, it made it easy for the pro-Israel lobby to basically sell to President Trump. Like, look how easy this is going to be. You've got the best military ever. They can just zip in there and take out some targets, and then the protesters are already in the streets, and the whole thing is going to fall, not letting any of the dissenting voices come in, and really kind of bypassing his own intelligence community where I was sitting, because that was not the assessment whatsoever coming from the USIC, but we basically didn't even have a voice at the table in the discussions.
So Joe, I mean, just to, I don't know if this was really in your purview at all in the position that you had, but like just taking the stuff that's gone on in the Western Hemisphere, right? It's hard to make a case that the pro-Israel lobby or Netanyahu had much to do with, for example, this gambit to seize Greenland, right? Or Venezuela. I know you could say that, Venezuela oil exports have gone maybe to Israel or something, to, an indirect connection there, or the Panama Canal or, Cuba. Like, that's not really in the bailiwick of Israel. So there's something ideological that's going on that flows from Trump himself that is informing his conduct of foreign policy, right? So then when that gets grafted onto the Middle East, obviously Israel has a more outsized role. But but apart from the Middle East stuff, like, how would you characterize like what his worldview is now with respect to these other initiatives that are going on that don't have really much of a direct role on Israel, that may, whatever those predilections are, they may intersect with Israel when we come to the Middle East, but they kind of like exist on their own at the same time, right?
I think in the Western Hemisphere, there's a school of thought that most of these governments that are adversarial to us, the populations are not hostile to us in a way that they are in the Middle East, because we're so culturally similar, and that the Western Hemisphere Monroe Doctrine, that we should completely control it. So it's basically securing our own borders to reach down and take out some of these more hostile governments. Now, I think a lot of that probably could have been done with soft power. I think we could have cut just as pragmatic of a deal. I mean, Maduro is not like there's no ideology there driving Maduro. Like, he liked money and he liked power. But at the end of the day, I think that there was, and I don't have any insider knowledge on this one because it wasn't really in our wheelhouse, but obviously we did some really good intelligence prep work. There's members of his government within Maduro's inner circle that basically kind of carved a pathway for us. Our SOF and our military went in there and just were able to grab him quickly. That could have gone sideways, though. I mean, pretty easily. We're lucky that went as well as it did. It remains to be seen in the long run, like how beneficial that actually was the risk actually worth the reward? So I don't know.
It doesn't remain to be seen. Do people think that the blowback for this shit materializes instantly? It can take years.
Exactly how that chess match is going to end up playing out. Again, I think Venezuela with the amount of oil they had.
Also, it remains to be seen that we're even going to be able to secure a conviction against Maduro and his wife.
And I think we kind of
people just say things. I mean, they're just like constantly fence sitting so that they can always depending on like how vaguely and ambiguously they worded it always looked like perpetual fence sitting. That way, they get it wrong, they can say, they can spin it as like, well, I was always like 50-50. If they get it right, it's like, nope, I always knew. See, you can go back me talking about this thing.
They could have just cut them a regular,
and take the oil has been a long-standing sort of conviction of Trump's, right? Even going back, So I mean, if take the oil, resource extraction applies from his perspective to both Venezuela and Iran. There's like something going on there independently of the pro-Israel lobby that may have informed why it is that he's chosen to undertake these endeavors.
Yeah, so I mean, he likes the idea, I think, of like we got it, we get the better deal, we take the oil, we take the resource for the benefit of America. Again, if I were advising him, I would just say, hey, you can probably cut just as good of a deal that will be beneficial for us, and the amount of like blood and treasure you'll have to spend, or just the capital of our reputation on the world. Again, Venezuela, like there's no ideology there. They probably just wanted to cut a good deal with us. Chevron had already gone down there and built a lot of the infrastructure. So I'm not sure how much we needed to go like smack them around or anything. Now the Middle East and just how far away it is in terms of oil, again, is the juice worth the squeeze? I think if Trump had more like pragmatic business people in his ear on that one, I don't know if he would have been talked into it. And I think, again, the Israeli lobby came in and they basically told him that every other president for the last 47 years has been too weak to do this. You're the only one that's strong enough to do it. They really played to his ego. They made it seem like it was going to be easy. Venezuela was a confidence building exercise. And that's how we got into this mess.
So you mentioned that you had supported the Soleimani assassination. And I saw you mention that on Tucker in the first appearance.
Yeah, like why, dude?
On after you resigned. And I found it a little curious because I was covering Tulsi Gabbard very closely at that time during the Soleimani assassination. Knew her decently.
Like here's the actual answer that these people don't give a fuck about the Constitution or like Congress being consulted for any of this shit. So that's one reason why. And they love these like quick and dirty, shock and awe type military campaigns in and out. That's all they want.
Well, and she was vehement in her denunciation of that Soleimani assassination for reasons that seem to me have proven rather prescient. Meaning, she says that Trump had instigated like a new phase of kinetic warfare with Iran that was leading ineluctably toward a regime change war with Iran. And, she was pretty harsh about Trump himself. Like she said, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. I even, just to refresh my memory, I pulled up a quote from her because I was with her at the time. And she was saying that, look, this is...
These two are snoozers, LOL. I'm gonna switch over to a little bit of to this debate. Because Michael's like not going. I thought Michael would be more adversarial with him, given some of the things that he the outlandish claims that he made on Tucker Carlson, and maybe it comes later or whatever. But I'll watch this on my own time, and if I if it gets to a point in that, then I will return to it and show that. But yeah, it is a little bit more slow moving.
The Iran war debate is taking a victory lap today. Everybody was right, it seems, and everybody has won. The notable exception is Israel. As we speak, is continuing to pound Lebanon. Israeli officials say the ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon and the war must go on, a direct contradiction of the Pakistani and US position. Today, the leader of Israel's opposition said that if this ceasefire is as good as it gets, it will amount to, quote, one of the most severe strategic failures in Israeli history. None of this bodes well for a permanent end to the war.
He keeps saying Venezuela has no ideology. It's weird. Yeah, also that, and he wasn't really picking into that.
It's President
Trump not mutually exclusive.
Is about to break with Bibi Netanyahu.
You could be a head of state of what is effectively a kleptocracy, but still have some ideological tenets.
Somewhat lost in the excitement of Trump's vow to end Iranian civilization yesterday, New York Times released an extraordinary report on how Netanyahu made the case for war in the White House. The Israeli premier, it says, planned a simple mission with swift regime change, but it had to be now. Or General Kane, the top US military official, reportedly told the president, "Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling." All of this appears to echo the position of Vice President J.D. Vance and the former Secretary of State Antony Blinken. For several weeks now, we've been told it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory to say that Israel dragged the US into this war. Perhaps the only people who can plausibly declare victory today are those who say the evidence suggested otherwise. To debate all of this,
I was muted. Sorry, guys. I was saying that the argument for the pro-Israel crowd obviously is going to characterize the insinuation, and almost any insinuation, that Israel in any way, shape, or form had a major involvement in this, as anti-Semitic. And sure, that's one side of it, but a more robust criticism that was being levied towards Joe Kent, which is a criticism that I shared of Joe Kent as well, which is that he was using it as a convenient scapegoat to discharge all responsibility and accountability that should have been levied at Trump to offshoot it just to Israel. You were led astray by these forces. And depending on how you go about making the criticism, it can veer into anti-Semitism. But I mean, he's more right than wrong in this particular instance that led him to resign.
By Joe Kent, the former director of the US National Counterterrorism Center, and Will Chamberlain, the senior counsel at the Article 3 project. Well, welcome to both of you. Joe Kent, a lot of what you said when you resigned appears to have been pretty much confirmed by that New York Times report, which is extremely detailed and paints a picture of Netanyahu in the White House, in the Situation Room, with the head of Mossad appearing on a screen next to him, in which he laid out a 4-point plan for why this would work: decapitating the regime, the people would rise up, they would be too powerless to shut the Strait of Hormuz, and so on, most of which has not happened. What do you feel about the fact there's now this ceasefire, albeit it seems quite a perilous one? Is it a recognition, do you think, by President Trump that he's got to get out of this?
Well, I think it's a good thing that President Trump took the opportunity to enact a ceasefire and to get both sides to the negotiating table. I think what's key, though, is that President Trump has to realize in order to accomplish our strategic goal, which is ending this conflict, reopening the Straits of Hormuz, and maintaining the alliances that we have in the Gulf, he has got to restrain the Israelis. The Israelis have a different strategic goal than we do. They want to take down the entire regime. They don't care how long it takes. They don't care how much we have to commit in terms of blood and treasure. So the Israelis and us have parted ways in terms of strategic objectives. We have to be honest with ourselves. It sounds like, considering the fact that someone shared the origins of this war with the New York Times, that is recognized now by this administration. So the first thing that President Trump has to do in order to make sure this lasts is actually restrain the Israelis, take away key components of the military aid that we give them so that they lack the capability to go on the offense and to spoil this ceasefire.
Will Chamberlain, your response to that?
I mean, I think that's a completely incoherent idea, not merely wrong, but just incoherent. First off, it presupposes we have the ability to take away their offensive capabilities. Newsflash, they already have them. We can't just seize them. Are we going to invade Israel and take their planes? We can't. They have the F-35. They have these capabilities. Remember, they launched the 12-day war on their own. So, I mean,
no, but America, but on that point, Will.
Oh my God. Iran launched the 12-day war, not Donald Trump deciding to completely obliterate, quote unquote, their nuclear facilities, which is one of the pretexts for this fucking war of choice.
On that point, the Americans could withdraw their funding.
The
billions of dollars that go to the Israelis, which they use to fund their own military, that could just be withdrawn. So America isn't powerless. It can exercise that power.
Right, but the offensive capabilities they would need to strike Iran, they already have. They're the second biggest air force in the world today. Even if we said we're not going to give you $4 billion a year going forward, that wouldn't stop anything. And then the second point is that this is an unbelievably silly approach.
Wait, say that again.
Would need to strike Iran, they already have. They're the second biggest air force in the world today. Even if we said we're not going to give you $4 billion a year going forward, that wouldn't stop anything. And then the second point.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's not going to make a difference, then why don't we stop giving them $4 billion a year?
Is that this is an unbelievably silly approach
I think
to
it would make a difference.
Foreign policy because we haven't hammered out final terms with the Iranians.
These are also the same people that Israel's strong enough on its own. We could stop funding them and they'd still be able to do it. We'll turn around and say you're an anti-Semite for suggesting that. Why don't we stop funding them then? They can do it.
Yet we're still in the middle of negotiations. The idea that we would restrain our ally, who, by the way, just helped us achieve one of the greatest military victories of the modern era, we would restrain them instead of trying to use the threat of continued belligerence from them to extract more punitive terms from the Iranians is silly.
What threat? What threat? They're understood as a proxy for America.
It's just completely antithetical to how things should work. And the idea that we need to be worried about our Gulf neighbors who would be upset if we didn't restrain the Israelis is also absurd because our Gulf neighbors are on our...
They're not they're launching, missiles and there's air campaigns but from Israel, but they don't have the ability to amass troops and send them in on the ground where there to be an invasion or a ground incursion into Iran.
Side and this war has not only
almost exclusively military, U.S. military personnel and perhaps a symbolic amount of Israeli personnel.
Solidified our position militarily, it solidified it diplomatically because all those countries are furious with the Iranians and are on our side and want to strengthen cooperation with both us and Israel.
But what is clear from that New York Times report, it seems to be incredibly well sourced. So somebody's been talking who was in that room. What is clear from that is that the Israelis, maybe this was an honest mistake on their part, a misreading of the situation.
Oh,
but they certainly
my God, this sweeping from Piers. It was not an honest mistake. It was not a misreading of the situation. Bibi has wanted this for fucking decades. This is what he literally, there are statements where he was like, this is the proudest moment of my fucking career. I've been trying, what's been achieved is what I've been pushing for, forever.
To be of the belief, if you took out the Ayatollah and some of the top people with him, that this would then lead to an uprising by the people, and that amid all this chaos, there would be no...
it just says, he does not follow the fucking war. They knew, again, Israel fucking knew. We already went over some of this, but this was reported mid-March. Israel urges Iranian to revolt, but privately assesses they'll be slaughtered. Israeli officials told U.S. counterparts they hope for an uprising, even though it would lead to a massacre, according to a State Department cable reviewed by The Post.
Ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. Well, none of that has really happened. Yes, they got rid of the Ayatollah, but he's just been replaced by other similarly minded people. And then there's been no uprising by the Iranian people whatsoever. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz has been held in a kind of stranglehold by the Iranians in a very powerful way. It has to be conceded, which has caused enormous damage to the global economy. They've basically controlled that strait now for 4 or 5 weeks. And
they caused the protests? No, they were just like instigating them. There was like Mossad involvement or whatever, but there is genuine dissatisfaction among Iranians that have been anti-regime for a while. But they're trying to cynically capitalize on that, even if it puts innocent Iranians in harm's way for their own geopolitical goals.
It's caused hell. And none of that appears to have been predicted by the Israelis.
But like Mossad or no Mossad, there were going to be protests. But like their involvement increases the security risk to those protesters.
In their sales pitch to Trump to join them on this war.
Well, so I think you're overstating a number of things there. First off, I mean, the Iranian Navy is gone, right? They're controlling the strait by threatening to shoot at people, but they don't have any naval forces meaningfully in the area. And the idea...
Who fucking cares? It's obvious that it's not necessary for them to bring this for them to bring the global economy to its knees with respect to this sector. They don't need any of those things. It's still been a fucking point of leverage for them.
Remember, they were thinking that card, which is their only trump card, that's the maximum.
These are like symbolic, superfluous victories that like, yeah, we already knew that we were like stronger than them militarily. It's not really about that. They have caused more pain economically by leveraging the choke points that they have.
It's a very powerful card, and it's one that the Israelis did not think they had the power.
Right.
According to the
Israelis might have made a slight misjudgment on that effect. It's war. I think the Iranians
made a slight misjudgment, dude.
Misjudgment, isn't it?
Overall,
like,
when you
talk about like nobody knew that the Strait of Hormuz was so important until like just the other day. Yes, they fucking knew.
Talk about the complete destruction of their military capability.
Right, but if you take away the Strait of Hormuz issue, then you've got overwhelming military dominance by the Americans and Israelis. Yes, the Iranians would have still attacked their neighboring Gulf states, but that would be a military conflict part of it. The fact that the Strait of Hormuz has been shut pretty much for 5 weeks, that has been an asymmetric war, which, with the best will in the world, has been wielded very successfully by the Iranians. For whatever
I don't
reason.
think so at all. I think that's actually been wielded quite poorly.
Let
me finish my point, Joe, and then you can speak. 2 weeks ago, the Iranians were saying...
He's been yapping. Joe's tried to cut in like 3 times. I keep hearing like brief crosstalk for a little bit, but Piers has just been like letting this dude yap.
We're not going to give up the Strait of Hormuz unless we get a permanent peace deal, a permanent commitment to non-aggression and reparations. What are they trading it for as of yesterday? 2-week ceasefire, no promises. They can't even extract a commitment from the Israelis to stop fighting Hezbollah. That's how badly they're beaten.
Okay. Well, Joe, he called you silly and incompetent, I think, earlier. So this is your chance to respond.
So prior to this war, the Straits of Hormuz were transited by anybody trading oil for free. Post-war, the Iranians are going to be able to extract a fee. That's one of their negotiating chips they have now. Prior to the war, the Ayatollah, the Ayatollah that we killed, was actually at the negotiating table with us. The reason why none of this was taken into account is because the Israelis didn't really care about what would happen to the Straits of Hormuz. They didn't care what would happen to our Gulf allies. Our Gulf allies right now still technically are with us, but the fact that we were unable to provide them with security guarantees lowers our status in the region, potentially could threaten the petrodollar in the region. And so right now we're in a weaker position because we listened to a foreign government that had a different strategic goal in mind than we did. So it's great that we got the ceasefire. We need to maintain that ceasefire, and we have to actually withhold things from the Israelis, which we can do. The Israelis do have a modern air force, but they rely on us for a lot of the logistics, the refueling, in order to be able to reach into Iran. So we very much are in the driver's seat of what we provide.
Well, that's not true, Joe. That's just obviously false because we didn't help them with refueling.
No, it's 100% true. They can't reach into. They cannot reach into Israel.
Yeah, 12-day war, 12 days. This has been going on for over a month. I'm sure that they can sustain a military campaign that's less than 2 weeks. Could they sustain it for as long as they want to without the support from the United States? Absolutely not.
I've actually been in the military, man. I've been part of these operations.
Then explain how they did the 12-day war without refueling.
We helped them out. We helped them out a good. We helped them out a good deal with logistics. They can't sustain operations without us. They wouldn't be able to continue to sustain operations all the way into Iran with conventional military forces in any meaningful way without our support. We have to pull that back. We also have to pull back their ability to go on the offense outside of their borders because it's going to interfere with the...
Isn't Israel 1/10 of the population of Iran and fighting on 7 fronts, as they call it? It's also small, being only the size of New Jersey. It's like they have a small population. They're like... Do you know how many Israelis hold have dual citizenships and passports and fucking have been fleeing because of all of the fucking warfare? They're obviously scared. They support the war, but they want all the groceries in one bag, but they don't want the bag to be heavy. Like, they support the war, but they don't want to have to deal with the externalities and the reality of supporting warfare like that and what it brings. Okay, they don't, even though they have people are not showing, even though they're conscripted, they're not showing up to do the genocide in Gaza. They're not interested in occupying parts of Lebanon forever. They're fighting like Lebanon, they're fighting Iran, they're fighting Palestinians, like, and they're eyeing Turkey. Like, they're a fucking rogue lunatic state, man. And they don't have the ability, like, they don't have the military to be able to do this.
Piece that we're trying to achieve. Right now, we're paying for their defense, we're paying for the offense, and also in terms of our status in the region and our ability to keep commerce and oil flow going out of
It's just a military outpost for us.
Straits of Hormuz and the Middle East. All of that is being negatively affected by us listening to a foreign government. So we have to put Israel back in the junior partner role if we're going to accomplish our strategic
Why couldn't you persuade Pete Hegseth of any of this?
Well, I tried. So therefore,
he didn't agree with you. He had better intelligence than you. You weren't privy to any of this stuff. Like, you just don't know. That's why you're now on the outside doing podcasts instead of inside the administration trying to shape policy. You don't know.
Dude, half of Trump's cabinet is former podcasters, and the ones that have left have gone on to, like, again, where's Dan Bongino? He's back in the fucking podcaster chair. Kash Patel is probably on his way there. Same with Kristi Noem, and Pam Bondi is so insufferable that even she couldn't, crack it in the fucking, podcaster's chair. I don't know what comes next for her, but it still may be some role within the admin who it's going to be probably avoiding indictments in jail.
You didn't persuade him.
From the inside. Like, look, man, my letter of resignation has been out there. What's important right now is that we support President Trump in getting this peace deal and making sure it actually sticks. The problem is, as confirmed by the New York Times, that was well sourced from within the West Wing, the Israelis were in the driver's seat for all of this. Well, if you read the article, I think it's pretty evident. You know how leaks work in Washington, D.C.
Okay,
with the New York Times.
What do you mean mischaracterizing that New York Times article? Like, dude, it doesn't get any more straightforward. Hold on. Like, just for good measure, we'll reread it. Just the opening. How Trump took the U.S. to war with Iran. In a series of Situation Room meetings, President Trump weighed his instincts against the deep concerns of his VP and a pessimistic intelligence assessment. Here's the inside story of how he made the fateful decision. This was reported by the New York Times on April 7th. The black SUV carrying Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu arrived at the White House just before 11 a.m. on February 11th. The Israeli leader, who had been pressing for months for the U.S. to agree to a major assault on Iran, was whisked inside with little ceremony, out of view of reporters, primed for one of the most high-stakes moments in his long career. U.S. and Israeli officials gathered first in the cabinet room adjacent to the Oval Office. Then Mr. Netanyahu headed downstairs for the main event, a highly classified presentation on Iran for President Trump and his team in the White House Situation Room, which was rarely used for in-person meetings with foreign leaders. Mr. Trump sat down, but not in his usual position at the head of the room's mahogany conference table. Instead, the president took a seat on one side, facing the large screens mounting along the wall. Mr. Netanyahu sat on the other side, directly the opposite of the president. Nothing's being mischaracterized here, dude. Is this the guy Pisco debated on Tim Pool? Oh, maybe. He looks familiar, yeah. The guy
if you say it wasn't well sourced, well, which part are you contesting?
Oh, no, it was well sourced. You guys are just mischaracterizing how much influence Israel had based on what was written in that article.
What?
Which was Israel gave a presentation.
Did you read it?
Yeah, I read it completely. And then after the Israelis were offline, right, then you had the meeting between the U.S. principals, in which John Ratcliffe and others were talking about, the Israelis are overselling their ability to achieve regime change. That's probably not going to happen. But they said, on what we've thought for a while is when it comes to missiles and when it comes to their ballistic shield, when it comes to their Navy, we have the capability to do that, and we should do that. And so the idea that, we didn't get suckered into a regime change war. From the outset, American goals did not include regime change. From Trump's very first speech,
Donald Trump literally talked about regime change early on. Literally. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump literally said regime change was an objective of the war. Fact check me on that after. He never did. You don't think Donald Trump ever mentioned regime change?
Incorrect. I didn't say that. I said it wasn't a military objective
Donald
of the war.
Trump
He
is
said it would
still
be nice to
claiming
have,
today
but it's not
that
the
he has
goal of the war.
affected. He's claiming today he's affected regime change. What are you talking about?
He's affected it. That's because he's basically saying we killed all the senior leadership, which we did, by the way, in an unprecedented fashion.
So who's running the country?
But that doesn't mean it was an original military objective of the war.
Iran right
Fact check me on this.
It's not regime change. If the underlying apparatuses can just replicate themselves and you can slot people into those positions, the only way it would be regime change, like a true regime change, would be to not just decapitate people at the top where two heads can grow in its fucking place, which is largely what's happened. It would also have to be so that they can't reproduce the hierarchy or political apparatus that existed before, or not easily.
me. I'm like, go look at his original statements.
It
would be nice to have, but it's not an objective of the war.
Trump changed his goalposts every 10 seconds. That's been part of
this has been remarkably consistent from Hegseth, Rubio on down. Go look at their public statements. What did they say? An official objective of Operation Furious regime change.
Why did Marco Rubio bring up that Marco Rubio made that statement about we acted because Israel acted?
America launch a preemptive strike against Iran? Well.
Oh, to essentially prevent them from building up a further ballistic missile capability as a shield behind which they would be able to develop a nuclear weapons program.
That was not the reason given by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Go look it up, man. He said it over and over and over again.
On camera, he said when he was first asked, the reason the United States launched a preemptive strike against Iran was because another country, brackets Israel, had indicated they were going to attack Iran, and therefore the Americans knew there would be attacks against some of their interests in the Middle East, so they got in first. Marco Rubio's
that was the reason for the timing, not the reason for the strike. The strategic reason for the strike, which Rubio explained in that very same press conference. I remember the exact one you're talking about. It's like a gaggle. I think he's in Congress after having a meeting with people. This is very early in the war. He says the reason for the strike is to prevent them from developing their ballistic missile shield further. The reason for the timing, like why today, why February 28th, was the fact that they had this intelligence about the meeting of Ayat Khamenei and everybody else, and that Israel was going to go ahead with that under any circumstances. So we should do it now. But I mean, go back and look at that. I know exactly what press conference you're talking about, and I don't think you are remembering one piece of it, but you're not remembering.
It's a pretty significant piece when the Secretary of State of the United States, on record, says that the reason for the preemptive strike by the United States was because Israel was attacking Iran. And then we hear from Antony Blinken, one of his predecessors, that Netanyahu had tried to sell this to both Biden and Obama. And when they both rejected the opportunity to join him in attacking Iran, guess what? Israel didn't attack. So it looks like he got third time lucky with Trump, who went along with it. But had Trump said no, I don't think Israel would have attacked.
They wouldn't have done it.
Well, but then why did they strike in the 12-day war?
The only reason
without you, oh my God, Trump gave there's Reuters reporting corroborating that Trump knew about that as well and gave them the okay.
Well, let's talk about the 12-day war. Let me bring Joe back in this. The 12-day war is...
I don't like. Do we need to talk about the 12-day war? What is the point of talking about the 12-day war? Can anyone like why? Talk about what's happening now, okay? All right. Well, I want to finish that tomorrow. Thank you guys for spending your night with me. If you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. Same goes for YouTube. Subscribe to me if you haven't already. Like the stream. That way it pushes it out to people and you know when I go live. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. The best way to do so is the Streamlabs tips link, which takes the least amount of money. But I also accept YouTube super chats as well as subs. You can also use your Twitch Prime sub or gift subs throughout the chat. So you can share the experience for no ads as well as access to cute emotes. I will be back later. Right now, if you're watching on YouTube, you're headed to Riverboat Jack. And if you're watching on Twitch, you are headed to Enemy Charlie, who stream just says International Nightmare continues. And she is knitting while watching a Bourdain segment on Jerusalem. So you guys have fun. I will see you later. Bye.
That